to grab your seats and get settled. If there's anyone that wants to make public comment, please make sure you come up and fill out a blue comment form so we've got you in the queue. Anyone online that wants to make public comment, make sure you are prepared to raise hand and communicate with our clerk. We are, as soon as everybody quiets down, we're going to get started. With the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to call on Taylor with Neoma. Taylor, if you could lead us in the pledge, that would be great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And thank you, Neoma. Great. All right, and Madam Clerk, could we get the roll call, please?
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor. We're going to call roll for Wednesday, August 14th, Reno City Council meeting. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dorr.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert. Absent at this time. Taylor.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Sheevy. Absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, and we're going to turn next to public comment, and again...
And I apologize for the record. Madam Mayor is on... virtually, he's on Zoom. She was trying to speak, but I cut off. So
Okay.
he's here present.
All right, great. We're going to turn to public comment, and for those of you who haven't participated with us before, again, if you could fill out a blue comment card, and it looks like we have plenty of seats today for everyone, which is perfect. Also, the clerk is going to read a disclosure, some instructions on giving us public comment.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Members of the public wishing to attend the meeting may do so by following Zoom link, https://Reno/Reno/LINK/Reno/COUNCI. Our first public commenter today is Neoma Jardin, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Lynn Stanfield, followed by Tara Tron.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, and interim city manager. I am here before you as Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership, talk on two items. I would like to talk about item D4, the disposition of the city properties on Record Street, and item E1, the railroad trespassing ordinance. The Downtown Reno Partnership and our 1,500 properties that make our business improvement district support item D4 and drafting a development agreement for the sale and redevelopment of the Record Street properties. The choice of which proposal is in your capable hands, and we are confident that you will make the best choice. We encourage you to get the proposals and which one fits best in the Brewer District and all of the redevelopment of downtown. And importantly is which proposal can help to redevelop these properties in an expeditious and efficient manner. The detrimental impacts to health and safety of the Record Street properties remain boarded up and blighted, are harming efforts to improve this area of downtown, and are hindering neighboring small businesses' ability to thrive. Second, the Downtown Reno Partnership supports item E1, the introduction of the road trespassing ordinance. Our organization and our ambassadors are intimately familiar with the safety and access issues related to the railroad tracks. The individuals and surrounding businesses and buildings are exposed to significant safety issues by allowing people to trespass along the railroad tracks. I did want to show you a couple of photos to illustrate what we encounter and see on a nearly daily basis. Understand that we do outreach with everybody that we encounter. Thank you very much. I did want to show the proxy of individuals when they are camping or laying near the railroad tracks. This is an individual that we did outreach to, but you can see how close his proximity is to the tracks. Again, another photo that will show you just how close people are to the tracks and how detrimental it is to their safety. Additionally, I think two that are really important is to show the volume of fires that occur adjacent to the railroad track. You can see, if you can zoom on this picture, put the fire out, but there was fires burning this location. You can see that have singed the side of the railroad track area. And in this photo, you will see that there is a fuel tanker right on the other side of the wall. So these sorts of things that we encounter on a daily basis are of immense concern to the overall safety of the entire region, and it is a matter of when, not if, something catastrophic is going to occur in this location. So I commend staff and all of you for bringing the ordinance forward, and the Downtown Partnership encourage you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jordan, and thanks for being here, and thanks for paying attention and staying involved.
Thank you.
And Madam Vice Mayor, I forgot to read my disclosure. It should be for those in the audience, comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized in today's agenda. When you're called up for public comment, please get your name record and be speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members, like clapping, whistling, etc., which in the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Ilya Arbitman, followed by Lynn Stanfield, followed by Tara Tran.
Ilya Arbitman for the record. This come to proposals for the Community Center. I can only assume you're as disappointed as we are at the lackluster offers we have to choose from. Luckily, as the staff report clearly says, the city reserves the right to conclude the selection process if it's expectation or council desires to explore other opportunities for the site. This morning, we'll discuss the CAC as an asset, the proposals, and ask some important questions about this process, as well as provide some community guidance. We firmly believe there's still potential for the city and county to come together and reactivate the CAC as a public source. As we all heard in these chambers count times, the mayor loves nothing more than interagency collaboration. What better project to work together on than an actual feasible move-the-needle solution to addressing homelessness in the downtown area? We don't think it's utopian to suggest that transitional housing will be significantly more effective towards getting people off the streets than yet another inhumane anti-homeless ordinance like the totally counterproductive railroad trespassing law we'll be hearing about later today during item E1, which I oppose. I'm glad Neoma Jordan was here because I have something to talk about. On July 31st, Neoma Jordan presented some finding council. According to DRP's own data from June's Clean and Safe report, out of 47 individuals who interacted, out of 47 interactions with unsheltered individuals in June, 47 of them declined services. Exactly 0 were connected to services. So when Jordan says we outreach this person, I think we ought to ask, does that mean they will not connect to services? And the very brief discussion that followed, Councilmember Taylor asked, how do we get people to services if they are refusing? Cynthia Esparza struggled to offer a meaningful response beyond individuals were not open to accepting help. And Jordan followed up, add that we have a whole system of outreach and engagement. They refuse all that, we generally engage RPD. I usually bristle when all human activity is understood as a market of one sort or another, but I feel the analogy is quite apt here. In what other context would you conclude that if no one was accepting your services, the problem would be them rather than whatever you are offering? If a retail operation, say, play at a closet, can't get anyone to buy clothes, it could simply label the people who walk in as resistant to services and keep trying to slang the same old wares until it ran out of money. And try and figure out what people actually wanted that wasn't on offer. What services are we, city community, offer that unhousable or refused? And what else do we need to do to offer so that outreach does not become just another way of justifying a punitive law enforcement response? Are we offering housing, for example? Not way down the road, wait on an RHA list for year housing and not a 7%, but not a place to live and get your back on track housing. Here's an infographic from the point in time of 2024. Ignoring the fact that this bottom graph doesn't make sense because that number is higher than this number, but somehow this is a bigger thing than that. Let's just look at 2021 when it was open, right? In 2015, we had about 600 people sheltered and 340 in transitional housing, right? In 2024, we have 1,400 or so in sheltered and few in 2015, right? So there's a problem here. The point in time count, I'll conclude that we need affordable housing stock for extremely low-income populations to see further improvements in reducing the number of people experiencing homelessness. So let's actually work on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ilya.
Lynn Stanfield, followed by Tara Tran, followed by Connie Silveira.
Lynn Stanfield for the record. What is there to say about the 4 proposals staff are presenting today? 2 are not worth our time and staff seems to agree. Let's focus on the other 2, Ulysses and Baxter. To be direct, we don't think either of these proposals meet the specific and urgent needs of this neighborhood, nor are they sufficiently aligned with the spirit and intention these buildings built with. Nevertheless, they are what we have before us, so let's reluctantly address them. If we had to choose, we would choose Ulysses in a heartbeat. Ulysses is a developer that builds low-income housing. Although they propose to demolish the building, which makes cringe, they state clearly that 100% of the planned 136 units of the property will be restricted to residents earning 60% or less of the area median income. On top of that, they'll dedicate 2,000 square feet to Reno's own community service agency, which offers a variety of assistance programs to struggling families, including childcare and employment assistance. Ulysses also highlights the critical value of the bus station. Given the target demographic of their project, lower income individuals and working families, we can assume that transit will be a hugely valuable asset. And since they will be applying for federally subsidized financing, a land use restriction will require that the property has to be dedicated to affordable housing for at least 30 years. They are offering the city $3.4 million for the CAC, which is the appraised land value. Their proposal is thorough, and their estimated timeline has new housing ready and available for move-in late 2026. According to the staff report, Ulysses was given a score of 404 by the mysterious RFP selection committee. Baxter, which is just the latest random company Brianna Bolentini has hitched her wagon to, apparently, is just rehashing the capital proposal from April of this year. Yes, the very same one that the city was secretly negotiating for months while promising the public, and then repeatedly deferring, an open, agendized discussion on the CAC's future. There is much to critique in this proposal, our time is limited, so a few key points. We are not sure which world Brianna and her friends live in, but this does not look affordable or even attainable as housing. How can they claim that units priced like this address the housing needs of a community, noting 18% for $52,000 annually and 83% units for those with an income of $72,000 a year? Businesses are relying on it. What about our unhoused community, many of whom sleep in the shadow of the shuttered CAC? Can we speak of businesses as needing housing in this context? What a tone-deaf misrepresentation of what is happening in downtown, obviously written by people who think the solution to poverty is breweries and who are really more concerned with playing Monopoly than healing our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tara Tran.
All right, Tara Tran for the record. As an addendum to the proposed, Baxter included emailed comments in support of Bash's original backdoor deal. Reviewing these comments is telling. First of all, most of them are just plagiarized versions of the same script we can assume provided by Bash themselves. They also demonstrate a particular problematic understanding of whose perspective matters in this neighborhood and what kind of coalition we need to improve 4th Street for everyone. That's a key word here, everyone who lives here. These are all business owners, almost entirely brewery or bar owners, in fact. Sure, input has some value, but we would argue that their opinion on this question should not be considered due to conflict of interest. Of course, they want people earning upwards of $70,000 a year living here, because those people will frequent their establishments. And why could they order to open their business here in the first place? Because of low property values due to the so-called quote-unquote blight. In other words, because of the CAC, which they now hope will be made into sexy boxing housing, and the growth cycle of gentrification goes on, and then houses are pushed further down the road, or hopefully just this year. Baxter scored 409 according to your rating system, and unfortunately we find this troubling. There is no itemized breakdown of any proposals, and as a result the final score feels arbitrary and less wondering. Why did Baxter score 5 points higher than Ulysses, thus earning staff's recommendation? Is it because Baxter is offering a whopping $600,000, an insultingly low price? Or is it because Bolentini has leveraged her contacts and her alleged local cred? How else would Bash have been meeting up with the CAC when no one even knew that the CAC was potentially up for sale? Please, let's take this process seriously and not allow nepotism or impatience to guide our decision. We'd like to conclude by showing you an illuminating email exchange between Commissioner Mike Clark and Candy Riss of the County Manager's Office. I have learned that Washoe County is not interested in buying or leasing the Record Street building, and that the city of Reno has made it clear that they aren't interested in selling it to the county to house people experiencing homelessness. They have a different vision for that neighborhood. So while this is a great suggestion, unfortunately, it is not feasible. Can we parse this together? First of all, which is it? That the county doesn't want to buy or that the city doesn't want to sell to them? And who did Key Ramus learn this from? If Mark Clark is experiencing interest, would that not that the county may be in fact interested in buying or leasing the CAC? Even if the city did make it clear to the county that they don't want another stir, and we're sure when that conversation took place, as far as I know, they never rolled on transitional support or low-income housing as a potential use for the buildings. And what meeting did the city decide that we have a different vision for the neighborhood? We weren't at that meeting, were you? Can we please just give this a shot and actually have a community discussion about to do with the AC? No more staff reports with foregone conclusions and visions mapped out behind closed doors. If we actually want to make progress on the housing and homelessness crisis in Reno, we need to come together and decide how to best use the resources we already have available.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tran.
Connie Silvera, followed by George Campione, followed by Stephen White.
Hi, I'm Connie Silvera. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here again just as an update on parks. And I just found out today that this park at Wilkinson, the small children's park, the slide, has been like this condition since 2017. And I know that it's needed to be rehabbed, but something be done really bad. And now they're starting to break the other slides as well. And so it's just really a mess over there at Wilkinson. So, like I know it's been slated to be rehab, but we really need to do something to make it safe so that kids can be. And again, thank you for Liston. Liston's doing great. The other park right now is Pickett Park that is still in pretty bad shape. So hopefully that could be taken care of as well. And I wanted to take a minute to tell you thank you so much for the Hot August Nights Parade. It was a huge success. You know, I've been involved in this for 35 years as a spectator, as a volunteer, as a car participant. And that parade is really important. These participants that come from all over the world, the whole way down, they are thanking the volunteers. They are so appreciative. And so I just really want to say thank you. Great job, Matt. And sitting here today, I just want to throw my 2 cents on the homeless situation because I've had to deal with it a lot, having property downtown, trying to get them services, trying to maneuver, having them around. It's been a real nightmare in the last few years. So please, you know what the right thing to do is. Please do the right thing and help these people. Help clean up Reno so we're not an embarrassment to the rest of the country. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Sylvania, I just want to mention, thanks for staying on it because you're helping us identify where we need work. And the second thing is I had an opportunity to be a judge this year. It's my second or third time at Hot August Nights. It was so much fun. But I actually got a few comments about the parade, specific, since you mentioned it, how pleased people were that they were able to participate in that parade. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
George Campione, followed by Stephen White, followed by Terry Brooks.
George Campione. Just want to remind everybody what we were talking about last time I've been here. That the Rancho and our park enforcement person had to walk off just as I was about ready to present, as usual. And of course, all they do is move the cars around. They get the little yellow stick on them, okay? These little stickers say they are abandoned. These are not abandoned. There is nothing legal about this vehicle being on our public roads, all right? And all park enforcement does is put stickers on, they scrape them up, and they move around the city. Right now, this one is sitting on Rondale in front of a trailer park, Mr. Martinez, all right? So, here's another one. This is a gray one now, all right? And I want you to look at this right here. What's that? The ignition's been whacked out, okay? It has no ignition. I actually have a video of this getting done, all right? Video, right? But he still moved around. Also, no longer has plate on it, all right? There's a fictitious plate running around someplace. Big deal. We don't care. They can drive around with no plate, right? That's right. Okay. This is another ticket that I created This sitting in front on Gent in front of the mobile home park next to the trailer park, and I will show you even better. But where it started was on Kitski Lane. All right, this is on Kitski. And they then moved it here. It is now sitting right here. All right, you can see. All right, why did they park it here? Because of this truck being here for the last 6 months. That shouldn't be parked there. It is not legally tagged. It has a 2023 tag on it, but they know it, so they leave it. Now, I tell you, Mr. Martinez, I will take these pictures and start knocking on these trailer park doors when it's time to vote and saying, McGill, looking after us.
George, do you address all of us, please? Thank
What's
you.
that?
Can you address all
yeah,
of us?
Yeah, but
Thank you.
he is my representative.
I understand.
Okay, so I will talk to you all.
Good.
All right, why don't we take care of this, Miss Durr?
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you why. Because we don't care. All right, the cops don't care. They drive around in their vehicles. They see plates. They don't care. This guy in the RV, he drives around with impunity, intimidating me because he doesn't care. All right? He doesn't care that he's not registered and have insurance, whatever. All right. And the only reason I wasn't here the last couple of meetings, I had arthroscopic surgery. All right? Okay. So thank you so much.
Let me just say this, just generally. Abandoned vehicles are number one issue. Every single ward, not Ward 3. And I feel your pain because I get the same kind of comments.
These are not abandoned, is what I'm trying to
Well,
tell you.
they're illegal. I think you told me. There are no licenses. They're not operative. And so in my mind, abandoned, but it might be a better term.
Okay, that's where the community gap is, mister.
Okay.
Okay?
What term would you?
No, because they need to be cited. If you cite them for illegal parking, which they are illegally being parked, look at them, Nevada, read the statutes. I guarantee you, okay, that you can find one. And I have proof that this guy has been moving this Ranchero and these other vehicles that are not licensed, and that is illegal.
Yeah,
There's a
sir.
$600 fine every time they move.
I understand. I just want to let you know I heard you.
Okay.
Okay,
That's what I'm
thank-
saying to you.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen White, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Dave McLaughlin.
Good morning, folks. You sure have business cut for you, don't you? I want to just talk a little bit about fine arts. A lot of people don't understand that the fine arts of painting, drawing, sculpture, photography, printed self-expression, engraving, non-functional stained glass, music, theater, dance, and film, all forms of fully protected speech under the First Amendment. The reason why they are fully protected speech under the First Amendment is because they're one and the same as your spoken and written words. They have no other purpose than to be expressive. This is what gives them the full protection of the First Amendment. And it is absolutely well settled by the United States Supreme Court that the sale of First Amendment protected material or receiving compensation for your protected speech is also protected speech under the First Amendment. The difference between a fine artist and a commercial vendor is a commercial vendor, an artisan craftsperson, creates aesthetically pleasing material, merchandise, but it also has a function that does not gain the full protection of the First Amendment, and city governments can require a license or a permit and designate areas for commercial vendors to be selling their artwork. But under the full protection of the First Amendment, you cannot impose a single restriction upon a fine artist performing, displaying, and selling their artwork on public fora that they don't also impose upon every other person standing on the same place talking to one another. Now, everybody knows you can't, block sidewalks. You can't create a hazard. You can't block wheelchair ramps. You can't block, fire hydrants. You can't hang things from the trees of parks. Everybody knows these things. These are things that you apply to fine artists. But you can't make them get licenses and permits, and you can't designate areas in public parks and call them free speech zones and tell artists they have to be there in free speech zones in order to engage First Amendment protected rights. The entire public park is a First Amendment protected speech zone. So anyway, I wanted to just give you that information, and I hope you folks will stop and think about, maybe it's about darn time, that we start installing venues in our public parks that encourage family participation in the arts, like colorful panels that people can hang their paintings up on, pedestals where people can read poetry to people in the afternoon and all. Anyway, I hope you all stop and think about those things, and I hope what I've told you gives you a little bit of information about it. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Barry Brooks, followed by Dave McLaughlin, followed by Coleman Smith.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today's presentation is about so-called class and education when it comes to discrimination. When upper-class kids are living in an upper-class wealthy district, they will probably go to much better schools in their school district. Many of them will attend fine public schools, or because they're wealthy, they can afford to go to fine private schools. And once they graduate high school, they can afford to go to college. Their parents might even try to bribe their way into college. And because they're from a wealthy family, they're in such a condition that they won't have to do any work to pay for their tuition. Middle-class kids don't have it so lucky. The schools that they attend probably are not quite as good as ones that the rich kids attend. And they are more likely to attend public schools because they are less likely to afford attending private schools. And for them to go to college might take some good ambition. They'll probably have to work long hours to pay for their tuition. And when tuition keeps going up, they might have to wait and work full-time a few semesters before they graduate. Lower-class kids have it even harder if they do go to school. Because of their lower class, they may have to face some ridicule. They may have a little trouble when it comes to transportation, which will be harder to get to school to receive their education. And because of lack of school supplies, they may have to wait before they do well enough in classes to finally graduate. And if they do finally graduate, college will not be an option if they don't have a way to pay for their tuition. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I've learned what I should say. Thank you.
All right, we all enjoy. We have to share, Ms. Brooks. Thank you.
Dave McLaughlin, followed by Coleman Smith, followed by Josh Thuro.
Hello, Reno City Council. My name is Dave McLaughlin, the Executive Director at Good Shepherd Clothes Closet. Good Shepherd's Clothes Closet has been in the community for over 28 years, clothing those who need it most for free, completely free to the community. So I actually had a meeting with Mayor Shee, and she suggested that I come before the City Council and request funding from you guys. We are a nonprofit. We operate solely off of donations. That is all we do. We do not sell any clothing that's donated to us. We give it away for free. It equates around $7,000 worth of clothing every single month we give away to the people who need it most. Not only have we helped the fire victims in the recent fires with emergency shopping in partnership with Red Cross, we've also yesterday did a ribbon cutting with House in the larger community. They serve around 500 clients per month, and we serve around 700 in our storefront, and that equates to almost $100,000 worth of clothing every single month we're able to give away free to the people that need it most as a nonprofit. Those that need clean clothing come to us. Those who need to feel clean, be clean, in partnership with the Reno Works program, we've clothed those members that are looking for jobs. So any residual funding you may have, we're requesting $500 each from each ward. We are a small nonprofit. Our budget is small. We output quite a bit. We're volunteer supported. 2 staff, over 32 volunteers, and it really is a community effort. So anything you guys can do to help would be beneficial. We are working on our Member Closet Extension Project. We're awarded a $52,000 grant for Lena Healthcare to be able to have a truck and deliver the clothing to the people that need it most. So our goal is to continue that and to continue to grow. Being in the community for 28 years, as you guys probably most of you know about us, but we are work towards even going more and helping more people in need. Our facility is a larger facility. I'd love to invite each one of you for a private tour of our facility and see what we're doing in person, and how we continue to strengthen the partnership with the city of Reno. Because as we grow, we're continuing to make more things happen, to open more micro closets, to have more opportunity for people that need it the most. We collaborate with as many nonprofits as we can, Carbox, Eddie House, and all sorts of different partners throughout the community. So thank you guys so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Thanks for the
Dave,
good work.
Would you get together with my staff? We'll find a time to come over and come and see the facility.
Thank you.
All right, good.
Coleman Smith, followed by Josh Thero, followed by Tammy Atherton.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Coleman Smith. I'm here in support of Ordinance E1. I'm the owner of Eagle Window and Door, our property back the railroad track near 4th and Stoker. I'm definitely not here to complain, just here to give you facts as they've happened from my perspective. I employ 2 single mothers, and I have women and children that enter my premises every day, and quite frankly, feel safe. In the past 6 months, I've had multiple cuts in our fence onto our property. I've had 3 break-ins. I've had multiple employees' vehicles vandalized. Fuel has been robbed from my employees' vehicles as well as our work vehicles. My building has been vandalized. I've invested near $10,000 at this point in the last 3 months in security upgrades. So all I'm asking is that now my tax dollars go towards supporting Ordinance E1. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith.
Josh Thero, followed by Tammy Atherton, followed by Art Rangel.
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, interim city manager. I was over there. Just Terriot for the record. Mayor Sheevy, Madam Mayor, sorry, didn't notice that. I'm here to voice my support for the proposed ordinance to amend Title 8 of the Reno Municipal Code as detailed in item E1 on today's agenda. Due to your involvement and direction, this council is very aware of the efforts the city made and is actively making to provide support services and facilities to those in need, whether by choice or through unfortunate circumstances. Those who want and need assistance now have the resources available to make a change in their lives. Necessary components to providing essential services, businesses, and commerce. Additionally, businesses and free-flowing commerce are essential components to our livelihoods. Protecting those businesses and livelihoods is as equally as important as providing necessary services to those in need through tax revenue, critical component of providing community services. In many cases, a family's place of business or any place of business provides a livelihood to a family, the employees, as well as their customers and other businesses. I'm here to express support and encouragement on my behalf as well on behalf of the businesses on our streets and products to the residents of our city and community for over 50 years. Think about surviving 50 years of business through the ebbs and flows of our city and state. These are family businesses serve our community for 5 decades. These are not businesses selling the next hyped product. These are hardworking individuals selling essential services and products to our community, hence the longevity of their existence and success. Due to the current limitations of patrolling the railroad tracks, the track area, which is a vast amount of downtown Reno, unfortunately provides a safe haven for mischief. My customers and I experience this mischief daily, and more importantly, those residents and members of our community experience when they visit 4th Street to support local business by purchasing products and services they need for their families and business. I could spend hours detailing the hassles and expenses realized on 4th Street. I could also spend hours discussing the value of efficient commerce and the value that commerce provides to the community in the form of essential service. However, the value of a safe community with vandalism, crime, or harassment is simple and a short discussion, and is known to be critical to the success, growth, history of that community, town, or city. I support this amendment and encourage you to do the same. Efforts to support those families, businesses, and members of our community have committed to making Reno a safe and enjoyable place to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thoreau.
Tammy Atherton, followed by Art Rangel, followed by Will Truce.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Tammy Atherton. I'm a local business owner, and our business is on Spokane Street, right off of 4th, back up to the railroad. I wanted to thank you for your time, and I am here to speak in support of the amendment E1, the amendment to RMC Title 8 that would allow everyone to be trespassed from the railroad tracks and ask for your help the rest of the area in the homeless situation. My family and I have been small business owners in Reno for over 40 years. Our business is located on Spokane, as I said. The street dead ends into a dirt lot, which is up next to or adjacent to the railroad tracks. Homeless population that occupies space along the railroad tracks in our area have cut a hole in the fence next to a locked gate in order to gain access to and from the railroad tracks. The dirt lot and portion of Spokane have become a throughway for homeless population. The homeless population in that area. It is a daily occurrence to see dozens of homeless people walking up and down the street in front of our business, leaving garbage everywhere and harassing our employees and customers for a handout. The mess they leave in wake is an eyesore to say the least, but also a public safety issue as it usually contains drug paraphernalia or the like. The camps they have set up along the railroad fence that can be seen as soon as you turn down the street toward our business have defaced the area so much that we've seen customers leave because they don't want to do business in the area. We've had customers directly tell us they have stopped coming to our store because they fear being in the area. Passing this ordinance to amend Title 8 would exponentially clean up the area around our business and allow us to see the growth that we have been working so hard towards. We've also suffered numerous burglaries inside our store and our adjacent lot in recent years due to the increase in homeless population in our area. The back fence of lot is along the railroad tracks. We have incurred thousands of dollars lost revenue and repairs to theft and burglaries just over the past couple of years. We had to close the feed store portion of our business. Because the area became unsightly. Excuse me. It became slightly dangerous. The customers stopped coming to see us. We have had to escort customers to and from their vehicles because they were afraid to come into our store without escort. We've had several altercations through the years with homeless in our area. One altercation happened a couple of weeks ago, wherein someone came into our business asking for water. When we refused to give him water, he made a gesture towards my mother-in-law that made her feel in fear for her life. This is not the way we should have to do business. Passing this ordinance would greatly help us and grow our business. We implore you that you do this in support of the local businesses that support the city. Thank you.
Ms. Atherton, thank you so much. And I mean, all of our hearts go out to what you've been experiencing, and we're definitely going to be addressing that later on our agenda. So thanks for being here today.
For the record, Art Rangel, 255 North Sierra Street. I had a statement I wanted to share with all of you, but I'm not going to. These last three business owners have pretty much illustrated what we're all dealing with. What I did want to say is that at the July 31st meeting, Naomi Jordan made some comments very candidly. I really appreciate her candor in this about what the Downtown Business Partnership dealing with down there, as well as your stuff, all these issues. And the fact she even made a comment to the extent that the staff sometimes try to communicate with people and can't even communicate because of the mental illness that some of these people are dealing with. And then she shows today the pictures of people living right there adjacent to those tracks. And what happens if, I'm looking at it from a safety standpoint, somebody gets killed from a train. I so much support this for a variety of reasons, one of which is I'm a property owner in the Downtown Partnership, and we're paying for all of this. This constant cleanup. And it's time that we start utilizing those limited funds by both the partnership as well as the city for things to improve our downtown, not just constantly clean things up. Thank you. Please adopt this ordinance.
All right. Thank you much, Mr. Rangel.
Will Truce, followed by Alex Farside, followed by Patrick Coleman.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Manager Bryant, and the Reno City Council. My name is Will Truce, and thank you for allowing me to read some prepared comments. I'm here as a small business owner in the Brewery District, along with a board member of the Brewery District Coalition, which informally represents about 18 small businesses in our neighborhood. The livelihoods, comfort, and safety of our families and employees are greatly impacted by the continued sense of lawlessness in our streets. Moreover, it continues to hinder the revitalization of our neighborhood, as we constantly hear it's why more folks hesitate to come down to our part of downtown. The most significant source of this lawlessness are the abandoned properties at 306, 400, and 424 East 4th Street, along with the daily encampments that ebb and flow near the train tracks. Walk along our streets, sit in our businesses at almost any time of day, and you'll see blatant crimes being committed, from drug use and alcohol use to indecent exposure and violence to graffiti and property destruction, to public urination and defecation. The lawlessness spawned by these abandoned properties and unregulated activities along the train tracks are continuing to desecrate our downtown community. There are 2 items before you today that we're hoping you'll take immediate action on. We're commenting in full support of the staff recommendations on taking steps for items D4 and item E1. For item D4, we ask that the council act with urgency to sell 315 and 335 Record Street to a local developer that knows the area, can move quickly, and make something real happen without strings attached or contingencies. The proposals being presented by Baxter Construction and Marmot Properties would both lead to a dramatic and positive transformation to our downtown neighborhood. For item 1, we ask that the council approve the ordinance to amend Reno Code, strengthening the prohibition of trespassing along the train tracks. While lawlessness is inspired by the abandoned properties I just talked about, it often happens along these tracks. Giving RPD greater authority to police these areas will help transform one of the scariest and most dangerous parts of our neighborhood back into a safe, calm, and historic corridor. Thank you for your time, consideration, and support of our neighborhood.
All right, Mr. Thanks so much.
Alex Farside, followed by Patrick Coleman, followed by Justin Ross.
Thank you, Council and Madam Mayor. My name is Alex Farside. I'm one of the owners of a business called Coffee and Comics, and I'm here to talk about the Business License Code Revision Project. I was recently made aware of this, and I was told it is a code cleanup, and I understand the need to clean things every once in a while. I need to clean up my garage once in a while, clean it up, throwing out things that I don't need anymore, and reorganizing the things that I absolutely do need. I was able to join a Zoom call with the city yesterday to go over some of this code cleanup. However, we did not mention any of the current code, getting rid of any of the current code, rewording of any of the current code, bringing old codes to current needs. We spent an hour talking about pages of new codes that were suggested on top of the current code. The person leading this meeting was very nice, and he seemed to understand that many of these new changes were completely ridiculous and had no benefit to both the city or the business affected. Keep in mind, we focused just one section of the 24 sections that are being redlined. That one section was a 55-page document. I don't know about you, but when I clean out my garage, it does not mean that I go out and add 100 pages of documents to my garage. As a small business owner, I pour my heart and soul in my business. I work 12, 14, 16-hour days at times to keep it alive. I sold my house, my car, my furniture, everything I owned to open Coffee and Comics 5 years ago. It was horrible timing. 4 months after COVID started, because we opened at the end of 2019, not the beginning. We received basically zero assistance from the government because we did not meet qualifications. During that year, I did not take a single day off. I worked an average of 100-hour weeks. I'm not up here looking pity. I'm just telling things that small business owners do to keep their small business alive. Any other small business owner in this town or city would agree with me and has done many of the same things. These small business owners care deeply about their businesses and the city of Reno. But we're simply not lawyers. I appreciate that you want our input on these things, but as a small business owner here, I would much rather be at my store helping customers, doing marketing, and doing the things I need to do to keep my business alive. If we want to keep small, awesome, unique businesses in Reno, like Press Start, Last Eye, Craft, anything that's cool and unique, throwing thousands of pages of new documents of code, I don't think is the best way to go about it. If this truly is a code cleanup, I would love to help clean up some code, bring things to current conditions, and help small business owners. Forcing things like expensive equipment, proving not to work for checking IDs, forcing small business owners to have certain employees on at certain times, forcing paperwork. These are things that are just not really going to help. Anytime that you're adding something to a small business, I just hope you keep that in mind, that the small business owner has some kind of cost, whether it's their time or buying equipment, and that if it's not absolutely necessary, that you please don't add it to the small business owner's needs. Again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and those are just some of the concerns as a local small business owner.
Mr. Forsyth, thank you for taking the time to leave your business today and come talk to us. You're one of my closest coffee shops. I love what you guys do. I hear from a lot of other people in our community about how cool you are. I mean, not only I appreciate it, but me know what's happening there. But anyway, we appreciate the input, and we're going to keep working on this code. We really are. And again, it isn't something that the council's trying to impose on anyone, and this is for everyone in the audience. It's something that our staff feel is very, very outdated. Maybe clean up isn't even the right word, but your point well taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, my staff is going to meet with you.
You just like throwing $1 million.
It's ridiculous. It's a joke.
He's going to connect with you so you can meet. Thank you.
Patrick Coleman, followed by Justin Ross, followed by Shay Gillum.
Members of Council, Madam Mayor, good morning. I'm also here to talk about the code updates, a little different perspective. When this council approved those dates, it was March 29th, the meeting, it was agenda item B2, and it was labeled updates. There were a lot of questions about what that would include, the scope of work, and exactly what we were asking for as staff. And I thought Ashley did a great presentation about the things that were stated at this council about what was wanting to accomplish on that meeting. When asked specifically about what things were trying to be accomplished, Ashley said there are 5 things we're trying to accomplish. 1, modernize our code, getting rid of things that are antiquated. 2, we're looking for streamlined processes for applications. 3, we're looking for change in timelines of renewals. 4, we're additionally looking for better tools, as you just mentioned, referring Councilman's question of these things, for code enforcement and compliance officers to enforce this code that this council has adopted. And that's important to me because we're still talking about the current code, and we're still talking about updating things that are antiquated. 5, this would be the last things listed as the things trying to accomplish that this council voted for. The last thing I would like to note is that this council has identified a strategic priority as efficient service delivery. Currently, our staff doing the best can with what they have. We're not as effective as we can be because of these older systems that are in place. Again, referring to our existing code. So I think everyone in this room is perfectly fine with updating antiquated language, making sure that things are clear and defined well. Our code is old. It does need some updates. Fast forward to July, and what was released as the proposed draft code is a drastically different code. There's thousands of new ordinances. There are not dates, just the whole thing away and from there. So I don't know where that mission creep happened. Thankfully, Jackie Bryant has been helpful in getting more outreach and more meetings, but discussing a code, asking for input, something that's so reasonable to businesses isn't legitimate input. Reading the code that we have proposed, which I'm told was at this point referred to as a consultant report, which if it is, there should be one. Draft code is draft code. Consultant reports are consultant reports. So I would challenge this council to look back at that meeting, review exactly what was asked and what was voted for, and if that's not what you voted for, agendize items 4 and 5 be closed. So we go back to the drawing board and figure out how to update this code, not create new code that hampers businesses and turns us into California.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. We hear you loud and clear.
Justin Ross, followed by Shay Gillum, followed by Todd Gillum.
Hello, my name is Justin Ross, for the record.
Can you aim towards that mic a little bit?
Sorry.
You're fine.
I'm usually known for being loud,
Yeah.
so I'm not used to having a mic.
It's not a problem.
I am here today about the same thing, about the code cleanup. When you use words, words have meanings, and cleanup is not a remodel. When you come and you say you want to clean up a storage room, I figure you're going to sweep it, you're going to vacuum it, maybe wipe off some walls or some shelves. I don't anticipate you tearing down walls and trying to put up a new divider and things like this. Words have meanings. So when you use words and then you don't follow what you say using those words, it comes across as very deceitful. And the last thing we need from the people that serve us as a public, as a whole, is to feel deceived. It gets no trust from you. So I would like you guys to do as has been said. I like this reopen if you did not vote for what you thought you were voting for. I would like to see it brought back forth so all of the business owners and all of the bartenders who I'm meeting with and discussing this with come down here and speak to you more in depth. They can't do it today except through open comment right now, but we would like a bigger chance to address this instead of private meetings with a couple of members of the staff here that actually handle this. We would like this brought out into the light to take away the appearance of deceit and like something is trying to be passed over us. And everybody talking today before the last 3 or 4 people was coming up here to discuss 4th Street and the train track E1 or whatever it was. And I don't think that they understand how much all of this proposed code can affect them just as much, if not more, than the one little thing that they're here for today. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and you guys have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
Received, message received.
Shay Gillum, followed by Todd Gillum, followed by Pat Cashell.
Good morning. My name is Shay Gillum, and I want to express my opposition to the proposed changes to the business license code. It will have a substantial negative impact on my ability to run my small business. I would like to see the entire proposal start over to clean up the antiquated language, which was the original proposal. That's all. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks for
thank
your
you,
time.
Shay, very much.
Todd Gillum, followed by Pat Cashell, followed by Yale Sna.
Hi, my name's Todd Gillum. I'm also in opposition to the changes to the business license. Everything's first questions we have is why. With the train tracks and the homeless, that's a problem that you can see. We're looking for a solution. What's the problem? We've never had a problem with our business, and now you're going to increase our costs, our administration, and the background requirement is going to force us to lose half of staff. Why? What's the problem? And so that, again, we're in opposition of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Todd.
Hello, nice to see you. I do want to add something. I guess, I think it was Mr. Holman, you. I think you did a very good job outlining what was proposed to this council. When I started to go through it, I was shocked and very unhappy. Not only that, I've also asked to have a special meeting on special events as well and for small businesses. I need all of you here at the table, super important. I want to tell you that, I don't know what has transpired between staff and the council, but there's a big disconnect. And it's something that it's very, very hard to understand where we're at because we want to be small business friendly. You guys know I'm a small business owner, and it's absolutely not something that this city embraces in any capacity. So I would like to have you guys give recommendations. I would say the whole thing should be thrown out at this point. So I just want you to know, I guess the reason for telling you this is that I'm going to have a special meeting on special events. I think that's gone incredibly sideways. We are supposed to be the special events capital of the world. So let's make it that way, but also let's be the best small city for business as well. So thanks, you guys. I just wanted to let you know, it's one of those things I think where staff wants to come and propose something and they think it might be something that the council amenable to, but we have, Councilwoman said, we've listened, we've heard you loud and clear, and so sorry. We'll get there, but I need your voices too. We need you guys to help make it better, because I think there's a lot of things we can do to make it better. But anyway, I did want to drop that because we will have a special meeting. When we do, I need you guys to show up. And if you are also to special events, I need you to show up. It's really important that we hear your feedback, because if we don't, then things can take place that aren't going to be very business friendly. So Anyway. Okay. This has kept me up all night. Well, not all night. For the last 2 weeks, it's been keeping me up. So anyway, I'm very frustrated. But anyway, okay. All right, we get back. Sorry, Pat, great to see you.
Nice to see
Yale,
you.
great to see you.
Pat Cashel, CEO of Sky Tavern. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Interim City Manager, and City Council. I'm here to just tell you I'm in favor of item B, which is the expansion of the sewer system at Sky Tavern.
Yay.
It's vital to the growth of Sky Tavern, not to just the clients alone, but the environment as well. Sky Tavern, I can tell you, and we'll be on the agenda in September to view the annual report, and so I'll go into more detail then. But Sky Tavern is starting to boom. This summer has been short of just amazing, the number of mountain bikers at the mountain bike park we're seeing on the hill. So, and our winter sign-ups are exploding right now. So
I love that.
great things going on at Sky Tavern, but the sewer system has definitely become an issue. And if we truly want to expand the operations at Sky Tavern, we need to address the issue of the sewer. It's a dire need. And you guys do approve that. I'm not able to be here for the agenda item, but I just want to say thank you. I've also been working with the county. They're asking for an $87,000 hookup fee, which I'm pretty sure, that you all are in expanding the infrastructure of the sewer system, that they will most likely, hopefully, I don't want to speak for them, but I'm hoping they will waive those fees to help this along, because I know that Sky Tavern, although we're growing, can afford $87,000. So, but I wanted to Yale. He's just going to take his time right now and speak to a little bit more about the impact of the sewer system on Sky Tavern.
Thank you, Pat. Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for hearing us. I just want to talk about our obligations with the lease. We have been adhering to that and exceeding the expectation of that lease. We are producing an annual report every year. We do have a reserve account. We are maintaining the proper big cleanup right now. The whole parking lot is being cleaned up, and we are on a mission to increase the sense of arrival and make it so much more beautiful as they come in. I want to talk about the septic systems that's 70 years old. Every year we maintain it, we dig it up, we fix it, we fix it, we fix it. And with the extension and the expansion required within our lease to get more utilization of Reно's large park, we're doing it. People are there. But we need to be connected to the sewer so that we don't have a problem that no one wants to see. And I'm telling you, we are working every day to make sure that that system that's in existence right now is maintained, clean, organized, and when the minute it goes down, we fix it right away. But it's a patchwork quilt, and it's a forever project for Tavern is dig up the ground and repair the septic system. So I implore you and request that you support this measure, because it's going to give Sky Tavern the ability to sustain itself with more business. And when we get more business and we're serving our community like we're supposed to, we win.
More kids.
More kids.
More kids.
Kids on the mountain.
Kids.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yale. And Pat, good to see you guys.
Can I say something real quick? I just wanted to say that I've also reached out to the county to ask if they can help with the fees, because this is such a great community resource. So thank you guys for coming out today, and hopefully they can help out with some of those fees. But I also just wanted to say that it's great to do things like for our kids. I hope that we can work things like for the golf course up in North Valleys, because there's a huge value to providing outdoor activities and sport for our kids all throughout the community. So thanks for coming out today.
Dennis McDonald, followed by Tracy Wilson via Zoom, followed by Paul Coulter via Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. Well, I'm here for the same thing with the business proposal, business license proposal, code proposal. My name's Dennis McDonald, for the record. I'm here on the 4th Street corridor right now, cellar stage. This is my first time standing before this actual council. It was a veteran of this place a long way back. I'm here today to request the council to rescind upon the upcoming proposal of the business license code. And actually to close on Title 4 and 5. My request comes on the premise of the old quote, or the old saying of, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I fully understand that preventative maintenance is essential to a well-oiled machine. That being said, this is not the kind of preventative maintenance I think that would do anything better to better the situation in moving forward. I truly believe that the proposal as it is written, or the proposal, the code that is written, the way it is written, would be the exact opposite of a preventative maintenance, and it would result in a dramatic assault on the local small businesses, its employees, and hinder future economic growth for our city. And I hope you got to heart. I mean, it's something that we all feel really strongly about, and like as you said, you agree with a lot of the stuff that might not be proper in there. So I just wanted to state that.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for being here.
Tracy Wilson via Zoom, followed by Paul Coulter via Zoom, followed by Damian Cole.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Interim City Manager, and council members.
Okay.
My name is Tracy Wilson, and I'm the Nevada State Director for American Wild Horse Conservation, volunteer liaison for Wild Horse Connection, and an assistant supervisor for the technical large animal rescue team.
Can we,
I'm sure you've
Tracy,
all
can
seen the
you
events.
just stop for a moment? Can
Madam-
we get the,
Madam Vice Mayor, it's up as high as it can go, so I'm not sure if it's on the other end.
can you speak as close as you can to the mic? Tracy, we're having a little tough time hearing you.
Yes. Is this better?
A little,
A little
but
bit.
just do what
I
you
am
can.
like close
Now
enough
you're great.
Okay. I'm sure you've all seen the events with the South Reno horses that has unfolded over the last week. I want to start by thanking this council for creating the emergency access, as well as the larger access that's about to be created. A handful of horses that were standing at the fence, suffering from dehydration, were humanely relocated to this amazing water source. Wild horses are incredibly smart. They're creatures of habit. Some of them have been going to the previous source their whole lives. They go down, they drink, they go up to the hills throughout the day. Only they found themselves standing at a fence instead of going to water. And some found themselves standing at the fence trying to leave. Some years ago, when Bella Vista was owned by a different company, I stood before the council and said horses would stand at the fence and die of thirst. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, I wasn't wrong. I'm sure you know that there's been a lot of community upset and heartbroken, but I think that we basically, while the horses didn't come through completely unscathed, we believe that a much larger tragedy was prevented, thanks in part to the city of Reno and the hard work that has been put in. I thank the city for the codes now in place for developers, and I'll be meeting with staff to revisit those and see where they may be better or where it can be adjusted to help prevent future emergencies. Again, the support we've received from Vice Mayor Dewar and other city staff to help us be successful in saving lives has been incredible, and I speak for many when I say thank you.
Paul Coulter via Zoom, followed by Damian Cole, followed by Jurgen Hone.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Kotler. I own 4th Street Bar and 4th Street Brewery. And 4th Street Brewery is actually a coffee tea brewery. And that is a safe space for people that are in recovery. And what I'm here for is I concur with Patrick Coleman in reference to throwing out the business code proposal as written. I also concur with Josh in reference to amendment to Title 8, Item E1. I agree with that, and that should be in place in reference to what's going on the railroad tracks that needs to be cleaned up. I'm not going to reiterate anything else. They said it all, and I am on the same page. Thank you so much.
Damian Cole, followed by Jurgen Hone, followed by Ryan Watt via Zoom.
Council and Mayor, the city was built around the railroad. In fact, the original property that eventually formed the city was bought by Central Pacific, and most of the property that surrounds the railroad was railroad property until retrack, and either parcelized or as a public right-of-way has been something that the road has fought against, so it's not a new issue. However, this ordinance is, and I just want to point out some facts that I'm concerned that there might in future be illegitimate uses of this ordinance that I read. I don't think I need to remind anyone, but plenty plenty of times in history have ordinated which at the time seemed like they were good ideas and then were used for illegitimate purposes. Reno Arch is 90 feet away from the railroad tracks. That's how much of this city has been built around the railroad. I remember in July that that was given to staff was to create a law that included the word encroachment. I read the ordinance and I didn't see that word anywhere. In fact, I also remember that the original idea for the ordinance was to prohibit encroachment to city-owned property, and I didn't see that word in the ordinance anywhere either. So I understand that there's a legitimate reason why people should not encroach on the railroad tracks, because it causes a danger to the public, immediate danger, and to the railroad property itself. But people don't realize that many public places, including public streets, are owned privately by either properties such as 3rd Street in front of El Dorado and other what people think are public right-of-ways. And I feel that in the future, illegitimate reasons for citation could be issued should any law enforcement officer decide to do so. I only have 10 seconds left. I'll leave it for there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get my thoughts out, but I just want to caution that it looks like the wordage, the verbiage, that you get my point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole. Appreciate you being here today. Is there anyone else, Madam
Jurgen
Clerk?
Hone, followed by Ryan Watt via Zoom.
Hi, my name is Jurgen Hohen. Mayor, council, thanks for listening. It's a hard job you guys have. It's a hard job. Anyways, I'm here to speak in terms of E1 and D4. So I grew up in Germany, and then we moved to San Diego. And in San Diego, there's one railroad track. And what happened over time, especially in Oakside, was the unhoused moved into the railroad track because there was the easement, right? So I bring perspective of safety. Why should we pass E1? For safety for the unhoused. Because I took a paramedic, and he was incredibly casual. Oh yeah, the unhoused get hit all the time. All the time. And I really don't want that here. And I'm probably in Reno, happy to be here. So from that, I say, look at safety perspective. I urge you to pass E1 and also D4 to help redevelop. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you so much.
Ryan Watt via Zoom, followed by Robin Palmer via Zoom.
Good afternoon, council members. Hope you all can hear me okay. I'm Ryan Watt with Ulysses Development Group, here to speak on agenda item D4. Ulysses Development Group is the second-ranked applicant on the request for proposals for develop the property at 315 to 335 Record Street. Prior to City Council rendering a final developer selection for this property, just wanted to make a few points clear to council members regarding the proposal that was submitted by Ulysses Development Group. First of all, just wanted to highlight that our proposal calls for the development of 136 units, which is the most of any proposal submitted under this RFP. Our proposal calls for all of the units to be restricted at 60% of AMI, much lower income set aside than some of the other competing proposals, which primarily were at 80%. And lastly, our proposal commits to the longest affordability period of any proposal with a minimum term of 30 years. Based on market research we've done, and specifically an annual housing progress report published by the Nevada Housing Division, City of Reno has a deficit currently of about 45,000 units of affordable housing, with affordable housing defined as units restricted at or below 60% of MI. And so based on this information, the market research we've done, a project with units restricted at 80% MI is not addressing the most critical housing needs in the community. And so we believe the proposal can do that. And if selected, we look forward to being able to partner with the city to deliver a new affordable housing community. We appreciate the opportunity and consideration from City Council. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you so much.
Robin Palmer via Zoom. Robin, if you can unmute. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes.
We do not have any response from Ms. Palmer. This time we received 15 comments which were general in nature and not associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, August 13th. These comments were voicemail and/or written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno Council, are available to the public on Reno.gov/meetings. 1 letter in favor, 5 letters in opposition, and 9 letters of concern. Additionally, we did have 1 more live public commenter not wishing to speak in opposition of a Title IV amendment.
All right, thank you, Madam Public Comment myself, just from my seat. I just wanted to say it's been a very challenging week on many fronts, but just following up on something that happened at our last council meeting where we adopted a resolution sent to the Public Utilities Commission to let them know we're very concerned about their proposed rates, and somehow our action, I think, got misinterpreted by many, and perhaps the wording wasn't strong enough, our resolution, but the intent was certainly there to speak on behalf of residents. And to that end, I've sent my own letter. I wanted to let the council know on behalf of myself and my Ward 2 residents strongly opposing the rate increase on several main points. Had to do with conservation, solar use, our low-income residents, and poor public policy. It's contravening to the things we've done at City Council to support our most vulnerable here in the city, from housing to other programs, so sewer rates and so on. So that message has been sent. There's another opportunity for people to comment. In about 2 weeks, there'll be another series of public workshops that the PUC will be holding, and a time to make sure if you're interested in this issue that you do attend. There'll be information posted, and I'll put it on my Facebook, but more importantly, probably on the PUC website. The second thing I just wanted to comment this week made it very challenging, and it is related to Wilson's comment earlier. This has been one of those heartbreaking episodes of my career as a city councilwoman, so over 10 years, which is the confusion over our wild horses, the removal of the wild horses. 24 of them have been removed from the range and down to the state prison where they'll be made ready for auction. Something like this has not happened in 10 years. It is the first. What? I'm just my public comment. And yeah, and then the other thing is that. But we're very grateful that other landowners in the region have stepped up and are working with the wild horse folks, and things are starting to slow down. And the point that Ms. Wilson made about the city's water space is very, very true. It's being utilized as we speak. So it's a real win for the city and a real win for the animals. And I'm going to just finish my public comment by saying a quote I think we can all relate to, which is, "The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated." And I don't care whether that's cats, dogs, horses, any other kind of animals. It's very important for us to understand what's going on with that, to be kind and use human kindness and understanding. So that ends my public comment. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and that ends all public comment. So I'm handing it over to you to continue the meeting.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, give me a motion to approve the agenda. Hold on a second.
City Manager Bryant
I have
has-
a new agenda here, so I'm going to try to figure it out. Go ahead. City Manager. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a few
Bryant.
changes to the agenda today. We'll be opening the RD meeting immediately following the consent items. Item C1, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD amendment has been postponed as requested by the applicant. Item D4, disposition of Record Street, will be taken immediately following DA. Item E1, railroad ordinance, will be taken immediately following D4, and we will have a labor briefing during lunch.
Okay. All right. I hope everyone
I have
noted those. Go ahead.
Just in the interest of conversations with the county and the fees associated with Sky Tavern and their sewer connection fee, would it be possible to push back our vote on that to see what contribution the county make towards connecting them to septic?
Here's just what I would say. I don't know if, because I just looked over and it looks like Pat and Yale have left the room. So I don't know if they have like a specific timeline. I would say we could move forward with it and still have that conversation, because I would imagine that they would be open to a collaboration or regardless, because at least that way they can move on with it. If that's the council wants to do, I don't know, I haven't voted yet, but I'm just saying if we want to move forward, then we can still have a conversation if you wanted to do that. I just don't know. Maybe Ms. Koski, I would assume there's a timetable on it, so.
Yeah, because I know the commission is going to agendize it and vote on it, but I don't know timing of things.
I just say sometimes these have to be done on the timeline to get the project in front of it, so.
Yes, for the record, Carrie Koski, Director of Public Works. Yes, the timeline is very short, so we would need to get started as quickly as possible to get done before winter. But I agree. I think we could work with them in collaboration for reimbursements and that sort of thing. That would be a great idea.
And we've done it in the past too,
Yes.
so I think they'll be open to it.
Okay, so would it have to come back to council, or would it just been
The
like?
reimbursement will come back to council, but we go forward with the bid award.
Yeah,
Great, all right, thank you.
Okay, as to the agenda as presented by the manager and with the floating privilege of the mayor to move items, I'll move to approve the agenda.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Where are we going?
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to our consent agenda items to be pulled and disclosures.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask council members if they have any items they want to pull off of consent. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Ebert. Take it away.
Yeah, I have items. Oh, it's right here. B4 and B13, please.
All right. For B13, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, B14 and B15.
All right, Councilwoman Reese. No, ma'am. Councilwoman Taylor.
No, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Martinez. Councilman Breckus. All right, I'd like a motion to approve all the other items on consent agenda.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Now we're going to open RDA.
Okay, I'm all over.
I know.
Okay, Madam Mayor, with that, we are going to open our redevelopment agency board. So we're calling to order the redevelopment agency board for Wednesday, August 14th, 2024. Our first item today is roll call. Councilmember Breckus. Here. Dewar.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Reese. Here. Sheevy. Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency board. We're moving on to item A3, opening public comment for RDA, and I do not have any registered at this time. We do not have any hands raised in Zoom, so we're going to close item A3, public comment for the redevelopment agency board. We're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda for the RDA, August 14th, 2024.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion.
Okay, we're moving on to our item B1 on RDA. I do have a public commenter on this item, Art Rangel.
Thank you, Madam Chair and member of the board. Yeah, I wanted to speak, Rangel, for the record. As a former redevelopment staff member and consultant, I can say most of the programs outlined in the report are good redevelopment practices. If I have time to elaborate on why I'm saying that. The challenge I see is that redevelopment is a very specialized discipline. It's a great tool to improve the economic vitality of a city. but it's not widely used in Nevada. As an example, when I did research some years ago, I only found 15 development projects in the whole state of Nevada. When I was practicing redevelopment as a staff member and consultant, we had hundreds of redevelopment projects through the whole state. As a result, there are a lot of people with expertise in redevelopment law and practice in California. That's not the case in Nevada. That's why most Nevada citizens understand redevelopment, and perfectly understandable. The fundamental reservation I have is that the existing redevelopment project plans are outdated. The downtown project plan was last updated in 1990. Redevelopment Project 2 was adopted in 2005. A lot has changed during those 24 and 19 years, notwithstanding how COVID just completely affected how we do business throughout the world. Nevada law requires that a redevelopment plan must be consistent with the city's master plan. That master plan was adopted by the council. Updating the redevelopment plans would assure consistency with the policies within the master plan as required by law. Updating the development plans would also help educate the public about the benefits of redevelopment. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Again, just record member wishing to attend the meeting, do so by registering through the following link, https://Reno.gov/LINKS.RENO/COUNCIL-14. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no additional public comment on item B1.
All right, thank you so much. I believe where are we at? Staff presentation? A whole new agenda here, so I'm trying to figure it all out. So, hi, Mr. McCardle, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, Assistant City Manager Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager.
Bringing up something we have?
Yes, this presentation.
Was that uploaded?
It was.
So, what we need to do is.
Thank you for your patience.
Great. All right, are we good to go?
Wait, can we just say something? When I'm on the PrimeGov meeting viewer, it says today, Reno City Council final.
There's two meetings. We have a RDA and a regular, so we'll have someone come pull up RDA.
Yeah, because I can't bring up the
Well,
materials.
I'll have someone come pull it up.
Please. Right here today. Okay. Up to our internal system, you're probably using that exterior.
Is
interface.
loaded. If you'll give us a second, we'll get pulled up.
It's not under today.
I don't know what the presentation, okay, I think I just saw.
I log in. I have an external one here.
Okay, great. I think we're in business. All right. So Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager for the record. We're here to present to the Redevelopment Agency Board, two documents that allow us to get the redevelopment agency re-energized and active again. The two documents that I'm going to summarize, and it is going to be a lot of information because we're trying to do is summarize 4 years of development history, give you a snapshot of where the redevelopment agency is currently today, its capabilities, its goals and objectives, and then also outline a process on how we are going to proceed as we engage the public and private communities, private investors, et cetera. That'll give us some direction and guidance on how we proceed. How this aligns with the strategic plan. Obviously, we're dealing with taxes, tax increment, and development products, and so over time, that bucket is a huge resource and asset to the city at large, and so it does sustainability plan as well. At the end of the day, we're really talking about is economic development in our downtown. It's something many people have discussed that is an importance to the city, and so this is a great tool that we're going to utilize to invest in our area. Before we get going, just to summarize, you have the redevelopment agency with an entity, and then you have 2 redevelopment areas. The redevelopment agency actually has its own goals, and each redevelopment area, 1 and 2, also has goals listed under those plans. But the agency in general has 7 broad plans in that 1990 redevelopment plan. And so these are the activities of the agency. It is to drive business attraction and the visual appeal of structures throughout the area. Is to create quality housing and the growth of residents, and not only growing residents, but also the diversity of residents as well. Transportation of people throughout the area, whether they're walking, wheeling, biking, driving, is of importance, so it focuses on the flow of people throughout the area. Invest in public spaces, landscaping, public realm, art can all be facilitated through the agency. The real goal at the end of the day is to remove blight and to bring underutilized areas back up to a usable state, get them back on the tax roll. Broad goal is to enhance the overall quality of life, and the last is to preserve and emphasize heritage of historic assets through the area. But before we get to that, that is the what. We're going to get to the how. How does redevelopment get facilitated in an area? It's through taxing. And right now, for every dollar created property tax before the redevelopment area gets split to the city of Reno and through multiple agencies. And so as of right now, normal property tax, 26% per dollar goes towards the city of Reno general fund. And the remaining gets split up between Washington County District, county in general, and the state of Nevada. When you create a redevelopment area, it creates a tax increment district where what you do is you go out to all the existing agencies and you freeze the tax base. And you say from now on until the onset of the area, you will continue to get the property tax being generated in this area. But for every new dollar created after the creation of the area, it goes into a special bucket, and those funds be invested in that specific area for the goal of increasing more property tax, increasing more investment, more development. And at the end of the sunset of that redevelopment area, all those future property tax created gets distributed back to those agencies, back to the city of Reno as they were before the area was created. So this is the 40 history of redevelopment. It was started in 1968 when the city of Reno created the Downtown Development Commission. This is a nonprofit created during the urban renewal phase in the late 60s, and that nonprofit was called Innovation Inc., and they actually produced a report. But in the 80s, we're going out of urban renewal and starting to go into what is redevelopment, which is a bit more equitable. It's anti-displacement. It provided the social benefit of an area. And so Nevada passed legislation that allowed certain areas in the state of Nevada to create redevelopment areas. And so in 1983, the city approved RDA 1, the Downtown Redevelopment Plan number 1. It didn't really create an agency. It just listed 5 projects that I will summarize that they wanted those funds to go towards, 5 specific improvement projects. But later in 1990, it realized that we really do need an agency. And so the plan was amended in 1990 to give the agency goals, rules, bylaws. And so when we talk about a redevelopment plan, the plan is a bit of a misnomer. The 1990 redevelopment plan is really the document that created the redevelopment area, and it's sort of bylaws or a charter on how the agents can operate. It does not dictate what should be done in a certain area. It does not dictate zoning or land uses. It's just really the rules and guidelines of the redevelopment agency. In the 90s, we did a lot of reports, study commissions, streetscape designs, and in 2005, Redevelopment Area 2 was also approved, that plan. And in 2007, the retract corridor study was completed. Very good plan. But after that, we went into the Great Recession, and that really wasn't implemented. But taking back to 1969, under renovation, the opening statement for that document is, in Reno, as in every city, downtown either must change to meet today's needs or abdicate its role in the heart of the city, become a lifeless slum. What was happening in the 60s is mainly due to Park Lane Mall. Park Lane Mall was built, and a lot of businesses were leaving downtown as they were in other downtown of a regional mall or a shopping center, and lost the Woolworths, moved from downtown to the Plain Mall. A lot of jewelers, a lot of the banks, they were all vacating. And so there was some clamoring on, we need to bring downtown back to life. And some of the things proposed were these metal globe lights along the streetscape, reinvesting along our river. That sure is actually Mason's building and where the Palladio is today in the middle. And it proposed a pedestrian bridge from Wingfield Park over to West Street Plaza back in 1969. Fast forward to 1983, this was the creation of RDA 1, and it had a City of Light theme. And it said to concentrate public improvements on the balanced development of the two main axes of downtown Reno, which is Virginia Street and the Truckee River. And I mentioned that this plan didn't talk to an agency, it identified 5 projects. And so the first project was a pedestrian mall down Virginia Street. The plan was to take Virginia Street into a 1-lane road, do double trees on one side, allow more, there were a lot of pedestrians back then, so they needed shade. So put trees, and to do lighting structures over some of the intersection. I imagine they were like a plexiglass neon sort of lit up. And the Mapes was still there at the time, and so that pedestrian mall continued all the way to the river. The second project that was proposed, the retail garden on the corner of Sierra and the river. You'll recognize the site is the site of the movie theater. But back in 1983, it was a potential redevelopment site, and it was proposed that we put sort of a retail mall on that site. So that was one of the projects. But there was a Reno River Room, which was to extend onto the Reno Post Office this very glass gazebo type structure, and to turn the whole entire bridge area and the parking lot of the post office into this restaurant multi-use space. That didn't occur. The last project that I wanted to mention is what everyone thought City of Reno needed in 1983, and that was, survey says, lasers. So one of the proposals was to put structured towers at the intersection of I-80 and on Wingfield Park to do lasers that would sort of, shine light and then radiate throughout the city. The 80s were great. That wasn't completed, obviously. There was this project that was amended in 96, I believe, and that was to purchase the land for the Auto Museum. So at the time, the Harrah's car collection was sold to Holly Inn. They wanted to sell cars. The RCVA redevelopment agency did a deal where they would build a structure and the redevelopment area would buy the land. And so redevelopment agency purchased the land. I believe RCVA gave some money to build the structure, and we were able to keep the Auto Museum here locally. But in 1990, it was realized that we really need a redevelopment agency, not to do just projects, but actually to do a lot of things throughout the area. And it created these goals specifically for RDA 1. And that is to create diverse experiences not only for visitors and residents throughout the area, focus on circulation patterns, traffic patterns, etc. Focus on more commercial and recreation uses, focus on the attractiveness of the area, drive more housing in the area, do some public improvements, drive private development, remove blight, focus on preservation, and the last one is to kind of drive and coordinate development and give sort of some design standards for the area. So those are the goals listed under RDA 1. And throughout the 90s, there were a lot of plans done. This one's called the Blueprint. There was a river corridor plan. There was an entertainment core plan. There was also a streetscapes master plan, which is how we got a Sternberg, Nick Kane light, stamped concrete, and I apologize for the maroon paint throughout the area. And in 2007, there was another study called the Retract Corridor Study. This is actually a great study. A lot hasn't changed since 2007. A lot of the empty lots are the same. The corridors are the same. There's a lot in this plan that could be utilized today. It even goes down to which trees we should be planting in downtown and how far to space them. It's very detailed, very good plan. But of course, the recession hit and we were not able to implement that. But the redevelopment agency has done a lot of projects throughout the area. The River Promenade, as you see on the upper left, was a redevelopment agency project, as well as the parking gallery associated with the theater. The Palladio and the movie theater were projects. ballpark was possibly the best project undertaken by the agency. The bowling stadium and West Street Plaza were all past RDA projects before it really became to the point where they couldn't support financially new projects. As I've mentioned in the past, downtown Reno hasn't seen a lot of development, but there has been some development occurring. The King's Inn was converted to, what is it, West Street Flats? No, Third Street Flats, sorry. Third Street Flats. We had the student housing project in Flats come in and the mod Riverwalk. And in RDA 2, we had Reno Experience District. Midtown actually got an apartment complex called R1 Apartments, and the Reno Public Market came in. And why this is important is that these projects were built and the property tax created by these fill the redevelopment bucket so that we can make investments throughout the area. So in this plan that is in front of you, the status report, which is really just to capture a moment in time, it says through the life of the redevelopment agency, we see roughly $413 million be reinvested inside RDA 1 and RDA 2 over the life of both districts. There are two milestones you have to remember. So 2035 is when RDA 2 ends. It is predicted in 2035, RDA 1 should be sending out roughly $18 million a year in increment. And RDA 2 at its sunset should be producing roughly $21 million a year. That means every year we get to invest that money inside RDA 1 and RDA 2. By the end of 2033, RDA 2 and it will have been expired by then, but RDA 1, downtown proper, is spinning out about $20 million a year. Just something to consider. The current financial state is in this status of RDA 1 and RDA 2. As I mentioned, RDA 1 was created in 1983 and sunset in 2043. So there's 19 years remaining to do any capital improvements and drive development. There are 3 bonds outstanding that were taken in 2007, just before the Great Recession. There's a $1.2 million loan that was done from RDA 2. And after the sunset of RDA 2, the RDA 1 area has the obligation to continue paying that $1 million annual agreement to the base. That was the deal. These aren't listed as debt, $1 million, because it is just an obligation for the agency. And I will mention that it is, RDA 1 is not out of debt just yet. And there are some funds coming in for 25. It's planned, Guy Van Buren meant that we would pay off that loan first and then start paying off the debt as fast as we can so we can get some money to start doing. RDA 2 is doing pretty good. RDA 2 is spinning out roughly about $6 million a year and has been for a year now. But there are 11 years remaining. And so if a project were approved today, it takes 2 years to construct, take another year to start assessing the property. We only have roughly 6 to 7 years to actually spend the money created by those projects. The time is of the essence. We really want to utilize this to drive development. And as I mentioned, RDA 2 ends in 2035. And so that is just the status report. That is based on current information, past plans, what we know today. I've been here 2 years, and it was even challenging for me to go and find and identify the history. And so we needed a document that could educate not only the public, but everyone else, including myself, on the status and the capabilities of the redevelopment agency. But I want to switch gears, was the what, I want to switch gears to the how. The how is the participation program. And redevelopment is to drive investment in our downtown. And so the agency will seek to partner with existing property owners who currently own property downtown, prospective developers, and investors that make Reno, that will do meaningful private investments in Reno's revitalization. And so in NRS 279556, it requires that the agency do this by entering into participation agreements. And it also says in NRS that the agency shall have developed and created guidelines and rules for the format and application of those participation agreements. And we didn't have those. We have no process for a private entity to approach and engage the redevelopment agency. And so we took an effort to create guidelines and processes so that people can come and approach the agency. And that is what this document does. The first part is it outlines the eligibility for redevelopment projects. The first one is it must bring in a benefit to the area that it's in, whether it's an RDA 1 or RDA 2. The two biggest ones you have to understand is the but-for test. The but-for test is really important. It says that, but not for, the redevelopment agency supports project financially, this project will never occur. If this project never occurs, you'd never create the future property tax, and so if you're okay with the status quo, fine, but this project will not happen if not for the redevelopment agency supporting this. And so projects have to pass the but-for test, that these projects will not work without agency participation. And the second one is that all projects must be prevailing wage. If they take more than $100,000, the entire project must be prevailing wage. They must provide an employment plan, not only for the construction, but in future uses. And contracts must be done through public bidding, because then they'll be receiving public dollars. The eligibility criteria is fairly straightforward. Property must be inside of those areas. It must be properly zoned or request to be rezoned. They must have all their fees current and paid for. Contractors must be properly licensed. Criteria 5, it says the property must be vacant or underutilized or blighted or stalled to justify the use of redevelopment funds. And if a project is stalled, they are able to come and request support from the redevelopment agency. And they have to have no felony convictions or bankruptcy judgments. Those are the general guidelines. If they satisfy those, they can come and approach the redevelopment agency for support. There are 5 programs being highlighted. We went out and talked to, I think, 7 redevelopment agencies across the country. We really went and met them and toured cities, looked at roughly 80 redevelopment agencies throughout the nation, and captured some of the best practices, and these are summarized here. And one of those is to formalize the building facade and tenant improvement program. We're already doing this with Restore ARPA fund that was given to us by council. That program is seeing some impact, and so we want to make sure that continues. So the program will roughly stay the same. The one change is that if someone wants to do a larger project, let's say they want to redo their entire sidewalk and redo landscaping in the public way, we'd be able to match them for up to $200,000. A little bit different than just focusing on their business facade. And if it's a historic property, they would get a $25,000 historic bonus on their match. The second one is a catalyst project assistance. And this is for very large projects. Think ranchera, think a medical campus or something like that. If it's that large, they can approach the development agency and really, through negotiations, try to find a solution that will fit. But these projects could be cumbersome, they could be multi-phased, multi-year, and so those will look a little bit different. Is your standard tax increment financing assistance, which means a developer would come and say, we're doing a $50 million project, we have a $3 million gap, can we get support from the city or the agency to make this happen? And through some due diligence and looking at their proposal, it could be done where the redevelopment agency does support them. The last 2 is a capital improvement plan, specifically for RDA 1 and RDA 2. The goal is to not take on a lot of debt. If there's $10 million in that bucket, we could do $10 million in capital improvement projects every year. The question is which ones. So annually, bring before the agency board to review and prioritize those capital improvement projects based on the funding available. And then the last one is property disposition. So the agency does have the ability to acquire, assemble, sell off, lease, dispose of land, and so it does some guidelines on how the agency does that. There's also a lot of NRS guidelines that we have to follow as well. So we're developing a process for participants to come and apply. And so the application now will have a scoring process of 200 points, and it'll be split in half. So the first points, is it a viable project? And so the question is, does this developer have some performance? Do they have the financial capacity to do projects? Is this impactful to the community? So they'll have to admit that and it'll be reviewed on a 100-point scale. The second point is it really achieving the goals of the agency, and is it providing a benefit to the area? And so that is, does it improve quality of life? Does it provide some social benefits? Does it provide ground floor retail, which is something we need throughout downtown? And the last one is sort of the bigger the project, the bigger the impact financially. And so there is a scale of points based on if projects are larger than $2 million. And so the process applicants will follow. We encourage applicants to have a pre-application meeting with agency staff. And we are encouraging them through the process to actually go out and do 1 or more public engagement sessions before they even make an application to the city or to the AG. My apologies. If they satisfy all their criteria and they meet the scoring threshold, we'll bring that application before this board, before the redevelopment agency board. And all we'd be looking for is the agency board to say, please proceed in negotiations and come up with a negotiated deal. That would allow us to do any project, get additional public input, and then bring back a final agreement for this board to approve. And once those are approved, any agreements there will have to be ratified with a memorandum. Meaning if they agreed to build something 5 years, or they agreed to do some sort of off-site improvements, that would be ratified and captured. And so I know that was a lot to take in, But I do want to let you know that this city council in this capacity is the development agency board. So you have the full capacity to dictate how these funds are spent, get involved, and really, it's no different than regular city council meetings. You're just wearing a slightly different hat. Matt?
Okay.
I know it's a lot to take in.
Well, it is, and we're going to have questions,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to start out by saying, that was an incredible presentation, Brian, and I know you put a lot of time into this, so how long have you been sort of pulling all of this paperwork together?
On about 9 months.
9 months.
Engaged in consultant.
Yeah.
I kept, every month I found a new old report that I had to
Okay.
read. So, and going out and seeking input from other redevelopment
Yeah.
agencies.
Well, I think that's super useful because, success follows success. If you've got a model, and it sounds like you do. It sounds like we have some good models to look at, and I hope you'll bring some of that information to us as we get into this whole process. I'm going to have a few questions, but I just wanted to ask, probably my biggest question, I had a chance to read the whole report and other documents, and what I want to ask you was, the one thing that I thought could have used a tiny bit more focus, and I would love to see it, is the good work that the agency did before. You showcase the projects, but I would love to see a table that lists the projects and how much actually invested. So we have, they always say, the past is key to the future. What have we done before? How did it work? And the only thing I want to just say is that some of the projects over the last 10 years that you highlighted in the report, such as the bowling stadium, the ball field, et cetera, they've been phenomenal projects, but they've also brought some challenges to the council in terms of having to talk about bond repayments, ball field having to put $1 million at certain periods of time, so on. And so I would love to know how they worked, how they went, actual understanding of what we did, what's here today, how much did it cost, was it redevelopment money, how much they put in, and many of them, which is the bowling stadium or the ball field, and then you had the auto museum and so on. It would be great to understand the public-private partnership. But anyway, Mayor's back, I'm going to hand it over to her, and I have a number of questions and comments, I hope you'll dive into this. So thank you, really well.
Thank you.
Okay,
All
back to you,
right,
Madam
I'll
Mayor.
bring it back to the body. Councilwoman Ebert, you have any questions for Mr. McCardle?
Yeah, I did. In the proposal packet, there was a piece in there about eminent domain. Can you explain how that works in the redevelopment?
Yeah, through Nevada revised statutes, redevelopment agencies in the state of Nevada have the power to do eminent domain. And there's a lot of language around location of resident facilities users. There's a lot of language in there. We didn't really summarize it in the report, mainly because it's in NRS.
Okay, so if we were to do that, does that mean that the city would purchase a property or something? How would that work?
Yeah, this example I give to you is, let's say a property is extremely blighted or creating a nuisance. Let's say a private developer or other private entities have tried to purchase or negotiate or
Like say the house building, something?
Sure. And then the development agency goes in and also tries to make an attempt to purchase, to redevelop. And after all attempts have been exhausted to remove the blight, and if it's shown that that blight will continue on that site until something is not done, that opens up ability to use that eminent domain legislation.
Okay, and is that like a market value thing, or there's
imagine it
different
would be.
rules about that? Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep my comments in this round a bit more general, and then I have some questions. First, the presentation and the work you put into it is phenomenal. Perhaps one of the better presentations and undertakings that I've seen in the time that I've been on this body. So kudos to you and your team for putting it together. I felt like we were on some archaeological expedition, history lesson. I mean, it's fantastic, truly, but it does help us to explain a couple of things that I have thoughts about. The first is, broadly speaking, the ODA is a catalyst to help us to energize a particular area of town, right? An area of town that we have, since the 1960s, struggled to really get moving in the right direction. Sometimes when I'm interacting with community members, they say, downtown used to be this, it used to have that. And look, we are not going backwards. We are not going to revive the heyday of casinos being everywhere, Woolworths being downtown, JCPenney's, where, I bought my first clip-on tie. They're the kind of things that we're not going backwards, but we can look forward. I think we're fighting the very same fight for about 40 plus years, and for me, it's time that we get going and do it, because you've identified report after report after report studies. I think you may have missed a couple. I'll flag for you the Urban Land Institute study, the Downtown Action Plan studies, ones I have looked at is more out of historic curiosity than for what they really portend for today. But, at the end of the day, and I'll use a phrase that Madam Mayor uses, which is Reno is definitely open for business. Everyone comes through that front door. This provides the transparency that we need for those folks to be able to have a process for people to know what it is. I think for my part, I'm even thinking about things that are later on our agenda today and how they might be positively impacted by the type of RDA-related programming that would come from this. And so we might have to have that conversation in the second round, because I think the CAC site speaks a lot to some of what you're talking about, and I wonder whether some of those proposals might have been differently or could be formulated in a way to take advantage of some of these things. I like that you mentioned that you have studied dozens of RDAs, you've researched them, you've visited them. I think best practices are always what we're looking for as a body, and that's what I think you've provided a guidepost or kind of a road for us to do. I don't think you've asked us to jump off the deep end today and start approving projects or doing anything particular, but it's more of that historic look back, the guide, how we forward. I think there's going to be multiple chances for people to really weigh in on what their expectation is. We, of course, want the public's input in all things, but there are things like each project going through its own normal review process, having a neighborhood advisory board, with meetings, the plan commission. I want people, the public who might be looking at this and wonder what we're doing, not to feel like we are reinventing something or creating something whole cloth. It has been there for, 70 years. It's time for us to take the financial picture that you've painted. It's a good time to do it. And so I thank you for the presentation, and I'll have more specific questions in the next round.
Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to steal your thunder, but I'm going to. So I think I thought the presentation was great, but it should have led with City of Reno could possibly invest almost $500 million in the RDA. I mean, that's a phenomenal opportunity that we have. So I'm super, super excited about it. Very grateful for the work that your team has been doing. And just based on a couple of the public commenters we heard, I have some global comments right now, and then when we go back, I'll get a little bit more in depth. This isn't new, like Councilman Reese says. This is something that we've been looking at, and when we did work and due diligence in the budget, these are things we talked about. We talked about RDA funds, how we were going to use them, how we were going to hire some people. And now we've asked you to go and research this and bring it back to us. And it sounds like you reached over 8 agencies, so you do have best practices. So things I'm going to want to understand a little bit more about is I am interested in an advisory board, a very specialized expert advisory board to help us some of these decisions, because I think it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and I think that we could benefit from that. I'm interested in having that conversation with my colleagues. More about the timeline and the urgency of getting these funds online in the application process, what that looks like with them setting. I think it's important also to think about the prior leadership and councils that put this into place, because I think one of our biggest jobs here is to plan and prepare in the future. I think this is a tool that is going to help get there with this tool. A couple of things that I heard in public comment were what was the staff? Who is the staff going to be? And I think we were able to answer that in some of our discussions about the planning districts. And I will ask you about it, but it's my understanding that they are basically defined already in RDA 1 and RDA 2. We're not going to change the boundaries of those. They've already been set. The participation programs, how you come up with those based on best practices, and the public process. I was really interested in your snake diagram. It seems like there will be multiple opportunities for public process before the agency board or council development board actually even start seeing these projects. So those are global comments, and we'll dive in deeper, but thank you very much. I'm ecstatic about this. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Martinez.
Much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ricardo, for the presentation. Great delivery on the lasers. I appreciate that.
Do you want lasers? You could admit
I
it.
don't know if we're in favor. I just like your delivery of it and the way that you present it, overall context that put us in this conversation. So thanks for diving deep into these conversations, doing your research, checking best practices across the nation, and figuring out how we can provide some of these guardrails. We're at a great opportunity in time for RDA. And looking at ways to build more public partnerships. And so I want to appreciate you and the staff that have worked so diligently to get us to this place and expanding our opportunities to do that. I had a question when you're looking at your evaluations. I think it's slide evaluation process, slide 23. Can you define developer performance history for me? I'm just trying to understand if you are categorizing this in terms of like the number of development projects that a developer has worked on, or what are you sort of looking at in that specific area?
Yeah, the types of projects they've done in the past, the quality of projects, the number, the size and scope of the projects. We do want to ensure that we're bringing people that can do the projects, do quality projects that benefit the area.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think the goal of the RDA is to help spur some economic development in the area and blights. I think they're great to define. Thanks for going deep into that one. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, could you bring up slide 5 from his presentation? So I have a long history with redevelopment. I started working on it in 1993, and I'm pretty familiar with it here and elsewhere. So I take a little different view of what's done. And if we're all talking about transparency and upfrontness, being upfront, is staff's been working on this for 9 months. And there's no prior council direction. It says staff report. But here they have administrative forms for people to roll in and ask for money. And that's the participation program general application. So administrative forms to give money to private parties. Is that the business we're going to be in? You tell me. I think we should have a discussion on that before we create forms to take taxpayers' money and give it to private people. And that's what I'm saying here. We haven't given action to that. You're up to $500 million to invest in down. You have upward of $500 million to give away to people. And how has that worked? The update doesn't go through the history of the agency, which has had some tremendous troubles. Ms. Stewart referenced those. Those should be chronicled, okay? And so, and we should take it at a global set. How much do we want to give away? Do we want to give away any money? Okay? Do we want it into the deals? That's a real big question. I question some of these because we have a poor track record, but we haven't even looked at the track record of that. And this isn't play money. See slide there? 26% of every dollar would go to the city's general fund. So I'm seeing, what, 20 million in the out years? That's 5 million, more than 5 million that can go to the general fund. That's 5 million that's not going to the labor contracts that we have, okay? So if developer Joe, who's going to build, I don't know, we got a bowling stadium, we got a pickleball stadium, is developer Joe, who's going to build the pickleball stadium, and we're going to put all this money in, what's the away for for the general fund? Those are the fundamental questions that need to be asked. And because I have such a long history with this, I want to ask, NRS 279-608 says material deviation for amendment of redevelopment plan. Now, we've got administrative forms to come in and ask for money. We put $10 million aside for the fire station. It's not mentioned in the plan, the fire station, like the retail garden or lasers. I ask the attorneys, if we start working on these programs, opening up this form, are we doing a material development plan? 279-608. Are we ready for business, or do we have to do a plan?
Doesn't look like we're in the plan.
Can we start spending this money projection on these projects staff has outlined without amending the plan in the transparent way that NRS 279?
Well, I think any money is going to would come back to council in any event. So you're still
So
going
the
to
answer is
say-
no amendment plan, because we've already started spending money on the fire station, and it's not in the plan. And my colleagues want to do transparent, open, public, but the fundamental of doing transparent redevelopment work is doing plan. So that's question number one. I will continue on. Another fundamental question is, because redevelopment abuse is so well known in the urban history of America, so absolutely well. And someone did the time research how we have done, they'd know that it's been poor, okay? And that's why I objected to the extension of the redevelopment agency without amending the plan. But let's talk about condemnation of land, okay?
Right, I'm going to move on. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Ebert, it's all you.
Yeah, so I have a question about the funds. You said it's about $11 million for, was it RDA? No, $13 million for RDA 1 annually and $21 million for RDA 2 annually. So I know that we only have so much time to use it, but are these funds just accumulating? Like, it's not like,
Yes, so these funds haven't materialized
Yeah,
today. We don't
yeah.
have that today. But every year, finance goes through a process. They sort of predict future development projects. And so predicting that out, if the projects proposed today get built, we will have $13 million a year to spend in RDA 1.
okay, this isn't like ARPA thing where like, we have to have it decided and used by 2035. Like, as long as we identify it and we start using it, like, it's just that the money will stop coming in or stop being available in 11 years for DA2 and I forget how many years, but it ends in 2043 for RDA1.
Yeah, those are the two milestones. So in 2043, if the money is not expended in RDA 1, in 2043, and there's some left over, council can agree to encumber those dollars after the agency sunsets, or they would just transfer into the general fund if they're
Okay.
unused.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Brian, do you turn to your goals page? It was one of the first pages that you showed on the
Yes.
PowerPoint. I too wanted to just talk about our advisory board. That would be part of this. And I thought that, I think the advisory board, it's making all is laid out in the bylaws, which is laid out in the plan you mentioned, which was last updated in 1990, but then there was another plan in 2005, right, for the other agency. So I just wanted to put out this, which is that I think that I thought one of the first things we should do is bring back the bylaws and let's adjust those so that when we put an advisory board together, maybe one or two people could represent each of these areas that are the goals. So for example, if it's housing, there's a housing person on the advisory board. If it's about transportation, number 3, we should have a transportation kind of person. If it's investment in public spaces, landscaping, someone that knows about that. History, we talk about presenting and emphasizing history. I would like to see a historic person on there that understands the region. And then I'd also like to see someone that's not in the district, and I don't know that those people need to live in the district or work in the district. I don't know that that gives them special privileges, but certainly what the people that are working with this district that are generating economic development, they need a very important seat at the table because this is development that's going to surround them and affect their business. And then potentially a position that is outside the district, because what happens in the district may enhance the rest of the city or may actually pull maybe a development project that they were hoping was down in South Reno back up to more North Reno, or something wanted to happen in North Valleys down to, center stage. So that's an issue. I'd love to see us lay that out. Who's going to be on the advisory board, what the roles are. Also wondered, in 2005, and I'm sorry, I've got so many pages marked up from your report, there was the goals from the 2005 plan, and you've already mentioned, but I think it's important to reiterate, which is the promotion of maximum participation of residents, business persons, property owners, and community organization in the redevelopment of the redevelopment agency. I mean, it's stated in the 2005 plan very clearly, so I think I had a similar concern, something Councilor Rebecca said, which was I was a little nervous about the participation form, and I will just be clear. I'm hoping we can actually bring that back. I have a lot of questions. I'm not sure they'll get out today, given our 3-minute time frame. But I thought it was well done and very thoughtful, but it brought questions for me. So for example, one of them is the evaluation criteria. Applications will be reviewed on a first-come, first-served basis. Well, like Councilmember Breckus, I was wondering, I'm concerned because I too have learned about the history of redevelopment agencies and the potential to squander or misspend, and we want to do all the right stuff. And so the evaluation criteria, just my question on that was, should it be quarterly or a set time? Many agencies that give out grants do twice a year, even 4 times a year. Should it be open all day? So we'll come back with more. Thanks.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Ricardo, I suppose I want to start with the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, the RAB. So we do not currently have anyone on such a body, is correct?
That is true.
And so
No acting appointees.
And we usually, with our other organizational things like NABs, we have a council liaison and they make appointments to that. Is how the bylaws here are constituted?
I believe so. It would mirror how the city creates agencies and boards.
Well, and to my colleague,
boards and
Ms.
commissions.
Dewar, the vice mayor's point, we all probably have ideas about who might best serve on it. I think, for example, Mr. Gell would be an outstanding person to be such a body. But I'm sort of positing that might necessarily be that each one of us are going to appoint a person, or even that we need it. One of the things I'm concerned about, having read the bylaws extensively and understanding the structure of it, is that we're not reconstituting another NAB, right? We have a NAB in the downtown area. A couple of them might overlap. I haven't looked at the way that the maps divide downtown. It might all be inside of Ward 1 after the new configuration in November, but it's not an architectural review committee. They're not pausing to pass their ability to think that the project's a good one. The RAB, as it was created and is designed, is really to look at the financial side of it for us, right? Is to evaluate whether it meets the goals of the RDA, necessarily where it's a good product. So this is why I'm having concern slightly about what people believe the function of the RAB is. It is very narrowly defined, and the things for which people would be qualified to sit on are not just an architect, a historic resource person, or whatever. Maybe it could be. Maybe that's something we have a discussion about, but that's not how it's constituted now. I also think it's important to think about the way in which our own capital improvement projects in the downtown quarter might be implicated by TIF that could be generated, or any of the RDA monies, because I think that there are some strategic investments that this body has long wanted to see, like the train station. The bowling stadium has some capital improvement needs that are far stripping the ability of the $2 surcharge subcommittee to pay for. The Lear Theater is another example of a building which, of course, is a priority for this body to make sure is maintained. The other thing I notice be it's in this slide or it's another one, I think is important that if we, and I it's in the policy document about how we score people. I would like to see a women minority-owned business owners scoring part. I don't know if that criteria existed at the time the RAs were constituted, but I think it is an important component of our commitment to equity. That's right. Okay. So if there is an opportunity for a WMBE kind of scoring criteria added, I think that's important. And then the last thing I'll say before I turn it over is, again, the example today that we have later about the CAC, a couple of the proposals are really talking about the gap in financing and funding to layer for that project. And this, it's a concern to me. If we don't get moving on the RDA setup, when these projects come in, we have no way to evaluate them. So the transparency that we all are wanting, we have no way to do. And so we end up getting all these unsolicited proposals like Riverside or CAC when it came to us first time. And so I think what you've put together is really a path forward for that greater transparency. And I think that's an important part of it.
Yeah. Mr. McCardle, can I just ask you the criteria that I see up here? Is that new criteria that you're posing, or is it something that's been in place for a long time?
These are mostly based on Nevada revised statutes and what is in the existing redevelopment plan.
Okay, from the existing.
But prevailing wages in NRS, the bidding is in NRS, and I believe the employment plan is required of all large projects as well.
Okay, I was just wondering if those are new things that have been added, or those are just existing? And you clarified existing?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, Councilwoman Blair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm going to spend a couple minutes on the advisory board. First of all, actually, I want to ask, now that we've made this announcement, and I think we're starting to get some interim, people understand a little bit more about what the RDA are, is there anything from stopping somebody from coming forward with an unsolicited proposal now and asking for the money?
There's not.
No, so anybody at any time could come in and we could have a flood of unsolicited proposals to deal with. So I think timing is important to start looking at a process and the participation process and moving forward with that. I also want to make sure that, we understand that this is new, this is a lot of money, so we are going to need to give ourselves a little bit of room, grow, adjust, and make some changes. I think that's expected, and we shouldn't be afraid of that. I would look to an advisory board to help us with some of those decisions in the evaluation criteria maybe and the application process. So if we were to approve that today, I think that we would be able to ask if we wanted an advisory board to help us with some of those decisions and maybe make some recommendations. I will also say I appreciate your willingness. Thank you for agreeing to meet with Mrs. Barber. I'm disappointed that she did not accept our request. She had some serious concerns about this and was hoping that we could have a meeting with her. That didn't happen. And a couple things that I was thinking about, like, a commercial real estate person, economic financial advisor, some land development legal expertise, like Councilman Reese said, some very finite expertise. And the biggest concern for me is I would not be supporting the city bonding for anything. I don't think that was a proposal, but I did read a little bit into that would be a possibility in some of the RDAs. So that would be something that I would be a hard no on. But I'm excited about getting started with this. So those conclude my questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Councilmember Martinez.
Appreciate the discussion, Mr. McCarl. Just a quick question on slide 22, if you can go there for the capital improvement plan. It looks like all those can be initiated by the agency. Am I understanding that correctly? What are some examples that?
So the plan for the, fortunately with council's direction, we were able to use ARPA funds to do a lot of plans. And so Councilmember Reese mentioned the downtown action plan, some other plans that are out there. I'd only summarize the ones that were initiated by the redevelopment agency, but the city has done a lot of plans, and we've done the Virginia Street placemaking plan. We're in the middle of the Truckee River Vision Plan, a public art master plan, the Parks and Open Space master plan. We've done a lot of planning, and this is a tool for us to, all the implementation plans and all those plans, now we have a funding source to go after them. But it is not just for what the city has planned. We open it up to have other agencies, whether it's RC, where it is One Truckee River, possibly the Down Reno Partnership, to suggest public improvements that they want to see. It'll be curated, and then we brought before this body to be prioritized, and then based on the funding available, get going. And that will be on an annual basis. So every year we'll be able to keep doing projects.
Awesome.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yes, thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, so staying on slide 22 here, tax increment finding and assistance, which is generally taking taxpayer money, okay, and giving it possibly to someone else, okay? That's what it is. It's a transference of some tax money that is not being used for its purpose to another place. And let's remember, Reno has the longest established redevelopment agency, and the only reason it was able to be extended out to 2043 is because we got a specific law to allow that, so we could pay off debt. We were going to go under on our indebtedness, and the legislature delayed it, extended it. Okay, so let's be a little wary of what has happened. Like Ms. Taylor said, I don't want a bond. Well, amend your plan and put in that. I don't want to condemn property and give it to a private person. I don't think we can. I think that needs to be a little fact check. But let's have a plan. And 279. 608, material deviation from or amendment of redevelopment plan. If he goes off and starts administering all these, it is a material amendment. Okay, the unsolicited proposal that comes in that was said, someone could just come in for an unsolicited proposal. Let's say they do. Let's say they come in, they want the pickleball stadium, they want, $1 million from us. Do you think that'd be in the plan? Well, let's look at the plans we just went over. The laser, the river garden. Those were all specific plan projects in the plan. That's how redevelopment works. Do you really, want to work against how it's done? Maybe the first thing to do is get a new development attorney to advise you, because I think you're being poorly advised. Second, if you want to have transparency, do the plan. Can we go to slide 5, please? In slide 5, I want to bring something because it's going to be relevant later on. Okay? The biggest money that's getting shorted is Washoe County. What does Washoe County do? They provide social services, right? So every year, 38% of this $20 million is not going to Washoe County. They do a lot, but do some social services. Maybe in your buckets, you should carve out a lot of money for social services, because we're not doing things. This railroad ordinance, you could top people off of there, they'll be on the river. There are actually a lot of good examples of communities starting to do and solve these problems. I'd give 100%. I'd maybe give 50% to the city for infrastructure, 50% social services. Some places are digging that big. Private folks, you know what? When they get the better environment, they'll start investing. It's all trickle down. It's failed before. Don't do it. Come up with some large policy buckets is my recommendation. I have a seconds, Mayor, is address through amendment plan, the indebtedness, the eminent domain, and your large buckets here.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman
Can I answer
Breckus.
that question real quick?
Yes, please do.
So we are not proposing any amendments to the plan. And actually, the plan, why we created a participation program, so on page 39, section 8, it says the agency shall have developed and created guidelines and rules for the format and application of participation with owners and property owners throughout the area to improve their properties.
You need
And
to
so actually
outline
the
projects.
incentives
You
and
need,
why we
need
did
to
the
outline the
partition.
projects that you're going to be.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your passion, and I don't think you're wrong. I think there's a lot of things that you're right about, knowing the history, watching it happen. You know, this is the first time, I think, since you and I have been here that we're sitting here looking at this. So
in 9 months, much further with forms to give money to people than having these conceptual discussions here. And that's
but
why
I think
I'm really
that's the point
troubled.
of why we're here today. So what I want you to be careful of is having sort of this anxiety feeling, what we're starting at. This is the first conversation that we've had. I think going back and looking, and I brought it up at past council meetings, and I think you know this, looking at RDA director. I think we also have not had this opportunity for a very, very long time, and we do have this window. But I also think that she's right, that I think in the past, we've kind of shot ourselves in the foot, and maybe I think your message, Councilwoman Breckus, is more about maybe we can avoid some of the mistakes we made in the past. And I would also be careful because there's some statements or innuendos about transparency, and I think it is important to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to weigh in, like we're doing now. This is part of the process. Am I right? Have we done anything different, or have we done something that has not been transparent?
No.
Maybe you can explain. Thank you, and I appreciate that, because I think you then give the public concern that something else is transpiring here. I think that that's unfortunate, and I think it undermines the council. I really do. Even though I also think some of the things you're saying are valid, but I think you also have to be very careful to steer clear a lot of this fear-mongering. But we want to, I guess, duplicate the things in the past that hurt the city, because I do think Councilwoman Breckus is right in some of that capacity. So let's avoid some of those things. And maybe you can talk a little bit about, because I don't think that I heard it, but some of that did hinder the city in the past, so the public understands what those things were.
Well, to respond to the first question, so it's not like this application process will be sort of approving or denying projects. This is the minimum requested information for staff to say that project meets the threshold to bring it to the agency to make a vote. And so this is just standard due diligence for minimal materials with a ranking system so that we can bring products forward. If we don't bring products forward, that will not only meet a minimum to some best practices, create an application form, because otherwise we have no standard operating procedure on how to bring anything in front of this body.
And what I feel, I guess, bad for staff is that they're just doing what people bring to them. They bring it to council, and then sort of, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. And I've watched that sort of happen as well. And I do think that sort of does help with innovation, or, be forward-thinking. And so I want to be careful, sort of those kinds of things, because up here you can tell that it gets a little negative, and it really wouldn't be to that level. So I know you're just trying to figure it out, bring something forward, and he's like, wait a minute, that wasn't what I thought. So I want to be able to also help you guys foster innovation and vision and the future. I would say this is an exciting time, because we have not been able to hear how RDA can transform our city. So I think being cautious at the same time, but I also think we can do a great job of having experts in the room, like we're talking about, sort of having this board that can bring a different perspective than what the council can also. So I think that's good. Okay, where are we at, Madam Clerk? We have a busy agenda. What do you need from us? Are we on final round? Are we done?
We've done 2 rounds per council member, so we're looking for a motion on this item.
I'd like 1 minute to ask questions I haven't had a chance to ask.
Okay, I will grant you 1 more minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of times when you hire a consultant, there's an authorship attribution. I didn't see that on your status update. So would you hire to do this?
We went with applied analysis to help us review other plans, put something together.
Okay,
help
Jeremy
find
Aguero.
past. Yes.
Jeremy Aguero. Okay. I don't know his expertise. I know a lot about him by reputation. Did they opine? He's a economist, I guess. But did they opine on the need to amend the plan?
We didn't ask them to amend the plan.
Okay.
What we asked is to
Okay.
capture the history of the RDA.
Okay, well, I would have liked to have seen the projects reviewed in more, and some of the loan programs, because I worked on a failed loan program here, okay, to business. But where'd you go, who went, and did any of the elected officials go on the forestry redevelopment agency?
We had, to answer that question, so we have gone to some conferences, and while we were there, we usually find an opportunity to visit the redevelopment agencies in there. And so in the U.S. Council of Mayors, we met with Oklahoma Cities, not Oklahoma City, Columbus Development Corporation. We went to Boise and got a full tour with their agency staff, met with their mayor as well, talk about how Boise uses redevelopment agents funds to facilitate. They've tripled their downtown population in 7 years, so they're very successful.
Did any of my colleagues go on those trips?
They were invited. We did invite those who could make it. There were some instances where we were in Denver. We met with Bull. We met with Boulder. We met with Calgary as well. And I went there for an economic development conference.
Yeah, I don't remember the invitation to Boise. That's another thing of 9 months of work, and it's baked with administrative forms. I really, I'm going to tell the council, urban renewal, redevelopment is the poster child for urban abuse, urban renewal abuse, from Kilo to, overspending. It's wiped out by Jerry Brown in California. Tread very carefully. And motion before you is to absolutely go in the wrong path. The direction should be amend the plan and tell us how we're going to amend the plan. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate your concern. I think that is good to have on radar. But I also want to be careful of comparing us to that. That's pretty negative. Okay.
I don't know if anyone else
Go
wanted
ahead.
1 minute.
One
but
minute.
Yeah, thank you. I just, I do think we are getting a little ahead of, a little overski, so to speak. And what I would love to see, I think Mr. Reese identified, he had read the bylaws of the advisory board, and it was more of a financial group. We have a finance advisory board generally that we've leaned on, have a good finance team. I know we need a specialist, it's brought up. We have a debt management commission, which is filled not just with electeds, but experts in finance. But I am with Councilmember Taylor in that I think that we need whatever proposal come in to be able to have it reviewed by a wide range group of people, that specific proposal in a public setting. So we are speaking to the transparency. We are getting input from a variety of experts, not just finance. We also want a very detailed finance advisory. That's fine too. I'd written the earlier comment, but I do think before we start accepting applications, it would be good to establish our advisory board and determine its role.
All right. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead. Nothing? Okay. Anything from
Actually, I do, just real quick. So, always finish the motion, actually.
Okay. Do you have any more questions?
Well, I'll use my 1 minute, Madam Mayor, since you've come to me. I want to make sure that I am clear. I think last time I looked at it, in the state of Nevada, there were 12 or 13 active local redevelopment agencies between here, Carson City, Douglas, Clark County. At the time I last looked at it, there was something like $1.5 billion in its value in those agencies. And really the purpose is defined by statute. It's not that we can just spend it on whatever social services we find important, or we can put it into the buckets that some have suggested. It has to be spent for the purposes of reducing blight in an area. It is really about the energizing of physical spaces, buildings, property. It does not concern the other things that have been suggested. So NRS 279 is the gravamen of we have to guide us. I think we'll be capable of doing that. I think the work here has been good, and I'm happy to support it.
All right. Councilwoman Taylor, I'm going to head to you.
I'm prepared to make a motion, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try. I move to adopt the Reno Development Agency Success Report Participation Program and application documents, and then I'd also like to add that we create an advisory board.
All right. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor. Do I have a second for discussion?
Second.
I have a second. Go ahead, Councilwoman Briss.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this motion because, one, I think it's inconsistent with Nevada 279. It offers up in this status report so many deviations that are material from the plan that the plan needs to be ended. Two, it is scheme with these application participation programs of taking taxpayer monies from some and giving it to others with very vague, nebulous that these people must deliver, which be in the plan, if the body decided to do a plan, which it should be doing. And three, I guess, it just really repeats the failures of the past of Reno redevelopment. Yes, there's a lot of others. It would have been nice to have people outline the difference between Reno's and other Nevada jurisdictions that work out under the law. And then they'd see the difference between Reno's that goes out till 2043, needed a special law because it was an indebted development agency. And this absolutely repeating the past of putting redevelopment into a bad path in downtown Reno.
Okay, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'm also inclined to not support it, and it's not because I don't support this whole process. I'm ecstatic. You have this all together. My concern is that we had to have private investment in order to generate the TIF, right? It had to come kind of organically and naturally, and businesses had to come here, whether it's investment in downtown or down south, wherever. So private investment has happening, and you've said these are issues that are just, they can't make it, the but-for test. They'd like to be here, but they can't quite put it all together. They need public financing in some way. So my comment is that that's the reason we have money. I'm a little anxious about giving money to those who haven't been able to put together their pro formas. I'd love to see in the status report where we've been, the projects we've approved, where they stand today, what we owe on them, how they generated economic development. I am confident they helped our region. I'd just like to see it as part of the the status report in black and white. And I would love us to actually bring back to our board the bylaws for this and actually go ahead and set up this advisory board and then move forward. I want to move forward. We got cart before the horse myself.
Our bylaws for the redevelopment agency
Right.
advisory board, yeah. It says
Yeah.
that there must be 9 members. They have three tools. They must do an assessment of proposed projects.
Okay, so reviewing, but on finance. for others.
Opportunity for the redevelopment area, as well as to review and comment on matters related to the redevelopment.
Yeah, I just want us to
That's
put them
their
together.
three
and-
main goals.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So what happens if this does pass? Like, are we able to use these funds? Do we just not have a people to apply? What happens if this is
Yeah,
an
we will have
exception?
no process in line for anybody to come and request support, do projects. They would have to submit a letter of interest, and we would have to bring this to this body without any guidelines to guide how we do that.
Okay. Would you guys come back with maybe a different proposal on how to work on that?
There would be no guidelines on what we would pose. It would be us presenting to the board saying, you have a letter of interest to do something, seeking support for a redevelopment project, and we are bringing it to this body to get direction on how you'd like us to proceed.
And how is that different than approve this motion?
If we do this motion today, there's a process. There's actually some place to direct people to say, hey, there's an application and a process. Please fill that out. Recommend do a pre-application meeting with staff. Let them know how the process works. Engage the community, get them in. If you feel like you're ready, put it in an application. Staff will review it for the minimal qualifications. If they pass, it comes to this board seeking direction on, go negotiate with these people. This is what we want to see, and it would give us guidance to
Correct
proceed.
me, it's the same that you've already brought to this council. You've already brought those proposals to council. Based
Through a
on-
letter of interest?
Yes.
Yes.
So remember the project, I believe, that Bash brought was the same way. And also, and remember, staff was criticized for doing it that way. So it's better to have something in place here, process, so everyone knows how it comes before council.
Yeah, someone coming outside the area would like to do a project and would like to seek support from the redevelopment agency and calls the agency, says, what does the city do, what the city can do? The response would be, there is nothing defined whatsoever, other than we do have to have a redevelopment agency. And the only opinion or option we can give them is you're welcome to submit a letter of interest to kickstart the process.
Okay. Is it possible to come up with like a master plan for this before we do this?
The redevelopment plan, 1990, is the plan that created the agency, gave the agency its tools and guidelines and goals. I will say in the future, the goal would be to do more neighborhood plan, like revitalization, depending on what neighborhoods could like, what parcel we want to develop, but that would come later. Today is really just defining a process.
Okay, so at what point does that come? Like, I'm just worried about doing this and having stuff come in piecemeal and dependent on applications. I'd like to make sure that we're more in the driver's seat when this is involved and we have a greater vision and something falls into something that, that the council approves of, that the city of Reno wants, and, we just have a bit more control over what's coming in.
We do have the Reimagine Reno master plan. We do have the downtown action plan. We have placemaking, things like that. So we have some direction as well as there's to dictate what type of projects should and go where.
Okay, but there's no requirement in this plan that they need to conform in any way, that they need to add to this, any of the plans we currently have, Reimagine Reno, or any of the plans that we've created using ARPA funds, any of that, correct?
It would be if one of the criteria is it must be a current zoned use or.
So it's zones, but not necessarily something we've identified as a priority for council.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion, please. Okay, where are we at? City Manager Jackie Bryant tells me that we are Mayor C1.
It's up to her.
Any redevelopment agency board comment? I guess where we're at.
I guess I have a board comment. Is that where we're at?
Yes.
Okay. My comment is just, I want to be clear on why I couldn't support the motion. I just feel like it's premature. My comment is I'm wondering if the redevelopment agent staff, which only know one at this point, could you update the status report? It's really important that in order to not repeat the past, we understand what the past is. And I don't think any of us on council truly understand where the agency has been and the projects have done. Is that appropriate?
Getting that information is a bit difficult. There's 40
Like the
years of
bowling
history
stadium?
summarized.
Well, there's some big projects, right?
Yeah, we could do, per project, we could do a financial or a forensic analysis.
No,
of
no,
how it
no.
was
You have a
together.
list. You have a picture.
And there is a list on the website currently of every
You
project.
know that?
Yeah,
So
sorry.
maybe you could get that to
The
us?
website needs to, but it does list past projects, which agency, which area they were in, and what year they were built.
But do we know what commitment we made in the redevelopment agency for those projects?
Any commitments other than the bonds that are currently outstanding have been met, completed, and finished.
I understand that. I'm wondering what it was. Did we give $2 million, $10? What do we do?
Yeah.
And what's our relationship? And was it, we filled a finance gap and they paid 80%? I just don't have no knowledge.
I hear the direction to go and to, in a future, bring forward like the fiscal impact of past projects.
What they are.
That
Just-
will be an endeavor, but we hear you on that.
I'm not asking for an entire economic analysis. I just want to know what they are, what we spent. It's just pretty simple.
I think what she's asking, Brian, is that's where I was going with, what were some of the things that hindered us in the past, so that we don't make those same
And
mistakes?
there were good things.
Do you want to answer that, Ms. Turney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Attorney Assistant City Manager for the rec. Yes, so just to that, we were discussing, there were projects that were made downtown, significant investments that may or may not be where the direction wants to go these days. Single-use facilities are something that help with tourism. However, they may not help reach the rest of the agency plan and goals. So I hear the direction question you're asking. We will bring forward, get the information to council, all of the list of projects, what the city's investments in those projects were, and to let you know any outstanding debt.
And contemporaneous with that.
A previous council member come and they can give a little shot of what they're thinking,
When
what
they
we're
approve
doing
those
at the time.
projects.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that would be very helpful to have some institutional knowledge.
There
So-
are a couple of council members that I'm sure could weigh in
Yeah.
heavily on what was needed at the.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
so much.
And then you,
Okay.
as part of the status report, then can they bring, are you going to be developing the advisory board? What's your next step?
Part of the motion.
That was part of the motion.
Okay.
So there will be, as we mentioned, the advisory board does already exist pursuant to the current plan.
It's laid out, yeah.
But the direction that we'll receive is we'll be bringing an item back before council that will give you authority and option to look at what you're looking for that board composition and make sure that we're moving forward there.
And the last thing I just want to say as a board comment is, when Brian was answering earlier a question, it may sound this or do nothing. And that certainly is not a position I was taking. I just want to be clear. It's not just leave it to a free-for-all. I want to move forward in a very proactive manner, and I already complimented you on the work you've done and the details. But truly, there are things here says, what percentage? You told me about Boise and that they set 4-year, they get 100%, and then no more payment back. I thought that was a very good principle, but do we get to weigh in on the principles at the point?
Yes, that will be one of, as Mr. McCardle mentioned, is that this is one of dozens of decisions that are going to come before this body over the next handful of months in order to properly re-energize the agency. As he mentioned, both agencies have been severely saddled with that for the last 20-plus years.
Right.
So you are in a really incredible time to be able to launch, as was mentioned, almost $500 million of investment back into your community. There will be dozens of items that will come before the body for you to say, yes, we want this, no, we don't want this, this aligns with what we want, this doesn't feel so great, how did they do it in this other city? So this is not a one and done. However, this is the space in which you've created a front door for everyone to walk through with the same standard.
Okay, I love that part. I do. Thank you.
All right, I'm just frustrated when it gets to the negative point and then we get paralyzed and so we do nothing. I think, we have the opportunity to look at our past, which is a good indicator and why some of the things transpired. This council is different. This council has done a lot of things different. Councilwoman, you would remember how much debt we've paid down.
Exactly.
And all the things that we didn't get to do.
This
for
is what's been
many-
ringing my ears is I want to go in depth. I appreciate it.
for a very long time that we have been very fiscally responsible, and there were a lot of things we didn't get to do. And so now we have an opportunity. Of course, we don't want to repeat the past, but there are a lot of things that I think are predict an exciting future. And I just get frustrated whenever it's like, oh, this transparency and this and that. And we can keep being negative. We can keep going and being negative. That's not the city I want to be. So anyway, so much. We move on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving into closing public comment, item D1 for the Redevelopment Agency Board. I have no one registered.
Okay, thank you.
And no hands via Zoom, so we're looking for a motion to adjourn Redevelopment Agency.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. We need to go into break, and let me ask. Oh, I guess we don't have you, Carl. We'll have HR. All right. Thanks so much. We're going to go into break. It's 1 o'clock. We'll be back at 2. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. Great job. I'm sorry. I'm suffering from a little bit of
Okay, Madam Mayor, so we're reconvening at 2:06, and Councilmember Vice Mayor Dewar is absent at this time.
All right, we are heading into, correct me if I'm wrong, item D4.
That is correct. We're open item D4.
Okay, do you have any public comment on this item?
Do.
All right.
We do have public comment, but they're not in the room. So if you would like to go ahead and move into presentations, but I would to note for the record that we received 10 comments prior to 4 p.m., 8 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 1 of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. Hey, Mr. McCardle, nice to see you again.
Oh, is it? Sweet. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. We are here to get direction from council on the potential disposition of properties located at 315, 355 Record Street, formerly known as the Community Assist Center. So the properties located at 315, 355 Record Street, we brought this item to council and the direction from council to release an RFP process, and that was on June 4th. And we released that RFP to make available to any and all who would be interested, qualified, who can do a physically feasible or financially feasible project. And we received 4 proposals. 2 of them were for housing, one of them was for an office rehabilitation project, and the other one was for shipping containers, which we noted they didn't submit enough information to be qualified, so we're not sort of addressing them here. And the way this aligns with the city's strategic plan is obviously the proposal is to sell this property to recoup any costs associated with that, so that it does hit the fiscal sustainability, as well as developing the property for potential community development or economic development. And so previous council action, a letter of interest was received from Bash Capital on April 10th. That was taken to council. And direction received from this body was to ask the council would like to proceed with this property for sale. And that is going out and getting appraisals, putting out a request for proposals on this property so that anybody, including any agency or entity, would have the opportunity to submit ideas or projects they'd like to see on the site. And also start the process to conduct a reversion to acreage. There is a mixture of parcels on this site as well as a potential abandonment of a portion of Record Street. So the proposal was released on June 4th. Responders had 45 days to respond. We received the 4 proposals, and those 4 proposals were reviewed by 5 city departments, and they were scored based on the rubric that was provided in your packet. And they were reviewed based on the following scoring criteria, and that was alignment with city goals. And that is a mixture of what is listed in the city's master plan, as well as the downtown action plan, some other items that have been submitted in goals for the city. The experience of the development team that was opposing the project on site, potential design of the structure, the financial structure based on the pro formas of the development, how they plan to pay for it, the financial capacity of the developers, do they have the funds to do this project, as well as the time. And those were ranked by departments based on those criteria. And part of the process when the city disposes of property, the NRS dictates that we go out and we get 2 appraisals, and we determine the fair market value of that property based on the average of those 2 appraisals. So the first appraisal came back at $3,350,000. And the second appraisal came back at $3.4 million. And so we averaged the 2. So the fair market value of these properties assembled is $3,375,000. Why staff sees that this is a benefit to the community is that with the current state of the building, it has created a blight and a nuisance in that area. There are other nuisances in that area, but this project is large enough that it is tremendous, could be a catalyst project in that area. We do want to see these projects be used for some sort of economic development use that either creates jobs, creates development. You know, the revitalization of 4th Street is an important one. It is probably the fastest growing district in the area. We have the Jesse Hotel that is located on the corner. We have the Depot Brewery. ballpark is opening this month, just southwest of that site. And as well as the old Record Street Brewery building in Alpine is currently under construction by Tahoe Airworks, and they're doing a rooftop bar. They're putting a ton of work and investment into the building. And so you see all this investment happening around in the area as a thriving brewery district. So to get into the proposals as they are presented here are in order of how they were scored and ranked. And so the first proposal in front of the body here today is Baxter Construction, and offers for $600,000. They're proposing developing 116 mixed income units. 10% of those would be affordable at or below 60% AMI. But over the whole entire project, they're proposing that 80% of units will be 80% or below AMI. So when you do income averaging across the whole project would be technically affordable. They're proposing amenities like bike storage, rooftop activation, gyms and workspace. And the property manager of the project is proposed is Greystar, who I believe is the property manager for the new ballpark apartments. The second proposal received was from Ulysses Development Group. They're a developer out of Colorado, I believe. They do an affordable housing developer. They have 4 affordable housing projects in development currently. They have one here in Reno, the Ridge at Sun Valley. It is not open yet, so all their projects are currently under construction. And their offer was for $3.4 million, the appraised value of the site, but through a seller's note that they would pay off over 15 years once the project is completed. They're proposing 136 affordable housing units. 100% of those would be below 60% AMI. They're all proposing 2,000 square feet for I don't know what CSA stands for, Community Services, agency, for a childcare facility, and their proposed project manager on the site is FPI Management Group. The third proposal is Marmor Properties. There wasn't a rendering to provide, but their offer was for $1 million. And what they're offering is rehabbing the existing structure to make it a nonprofit office hub that would offer, say, rents at 50% of what the market rents are in the area. So it's very hard to compare these projects because one is a market, not a market rate, but it's non-affordable. One is affordable, one is an office building. We've created a chart that sort of summarizes the nuances and differences of the proposed proposals. The first one, Baxter, their offer price was $600,000. Ulysses was $3.4 million through a seller's note, and Marmot was $1 million. First two are multifamily residential projects, and the last one is proposed class office space. They're all offering a 1-to-1 parking ratio. I do not know what the existing parking mix is on site of the current CAC, but I'm guessing, whatever satisfied that bill in the beginning will continue to satisfy. Construction costs for the two multifamily developments came in fairly close. Baxter was at $32,774,000, and Ulysses came in at $31,626,000. So fairly close given the unit count. But the per unit is kind of where the biggest differentiation is. Baxter came in at $277,000. Ulysses came in at $232,000 per unit. Marmot didn't give a specific cost of what it would cost to either renovate square foot or per office unit. I would say one of the concerns was that $232,000 under the Ulysses proposal is very low for what we're seeing to develop multifamily housing in the area, even taking into consideration that there's no parking structure being provided on this site. All of them are somewhat proposing a public benefit to the area. Baxter Construction is what you would call a mixed income development, and they're offering 10% affordable housing units. Ulysses, 100% affordable housing at below 60% AMI, and obviously Marmot is 50% of office rents. Baxter did show that if they paid full price of the property, it wouldn't be a project that would be very sustainable financially, so they're requesting a $2.8 million discount off of the sale price. Ulysses did have a funding gap of $6.4 million. They proposed to fill that gap through a $3 million loan from the Nevada Housing Division that they would have to get through the process. And then the remaining $3.4 million come from the City of Reno through a seller's note. I will also mention that City of Reno seller's note would be subordinate to the developing their fees on the project. So whatever came down at the developer gets paid back or the city would pay it back. The timelines are fairly close. Each of these would guarantee that the project get developed within 3 years. But the biggest thing to take into consideration is the 20-year fiscal impact on the city. Baxter Construction, it would get this project back on the property tax roll because it would be considered a naturally occurring affordable housing project with the 10% affordable. The whole project would pay property tax. And so over 20 years, paying the purchase price and future property tax would generate $6.1 million in future property tax. Since affordable housing projects do not pay property tax, Ulysses would pay the $3.4 million through that loan for 15 years, but no future property tax on the property would be generated. The Marmot property, because they're proposing $8 million in rehab costs, it would be safe to assume that the improvement value would be taxed, would be done through property tax. And so over 20 years, that would generate $2.6 million in future property tax. So it's a different way to look at those proposals. Through that scoring of the 5 departments, of a total of 500 points, Baxter came out on top with a score of 409 points. You know, close, but Baxter scored an average of 81.8 points. Ulysses came in second with an average of 80.8. Marmot came in at 42.8, and the blocks did receive some points, but we deemed it unqualified to summarize here. And so that, staff is based on the scoring and the process, is recommending that staff enter into exclusive negotiating agreement with Baxter Construction, also based on input from this body, what they will want to see in a future negotiated agreement, and could possibly bring back final deal in front of this body before it's ratified. Or you could inform us what deal points you would like to see, and we can go and execute on that. Yes. Yep, and that was my side anyway, so, yep, of course.
Okay, I'm going to start. Councilman Breakfast? Yeah, I'm going to go with you. Yeah, I was really surprised earlier in the day to see an email on Washoe County letterhead, an email from a county staff person to, I think, Commissioner Mike Clark, that said, we've talked to the city and they have another vision for the property other than having it be a place for social services, which was how it was built 20 years ago. Who had that conversation with someone from Washoe County?
I'm not familiar with any conversations.
You haven't spoken to anyone from Washoe County. Ms. Bryant, do you know who spoke to that?
I'm not.
I was also copied in another email where Commissioner Clark wanted to bring this to the board for a full discussion about should they propose. And I think the timing of it was able to happen. How long was RFP on for?
45 days.
Yeah, I think I'm really concerned. You know, I think that was a building that I saw go up. I saw, you know, Bob Cashel was the one who was really the impetus behind it. It was operating well. It's not like we don't social services need. We heard a testimony about a lot of folks on social who are experiencing, you know, encroachments, encampments along with the railroad corridor. Connect them to services. Connect them to services. We have a purpose-built building for service, and someone at the city is discouraging the social services agency of the region from putting in and responding this RFP. I don't get it. And I'd like to know who that Candy Ramos has talked to, because if someone, and maybe it's someone at the table, maybe it's someone, well, I don't know. Who did Candy Ramos talk to that said, don't put in a proposal, it's not the city's vision? Where has that been discussed? I thought everything was on the table. So that's question number one, really. I'll hear from my colleagues, but I think we have a tainted proceeding, frankly. Washoe County, social services saying we're not going to propose, it's inconsistent with the city's vision. Who's predisposed that vision? Who had a different vision? I mean, are we really not going to provide social services and just, you know, give on a building that was built for that and not let social services agency come through the door? Who did they talk to?
I don't know, but Councilman Breckes, no, they didn't talk to anyone up there, and we've long times. I don't know. I want you to be careful about insinuating people up here have been talking about it, because I welcome any conversation with the county when it comes to social services and moving those things forward.
Well, I think we should pause. Someone is speaking out of turn to the county managers. Well, it sure was a legitimate
here, and
document.
This is where we get to make the decision. So let's keep it here, and you just give your direction, and we'll keep it here, and not worry about what other people are doing. Let's worry about how we can make things moving forward. Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah.
All right, Councilman Martinez, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Ms. Macardo, if you could maybe go through the timeline with us? I think that's the only thing that I saw from your presentation. If you can kind of start us of where you received a letter of interest when we opened the RFP. If you can just kind of give us the dates of how we got to this point. I think there's been a lot of speculation and comments about how we've been doing things, in a smoke-filled back room. But it seems like at least the one who made the motion in opening the RFP the last time we talked about this, that was the intent of that, is making sure that everybody had the opportunity to come and propose that. And the fact that folks didn't have that 45 days wasn't for an RFP being open, if that's the case, or enough time to move. It just seems like there was ample time for folks to put something together if that was their interest. So just wondering if you can give us sort of that
Sure.
timeline.
Probably in February, we received a revised letter of interest through Bash Capital, which was qualified enough to bring it in front of the body here. And on the April 10th meeting, it was discussed that it was asked, was the county given an opportunity to propose a use of this building? Were there social service agencies, were groups? And so through the discussion, it was, we should put this out for a request for proposal to allow all those entities and anybody else interested, give them an opportunity to propose something. And we put in there any and all ideas that are physically and financially feasible. So we didn't exclude any ideas. We didn't even signal what uses we wanted on that site. And 45 days is not too big of a time crunch to produce a proposal that would get you in this process.
I appreciate that. I think the only other part I'd like your help in mystifying is the folks that were involved in this review process. You said there were some city departments. If you can just reiterate that for
Sure.
me.
Yeah, so we looked at, who had input on building the past use, the challenges with site. So we got support from development services, planning, maintenance and operations, the city manager's office, and the housing and neighborhood development team. They see a lot of projects. They see a lot of pro formas. They work with developers as well. And each of them rated the project as their experience.
Okay, I think that's all I had for this round. Thank you so much.
And then also, I wanted to go back because this wasn't like this happened yesterday. When was the first proposal, when Bash came to us?
That was April 10th.
April 10th?
Yep.
Okay, so there's been talk about this building even before that. And, I have good relationships with our commissioners. I didn't talk to Mr. Clark. I didn't talk to anyone saying that the city would not be interested. You know me, I'm all about regional collaboration and especially health and human services side of this. I'd always be open to any conversation if it's what they were wanting to, in the direction they wanted to do. And so my point is, it's been longer than 45 days. So, and I'm always happy to work with them. I'm sure any of us here are. So I'm trying to let you know that the 45 days, it was way before that we could have, or there's conversations could have been had. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My biggest concerns are a project that is real, that we've done our due diligence on, that's actually going to get built. I want the least risk for the city financially, and I want the largest benefit to the community. My initial research, it looked like Ulysses had a better performa or more in-depth performa in the numbers, but I have concerns on some of the financing that they are putting together. Again, from working on RHA, it sounds like some of this can be pretty complex with Nevada Housing Division loans and light funding. And then I was hoping you could explain the development as a seller note, because that seems like that's a bigger risk to me. I mean, I like the idea that they're offering $3.4 million for the land, which is the highest price. But I think as you go down and look at big picture, there's some negatives or some disadvantages to that approach too. So the seller note really concerns me, and then the gap funding and how they're going to secure that causes me some concern.
Yeah. It would be that the seller's note, it's a note carried by the city over 15 years from the completion of the project. But as I noted in the summary in their RFP, it said that debt that the city carries be subordinate to the developer making their fees on the project first. So if something complicates all that.
So first of all, we have to carry debt.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second thing is if it goes south, the project south, we don't get paid first, right? the developer gets paid first.
Right.
Okay, that, I have a little concern with that. I actually have a lot of concern with that. And then on the Baxter proposal, I'm looking at the benefit to the community. What is the vision for this area? Is it just housing or is it mixed use? I heard you talk a little bit about wanting some retail and some other services within this downtown core. So it's like there's different, I mean, Ulysses provides the most housing.
Yeah.
And Baxter does housing plus some other stuff.
You know, the future of this area, I believe 4th Street is an up-and-coming area, has a ton of potential. As we bring university into downtown, it's more likely it gravitates towards this area. This site specifically is a challenge. There's no street frontage access. So when you're talking about these sites specifically, it's very hard to do a mixed use just because there's no natural foot traffic on the site. But when you look at the whole area, yes, the goal would be to provide 18 hours a day, 7-day use activities. So there's people on the street, there's vibrancy, there's people living in the area. You know, job creation, people go to work during the day, they come home, they frequent the businesses in the area. That's how you create a whole neighborhood. So can't speak to these sites specifically on adding a mixed use on it, but the whole surrounding area in the future will be a full district.
Okay, thank you, Matt. I might have some more questions.
Quickly, I was wondering, comparing again, which companies are local? Like, I've never heard of some of them, and I would say, now, obviously, Marmot, I have.
Yep.
Ulysses, never heard of them. And are they also, because I something up there with FPI Management, are they also owned by them? I think
I'm not
that,
entirely sure.
I think that's an important question. And not to mention, I do think that, and it looks much better, I'll tell you that I think the other two could have been much more competitive. I don't know how that works, if you can show them, you know, what everyone else is putting on the table so that they can also say, hey, we're also willing to do this. I think, like Councilman Taylor said, problematic whenever the city's going to take a back seat. And I think also governments are known to be easy prey, and also coming in and saying, you know, we're going to offer you this very small amount for the property, which is also really concerning. And it's, I don't know, is there something that you were, I mean, unless you said, hey, start at this number, right? Because some of it can be offensive.
Yeah. Obviously, you want to best and highest offer. I think that's why we did the 20-year fiscal impact, is that although, you know, we talked earlier about redevelopment funds and helping fill the gaps to get projects greenlit. And in this scenario, we're not proposing that, but what the developer is asking Baxter is to discount the property, they can make the project work. And so you're giving up a little on the sale price today, but as we see over the next 20 years, you make that up over time. And it's not over 20 years. That property would be generating property tax until forever.
And then the other was, would it change, because usually it's about a 30-year deal whenever you have the affordable housing side, and we've also seen those expire. So I think that's something the council should be aware of. I've seen it expire at 30 years where seniors end up, you know, trying to figure out what to do next. So as much as we think that 30 years sounds like a long time, if you're living in that home during that particular time, and we've seen it here at council, then it's something that I'm concerned about.
In 30 years, an agreement that they have with the federal funding they take for those using federal funds for affordable housing.
Yeah.
But the 10% affordable, because it's a naturally occurring affordable housing project, they're not restricted to hold it for any period of time. And so that's something that council could give direction on, is make sure they do it for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. How long do you want that commitment for the percent of the units to be affordable?
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. McCardle, thank you for the presentation. For my part, I'm going to focus on the Baxter and Ulysses presentations. I think Marmot is a fantastic little builder. I'm not sure there's a need for more office space. So just generally speaking, it's why I was not paying as careful attention to what Marmot's proposing, although theirs may be closer to what's possible in a very short period of time. Again, great folks who've done incredible projects. So I'm going to slide that one to the side, and then you and I'll focus on the other two. I think this is what happens when you have proposals, and that's that I see benefits on both of them. And I also see the opportunity perhaps that might inquire a principle of those organizations about mixing and matching elements of that. And so I'm not trying to do that necessarily from the dais, but I'll tell you, for example, for one, I think any project that we place there should have mixed income housing. Meaning, I think it needs to be all market rate or all affordable. I'd rather see a blend, in part because I think there is a benefit to having mixed incomes living under the same set of circumstances. I think there's lots of information and study that suggests that when you have various ranges of income and ability, it lifts all the boats in the property. And so I think that's something to be thought about for both proposals. On the Baxter side, which is I suppose where I've had to just pick one day, I might be leaning towards. I think there's something good here about the public benefit, but I would like it to be of the units being affordable, perhaps a little low. We've mostly condemned our projects in the city at being somewhere in that 20% range when we've given sewer credits or different things to allocate in that regard. So again, I'm not forma on the fly, but just to suggest that there might be an opportunity for us to engage in some negotiations over it. The second thing is I want to think about these proposals in light of our conversation this morning about the redevelopment agency. And I alluded to that in our conversation this morning about that. Both projects are proposing a gap in financing, and ultimately the tool of redevelopment is to get through the but-for test that you identified. So I wonder if we have now found ourselves having approved something this morning which is designed to help projects that but-for economic conditions would not pencil, and now we have a project in the afternoon that might meet those criteria, and whether that means we should take the time to investigate the linkage between those two things. Maybe you could speak to that. That was really the question I've asked.
Yeah, if no, this property is in RDA 2, and so if it was approached differently, and they came and they said, here are the true costs to develop the site, there is a financing gap, and they would go through the application process as we discussed this morning. It could be a scenario where they do pay full price when they get the property tax increment back to them. So you're filling the gap. There's two ways to do that. You fill the gap by giving them some tax increment back to help the project go, or in this case, you discount sale to the property.
Well, I make an assumption that either the Baxter folks or the Ulysses folks, and I don't know if they're here, and so I apologize for not knowing if they're here, might rethink their offer knowing what we now have proposed as potentially the framework on which those projects could be proposed. So I'm just posing that there's something here to be that's worth exploring. In the end, I think Madam Mayor has really some thoughts that I think are instructive about who are folks. We don't want to be in the situation doing is allowing a project to move forward and then it doesn't come to pass. Because, for example, that happened to us on the P3 development at the old Reno City Plaza, which was, circumstances change, but that's what we're trying to do, and Ms. Tate said it wisely. We want something to happen here. We don't want to wait and have years go by with another situation where it's not being, becomes blight.
And we did bet into the evaluation process. Do they have the financial resources and capability to do this stuff? But you never fully de-risk a project being based on market conditions or something. But it's surely our intent to make sure that these projects move forward.
All right, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. I'm waiting for them to.
Sorry.
Just so you know. So thank you. I think what's needed down here is residential. We get a lot of development of restaurants. I think it'd be a great mix. I love. I could probably work with both projects, Baxter and Ulysses. My preference is for the Ulysses because I really think we continue to have such shortage of affordable housing. If I was having a perfect world, and I've said many times, my favorite project has been Inova, which is started out as an 80-20 project, the only one in the state. And ended up closer to 75-25. And I think it's to aspire to. I really think it brings a lot of benefit. You have maybe people that can afford some of the higher end bars and restaurants there, or have different kind of jobs working, similarly. I've been advocating it since we did that. Can I ask you to be prepared to? I don't know if you're prepared to talk about it today, but let me just get my points out before you answer. I do have, I'm not too much of a fan of this $3.4 million note. I don't think the city should be in the bowl of financing projects. But I do like the idea of using redevelopment district. I really do. I think housing was listed as one of the uses, potential projects that could be, we have funding gaps on both projects. I really think we should explore it. I do. Couple questions. The 20-year fiscal impact, I don't have any idea how you calculated that. You have fiscal impact of you list exactly the price of the building. I don't get that, the $3.4 million. But the other project, they pay less, but they bring more. And how did, that's going to be one of my questions is how did you get there? 80/20. And how did you get there with the 20-year fiscal impact? And then I'm not comfortable with us being in second position on a repayment of a note. You get all your profit and then we might or might not pay you. I don't get that at all. I think that has to be. And then finally, I'd heard in the proposal this use of FBI at management group, and there are a variety of management groups in Reno. And I don't know how is this a partnership with them? Are they part of the project? And I will share, I continue for the last several years to have some, even over the weekend, I got text about some challenges at FPI managed properties that I have to turn over to code enforcement. So I'm not trying to bash any company, but I'm just saying I didn't know if it was a for marriage or an option. Let me just see, did I have a question? Oh, was any of them asking for a sewer credit? But that's another option for filling a gap, right? Is to waive the sewer connection fees, because especially on the affordable housing. Oh, we're out. We spent how much we've allocated. But I mean, I hear some conversation. You're saying we spent, Jackie, or whoever?
Good afternoon, Monica Kirch for the record. We are just about at the cap of what council put in place, and we have several projects coming forward in the next.
That are ahead of this one?
Yes, they have building permits and they're ready to go.
Yeah,
And
that
there will be
apply.
a shortage for the project already.
Okay, then the only way to get out from under the shortage, it's not an annual review, right? It's a total. Like we've given, wasn't it $11 million, I think? We've given out $11 million. And so we're done forever? Or until the legislature maybe comes up with a program to help us? Is that?
That's one option. And in January of '25, Mr. Flansburgh will be doing a reanalysis of the sewer fund, and we'll see what that looks like at that time. Something might come forward to council at that time. We are through the next and looking at some options for this funding coming through the legislature.
And are we done with the 100 homes, 120 days, or I mischaracterized, 1,000 homes, and are we done with that program? That's not an option.
I believe.
Okay. All right, anyway, if we could go back to Mr. McCardle, the question, just to remind you, was the 80/20, the 20-year fiscal impact, primarily.
So on the 20, thank you for the question. We did reach out to the Nevada Housing Division, Monica, was that call as well. That Inova project was the only one in the state who has facilitated that 80/20. That was a very complicated project. They took out $9 million in bonds. It was the bond capacity of the Nevada Housing Division. It doesn't sound like there's a large appetite to do something similar to the way they did it. When they said that you have a naturally occurring affordable project, like that's even better because there's less string attached and it's cleaner. And there are ways to go after light-tech credits and other federal sources. But that project, it sounded quite complicated from their perspective.
But is this affordable project proposal, are they using any of those things, home funds? No?
Sorry, on the Baxter one, no. Baxter is
No,
what we call natural occurring.
On
which
Ulysses.
Means, on Ulysses. So Ulysses has that $6.4 million financing gap. And then we're proposing is $3 million come from low-income housing tax credit.
How much did you?
$3 million.
Okay.
Would come from the state housing, Nevada Housing Division
Okay.
in low-income housing tax credit, light-tech credits. And the remaining $3.4 million would be the city's seller notes. So now they're planning to fill that $6.4 million.
That could maybe under new development.
No. So
No.
it's very difficult to do affordable housing under redevelopment because, and this gets to your next question you had, is why is it 6.1 million and 3.4?
Yeah.
When you accept federal funds for affordable housing, it makes you exempt from paying property taxes. And as we talked earlier, redevelopment is based on property taxes.
Yes.
And so if it goes to Baxter, and it's a naturally occurring affordable housing project, they paid their full property taxes. In 20 years, that property tax accumulates $6.1 million. That's how we got to 6.1 million.
So the fiscal impact is all to us.
Yes.
It's income to us.
Well, and there's nuance there. After the sunset of RDA 2, it would go back to that 26% split with the county.
Gotcha.
The property tax created would $6 million. Listen, that 20, it would continue to make property tax.
So Ulysses is planning to use some federal financing like home funds or this light tech.
Yes.
And those would then wipe out the need to pay property tax, which, okay.
Come on, I'm moving. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I'm not ready to ask questions yet.
Just let me know when you are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me ask you this. So what's the thought behind, and maybe I missed this, just 600?
600.
I don't know.
Yeah, the purchase price.
They did submit a pro forma that showed that there was a financing gap, and 600 was proposed to help. And it really is about the IRR rate of return to do a project like this. And that's why they said paying the full price of the project, it would not give them return enough to greenlight this project. And their proposal, 600 of them. I comment much more
And
beyond
also,
that.
and also, is there, what does that look like for negotiating room on any of these?
So I'll refer to this attorney, but it's very hard to negotiate based on the RFPs. I think the process is you have to look at these RFPs as they were presented and make a judgment. However, if you select one as the winning proposal and you want to request specific deal terms and negotiations, that is what would proceed. But it's very hard to negotiate based on what is in front of you right now.
Yeah, because it's interesting, because you'll see, we absolutely need the affordable units, right? So of course, everyone up here is going to be like, yes, all affordable units. And then when you see 10% affordable units, which I do believe there should always be a mix in any housing. I think it's important that we all live amongst each other, not necessarily, hey, everyone that can afford affordable housing or can't afford housing is all going to live there. I think that that's also, I think that's also a bad way to build housing. But and you see it like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then you see the difference in the tax increment, and it's quite large. So I guess I'd love to know from the city attorney's side, what does negotiate look like? Because maybe, you know, the council's like, okay, we're okay with this, but this needs to be modified. So what do you think, Jasmine?
Jasmine Mehta for the record. As Mr. McCardle said, it is difficult in this position to be in a position to negotiate with the proposals that are in front of us. But if you selected one and then put some parameters that you would like to see, you know, obviously those be part of the negotiation. And never that negotiation comes out as in terms of an agreement, that would come back in front of council, and you could decide whether you want.
Okay, so just like any contract, any legal contract, we would also, this is also not binding based on X, Y, and Z, right? As long as it comes back to the council and we're going to vote on that. So it sounds like you can really negotiate as you would with any legal contract. Obviously, the council would have the final vote, move forward, but what you're saying is it would just like a regular contract.
Yes.
Okay. That we can negotiate the terms.
Well, I mean, in the position where we are right now with proposals in front of you, it'd be more, I guess, more solidified if you picked a proposal and then said, but we would like to see X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, so you're saying pick one, down, some of you want to see it come back. We'll go and look at the contract.
Yes.
And work it from there. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, let's think about this. This Candy Ramos, she's the communications and media manager of Washoe County. Just looked it up. Now, she has a misrepresentation that she thinks it's not the city's vision. But whatever, someone at a high level at Washoe County thinks that it's not where we want to go to have the 20-year-old building, 22-year building that we have $20 million in that is specially built for social services, that we don't even want to entertain their thoughts about it. Won't even put it on the agenda for a discussion, okay? We don't hear it. You know, not putting agenda, waste of time. You know, let's give them the time to come in and have a discussion in public. Because, you know, by not doing that, we're basically saying all the social service issues of downtown are solved. Or saying, you don't care about providing social services and those in need downtown. And it's, you know, as we discussed before, it's very close to the bus stop. So who are we building down for? These are the sort of things the redevelopment amendment plan discuss. We want to target social services on equal position to business, economic, you know, trickle-down tax theory, because no one else does social services but government and philanthropy. So I just want to pause that with you all right now for a minute, and that's where I would go. But I want to talk about Baxter versus Ulysses. Baxter seems to be basically a construction company,
They did hotel casino, they did a historic hotel renovation, 99-room home to suites. Not a lot of depth there. The Ulysses Group is a standard, new-to-the-market, subsidized housing group. Got real deep experience. Deal is not that different with the deferred property price, because it's just like other land we've given to people who then it helps them go deeper into their subsidies. So they're a solid group and much better offer. An 8% AMI rent for the one-bedroom for Baxter is $1,550. It's $1,139 for Ulysses. So, it's a very standard deal. Goes to state, gets the money, doesn't even compete through our process here. The money's deferred, versus a $600,000, and then maybe we'll bring some TIF into it. It really stands up above both their expertise and what they bring to those in need in our downtown, where all of our policies say go deep as we can on housing. So it's truly a superior product, and I'm someone who worked for the housing division, so I know how this is a realistic goal. But at the end of the day, I think the boat is missed if someone is conveying that we have a vision that we haven't articulated here and discouraging someone from proposing who has a real need to provide services in our community. So I think we should pause this and give Washoe County 90 days to have a discussion at the table if they want to put together some proposals for providing social services in this building.
All right. Councilman Martinez, anything?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Taylor, and then I'll come right to you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess just for discussion, I don't know who Candy whoever is, and I'll just say my vision for this, based on the discussions that we've had, is to bring this out to RFP, which we did. So I'm fully prepared to move forward with the direction that we have given. I don't see any need in asking Washoe County for 90 more days, but I did have a question on the funding for so we're looking at funding and home funding and all that other stuff. Is it guaranteed, or is there a competition process for it? And then my second question is, if we were to approve this, would we be able to, as part of negotiations, ask for an independent economic or financial evaluation of the pro forma that we select to go forward with, just to give us a little bit more confidence?
Yeah, Brian McCardle, for record. So, yeah, the federal funds of the housing division, yeah, it's a first come, first serve competitive basis. And so there's no guarantee.
So there's no guarantee that they're going to have these.
No.
And that goes back to my question, if I want something that's real. I mean, that's really important. I think both companies I think they both done things. They both depth, they can both perform. I want a little bit more confidence in the financial pro forma in Baxter, just because I think it was a little bit light on that side. But what would your parameter be?
It's something you like to see. We have been considering, third-party support services to go out and help us do all financial feasibility, due diligence reviews of any future development project.
Thanks, Mayor.
All right. Councilman Reed. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi.
Honeyberg.
Yeah, thank you. So I also wanted to thank everybody for all their work on this, and I'm also concerned about the email regarding, the county's position on this. This wasn't just, a random email. It was from somebody that obviously works at the county, had some kind of knowledge. We don't know who that person was that they're communicating with, but I thought it does say that, there might have been interest, there might have proposal, but they were told not to bother. So I do agree that it's a missed opportunity there, but it doesn't sound like there's any interest from the rest of the body to provide an opportunity to investigate that further. I did call out a difference that I notice is important to me personally between these different projects is Ulysses has something in here about using solar as part of their project, and that's something that I think that as a city we've kind of tried to promote, and I like to see that in projects. So I think that's kind of another checkbox for me. I think we do need affordable housing. I think that's a priority that the city of Reno stated, and I think solar power is something that we want to pursue more in the city. So just based off of those factors and the need for more affordable housing, I think I'm not really in favor of the Ulysses proposal. So, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Madam Mayor, can I?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, appreciate it. Sorry to interrupt you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just to be very clear for this body and the record, we can't speak to any conversations that are alleging that have happened. There have been none of the conversations with anybody from Washoe County, from redevelopment, from city manager's office that I'm aware of. To go back to direction from this body, April 10th, direction was very clear to open an RFP process that was open to any and all participants. Staff followed your direction, and we brought forward all applications that were received, including the one we deemed unqualified by the group that reviewed this. So I'd say this council was very clear on your vision, and your vision was open it up to the world and bring us what comes along, and that is what's in front of you today. So I felt like that was very important to put on the record.
Well, and to your point, I mean, having been in the world of working with nonprofits as a government agency or government to government, usually they're paying attention. And if they needed something, they would have reached out to our hand group or, the manager's office or said, we'd like this property.
Correct. I agree with that, Madam Mayor. I would say that we work very collaboratively as a region.
Yeah.
And we didn't receive any phone calls, communication, or email from any of our regional partners in that space.
Just so you know, am I getting seconds, minutes here? That seemed like 30 seconds or something, I'm not sure. But anyway, I think it was like a 1 minute buzzer or something. But anyway,
No, it's been a little bit off, because it's like going.
Like in reverse. I'm just trying to pay attention.
I moved in reverse in this room sometimes.
It was part of her turn. It was her time. They hadn't restarted the clock for me. Okay. Can you restart the clock for me, please? What I wanted to say is, so paying attention, and if needed this property, I would have been very open to talking to them, as we have been at every government agency I've ever worked at. If there's something we can do with another government agency, that's kind of a priority for me. But I haven't heard that, and they've known about this building availability. I've heard of it in a year, 2 years, in the last 45 days. So I'm setting that one aside. On the Ulysses, if we did go with them, could we then say, but not comfortable with this $3.4 million note, come up with something else? Or lower your price to 1.5, which is still more than the 100,000, and find that money somewhere else? So that's a question. Can we tell them to explore all management agencies? Is that reasonable ask? We have to remember that although we have a fiscal impact, at the end of the day, it's not our biggest driver. Our biggest driver, much more important to me, is getting affordable housing. Okay, that's my number one. It's been our number one forever. I obviously don't want to be impoverished by anything, but 3.4 million is a reasonable return. So I'm pretty comfortable with it, just uncomfortable with the financing. I like, to Councilmember Ebert's point, I like the fact that they have already evaluated and made a commitment on alternative energy, solar, and it was put in specifically to lower residence bills. How often do we do that? Not very. That's fantastic. So I just wanted to say I'm still leaning here, even given everything I've heard. I think there was one more thing. Oh, yes. I wondered, and maybe this would help them financially, could they consider adding, but maybe instead of 100% affordable, maybe it could be 80%, and add the 20% back in market rate. I mean, there's plenty of people probably that would like to live in this general district, the street district, and is that even, I would have that conversation with, if you add in a market rate, would that help you with the financial picture? Getting income.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking over the city attorney this because I believe what's going to be from council today is a decision on which one, and then if you have specific deal points at that point, then we would bring that back.
I'm giving my thoughts.
Okay.
Is more of a, not a must-have, but a desire.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Thank you.
No? Okay.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Is someone from Ulysses in the room?
Yeah.
I would look to the clerk's office to see if Ulysses is online. Did notify all of.
I got to tell you, that one thing I think moving forward in some of these presentations, I think it's important that they also show up and present. You have
so I can
people here
Madam
from
Mayor.
them, and I think it can say a lot about seeing someone in front of you with their own presentations to ask those questions. So kind of in a way, like I think part of this process needs to be that they also need to come and present, because this doesn't seem like we're even.
Madam, you're so right.
I mean, people or even like it's just not, doesn't seem natural.
Thank you for that feedback, Madam Mayor. So Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record, we did extend invitations to all of RFP respondents to this meeting. To note, you have two of them in chambers today. The third one, as you noted, Ulysses, was online this morning.
They're online if you'd like to speak with them.
And they are online. So
They're
if-
online, they didn't even come?
If you would like to ask them questions via Zoom, they're available via Zoom. They have two in chambers today.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can I get my time restarted, please?
Yes, please. All right, go
Hello,
ahead.
Ulysses, are you there? If yes, please let us know.
Brian?
I assume they're not there.
Monica Curtin, record. I just want to answer your question about the, maybe changing it to a 20%, 80%. We talked to the Nevada.
Not, 20% would be market rate.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talked to the Nevada Housing Agent about that last week, and based on the number of units in both of the projects, it wouldn't be feasible. They wouldn't.
What does that mean?
They wouldn't be able to issue the tax credit or the bonds
To
that would
qualify
you
for the
need
tax
to
credit.
qualify.
They need so many rooms?
Yeah.
or-
Yes.
How about this, since we're having technical difficulties, Ms. Kirsch, can we have a conversation?
Oh,
First of all,
boy.
thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
You've had an opportunity to look at the proposals in front of you, I take.
I have.
And which one of these feels more real to you? Do you have an opinion?
I do. The world,
That-
the world according to Monica.
That's right. I
not
mean,
in
Ms.
my-
Ms. Kirsch, you have been doing tremendous work in this area, and your knowledge about the layered financing that goes into it is integral to how I understand about the projects. So of course, if one of these is one that you think is more likely to come to pass and has the financial wherewithal largest to happen because of your knowledge of the layer, please let us know.
You know, I love affordable housing. That's what I do. I personally like the Baxter proposal more. I thought the price per unit was more realistic. We see typically closer to $300,000 per unit. And just in this area, it felt like a better project to me personally. That's just with the brewery district right there. That's just my.
Cost per unit build, is that what you're saying, 300?
The 232 seemed pretty low and does not seem realistic to me. So financially, or realistically, the Baxter looked better to me. I do like property tax revenue, so I have that coming in also the years and just naturally occurring affordable housing units that would save some of those resources for some larger complex that need deeper city was all another another area that I was thinking. The state has limited resources also.
May I ask her a question?
No, go right ahead.
You work closely with Washoe County.
You?
Where do you think they got the impression that we had a different vision for that property?
I don't know. I talk to them really about those types of things.
They didn't reach out to you, or
They
they've
didn't.
never had no one's ever had a discussion with you or any of your folks?
Not me and not anybody that I know
Yeah.
of, and I don't know who the person is that you're speaking about.
Yeah, and it's so hard because I sit on boards with Mayor Luce and Alexis, and they have never, ever mentioned it. And I think they're doing a lot of really good work as well, and, you know, they're getting ready to open up, West Hills and the Crisis Center. They're doing a lot of really, really good work. I would think if
Their
this
hands are
was
pretty
something
full.
that they wanted to do, they would have jumped in a long time ago. This has not been a secret that this building has been available in any capacity. So I just want to say, I think there would have been conversation. I mean, we talked. I know you want to keep going on
No, I don't
this
see it that
candy,
way.
but
I mean,
like,
they
and I'm
somehow have
glad
an
you
impression
don't.
it's not our vision. That's a manager there, and their
you
protocols
know,
maybe that they
Alexis.
get at the table to give their manager discussion, and a county commissioner was trying to get it to the table.
I'm just saying, like,
to have the discussion.
I have conversations with them regularly because we sit on so many boards together, because we collaborate together. And I'm saying, I think if there was strong desire to do so, they would have expressed it to us, which I love. That would be amazing because they do all the mental health aspect of everything.
But they've had signals
I'm
from
just
someone
saying-
that not to apply and
I'm
not
just
to use
saying-
that building for social
I'm
services.
just saying, like, that would have been great, but that has not been anything that I've heard.
But what if the optics are, look, the city council just doesn't want to do social services downtown for people and sell buildings to people for $3.5 million
I don't think
property
so,
for
because
$600,000.
we're working on the mental health addiction center together. I don't think so at all. All right.
Mayor Shivi, we do have.
Where are we at?
The other two applicants are on Zoom if you wanted to speak, and I believe we have one here present in the room.
All right, that's
Two
fantastic.
in-house, one.
Okay, but
Two
where
in-house,
at,
one in-
Madam, as far as rounds?
I think you've done
Some have
everybody.
had 2 rounds, some have had 1, so I think those who had 1 indicated they didn't want to speak a second time.
Okay.
So this time, Madam Mayor, we would turn it back over to the body.
All right, and I'm
You
going to
would-
hand it to Councilman, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, are you asking me to hazard a motion?
No, I think you were
Oh,
trying to ask the
I do
applicant.
have questions for the folks from Ulysses. So Ulysses on the line.
Hello, good afternoon, council members. Can you hear me?
We can
And
hear
we
you
see
just
them
fine.
too?
Can you tell me who's speaking?
Yes, this is Ryan Watt with Ulysses Development Group, Senior Associate of Bill.
And Ryan, have you watched our meeting? Kind of a meeting today. Have you been watching our meeting?
Yes, we have been listening in the entire conversation. We weren't able to speak a few minutes ago, but it looks like it's the Zoom is working now.
Okay, so I had the opportunity to look through pro forma that you submitted, and I think, first of all, the proposal was very comprehensive. It speaks to your depth of knowledge and your experience in this area. There are elements of proposal that I find very attractive. One concern, however, I have is about your cost of the units that you hope to deliver. And I don't know how you arrived at that number. It could be said that perhaps your consulting fee or your management fee or your development fee is simply higher. I don't know where you arrived at that. Yeah, we can see you in chambers too, by the way. So thank you so much for being here. We are struggling because we're trying to balance a lot of competing concerns among 7 people with various background experiences. So I'm asking a very specific question about how you costed your per unit cost, which seems lower than I would have anticipated.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councilmember Reese. So this, our construction cost was based on a price estimate provided by a general contractor local to Reno. And it was based on the design that was submitted as a part of our response. So we shared the drawings and specifications with the contractor and provided an estimate based on recently completed projects of comparable size scale.
Including one in the Sun Valley area, right? You've built a project here in northern Nevada.
That's right. We have a project under construction in northern Nevada. I was financed with percent of tax credits and tax bonds to that division, the same financial resources we're proposing.
And is Ulysses willing to consider not requiring subordination of the city of Reno to its greater lien interest? I didn't
We are
understand that
absolutely
part of a
open to-
proposal.
Yes, so we're absolutely open to negotiation. In this case, when we're working with the Nevada Housing Division, they have certain financing requirements that are, we're going to be subject to. And so all we ask is that, we seek to reach a position that both meets the requirements of the Nevada Housing Division at the state level and the city level.
Okay, it was represented to us, I think, and maybe it was either our misunderstanding or misreading of the proposal, that your interest be in priority above the city's on a note that we carried. Is that, Mr. McCardle, is that how you characterize it? So I don't think I'm in error in identifying that. What about that is a requirement of various funding sources we would reach? I mean, I understand the state or HUD or someone in the government side of it might be superior to us and to you, but how would you be superior to us in the lien right position?
Right, so we would not be proposing we're superior to the city's loan. We would, again, make that loan subject to a 15-year term, meaning that would have to be paid back within that time. The only requirements outside of that, we're combined with Section 42 tax code, which is the 4% federal tax credit program. So all we want to do is make sure, number one, we're providing, that loan being paid back over the required term and also complying with the federal tax requirements. Those are our only requirements for this project.
May I ask the question? I think Mr.
Thank you,
Reese.
Madam Mayor. I'm finished with my time.
Mr. Reese,
Okay.
or Madam
Hold
Mayor,
on,
may I ask
hold on,
them the
hold on,
question?
Hold on, 1 second, and I'll come back to you, 1 second. Councilwoman Dewar?
I would love to ask it. Okay, for Naomi Dewar. And my question is, first of all, I'll just go right to it. You stipulated a management company. Do you only work with FPI, or is that just they're in our markets, you selected them, or are you open to all? I don't want to query any deal you have with them, but I didn't know how that showed up in the proposal.
Thank you for the question. We worked previously with FPI in this market, and so we initially proposed them as a management firm in this project. We've not made any amendments to them. We're absolutely open to using an alternative group.
Okay, well, I just wanted to understand, was that a baked-in requirement in your proposal, or is just sort of a placeholder? And it sounds like more placeholder. Is that correct? Then your $3.4 million note, so I want to understand that. You're asking us to carry the note at a certain interest? I wasn't, like, we would be the lien holder, so, or the mortgage, and you would be paying us back. Had you proposed an interest rate, or?
Right, so we proposed a seller note structure where the city is a note holder, and that note is subject to interest. We didn't propose an interest rate, we just know it would be negotiated later in the process. In terms of the payback, again, we're proposing a 15-year payback.
Okay.
And the only folks who would be superior to that seller note would be, number one, our senior lender, and number two, the new housing.
Okay, so you have a second lender, but would be senior. Is that what you're saying?
So based on our conversation with the Nevada Housing Division, there's a subordinate loan they would provide that would be supplemented by seller note, and cash flow will be split between those two payments.
Okay. And then I heard something about the apartment rents you might, and it was reported here today, $1,139. Is that about right? Would that be across, everybody would be 60% AMI? Here's Brian. Did you have a different?
I just had a comment, looking at the RFP with the developer fee being subordinate, and I can read it out here if we need to.
Was it a mischaracterization in the proposal, or?
Nope. It says, so if you let me, it says that Ulysses Development Group, that the seller note be structured with a 15-year term with payments made from available property cash flow. Payments are proposed to subordinate to deferred developer fee payments to ensure DDF is repaid within the 15-year period structured by Section 42 of the federal tax code.
Okay, so can you address that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So Section 42 of the tax code is very clear that any project source must be full, or any project use must be paid within the 15-year tax credit period. And so that includes developer fee. And so the reason that is required is because developer fee is treated as extra contingency of the project. If project costs come in too high, if other sources are not available, developer fee will be cut from the project in order to balance the sources and uses. And so in Section 42 of the federal tax code, it says that any developer must be paid back during time. And the reason for that, again, is to ensure there is developer fee available to act as contingency for the project. So we are just trying to comply with the federal tax
So you're
program.
calling it contingency, but then it usually something's paid at basic profit, making sure you make your money while you're working, that you're getting paid. So maybe we're having a mix of terms?
I think so. I think this is a matter of the nomenclature in the tax code and the federal tax program is what's typical in market rate. Real estate.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Ebert? No? All right. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I just want to ask, a lot of times the developer fee does not get paid, and putting your developer fee ahead of our loan repayment is a little problematic. I'd like to see our loan repayment come ahead of your deferred developer fee, or some, pro rata, or maybe some pay in the front end. I think we need some room on that. I don't think that you all should put your developer fee ahead of the $3.5 million. That's a problem for me, okay? Knowing that a lot of times those things don't even materialize. So that would be a sticking point for me. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Thanks for the comments. Mouse would be absolutely open to negotiation on tweaking the terms of that seller note to ensure that it's paid back in a fashion that's satisfactory to the city. Again, our only concern is making sure we comply with the requirements of the federal tax credit program and the requirements of the Nevada Housing Division.
Yeah, I have no concern about that. I work for the Housing Division. I know they know how to do things by the book, and the structure then falls beyond that from, your C note holder, their money, and everything else. So I think if the council is of mind to go that way, I would give direction that there's some negotiation in terms of modifying off their proposal that our $3.4 million get paid after their developer fee. Yeah, well, that's how they have it written.
And this is Jasmine Mehta, for the record. I just want to make sure that if council wants to negotiate, with any of these applicants, then it really should be open to all of them to be able to negotiate. Really, it'd be better to make those parameters something that you direct staff to go and negotiate versus, doing it now. Yes.
Well, Madam Mayor, that was one of my questions. When we look at the criteria of the scoring, it seems like we're talking about things that have already been scored in the RFP, and we're opening up things like design, financial structure, financial capacity that we would have to open up to all the other proposers when we're having these discussions right here, trying to Ulysses in something that was already reviewed and scored based on the criteria where Baxter came out. So we have one proposal that has given us everything that we said we wanted to most of the abilities, financial capacity, the design, our vision. And we have the second person or the second proposer that came in that we're trying to fit into something that we should probably open up to everybody again. So I just want to make sure, I guess, we have guidelines for legal of what we should be asking for. Are we going to say, okay, Baxter, can you put solar in? Then can you do a higher price? Or Marmot, can you change your design instructions? Just some full consistency. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, would you like a motion? Have we finished our round?
I just want to make sure. We have to go to
Is there public
Madam
comment?
Clerk. Yep. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, give me a moment to vote for you.
Madam Mayor, if I can speak to Councilmember Taylor's point, I would say at this point, the council has asked for concessions of sorts from one of the proposers. They have given you a verbal response to that. If that is the will of this body, again, the other two applicants are in, just you're keeping the process open and equitable.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I did have questions for
Go ahead.
Baxter. Is that what you're asking for?
if you want, sure.
Okay, who is Baxter?
I believe Representative for Baxter is Brianna Bolentini, and she is here in the audience. She can come up.
Ms. Bolentini, thank you so much for being here and for being here for most of the day. I thought the proposal that you all made was excellent. I had a question about the public benefit component, which was the affordability component. If we should choose you, and we're trying to be mindful of what our lawyers have told us, this affordability component seemed low to me. I don't know if it was based on the phone that you posited, that's how you came to that number, or can you just give me some understanding of how you arrived there?
Yes, Brenda Valentini for the record, thank you. We are open to negotiation. That it was a number we did out a percentage of units, and to clarify how we got many units as a one parking that came earlier today as well. So we based it off of percentage, so we make sure that we can be mixed income. Also, we are mixed use. I think that came up as well. So it's trying to accommodate to make sure that it is for multiple dwellers, and that number isn't fixed on this amount of units. It's a percentage to throw it at. We're not full low income housing.
And so the unit count was derived from the parking, is that what you're saying?
Correct, one-to-one parking. Surface parking today, there's 116 parking spots there today.
I see. Okay, thank you so much.
Anything else?
All right. Back at you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. So we were experiencing a little bit of technical issue earlier today when we opened public comment for this item. So we do have a public commenter registered, Lily Barron. Lily, if you would unmute, state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Lily Aaron. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. As we know, school started this week and many children went off to their first day with empty bellies thanks to the governor's veto on free lunch and breakfast. A free refrigerator pantry source sent out of my home over the years. I've seen more families, children, disabled seniors visit. And since January, I've provided over 500 meals a week. Without enough options for transitional, supportive, and low-income housing, there was no way out, especially not when we prioritize gentrification over humanity. The women who lost their children who are likely living in a foster home because we couldn't provide housing display particularly heartbreaking and troubling signs of psychological distress and often share with me their sexual abuse. And as I frequently say, cannot get into our place because we are continually without beds. I hear a lot of business owners and people who live high hill with a one cellar and infinity pool speak of the issues they see with people experiencing homelessness, but I have yet to hear from someone who lives in the neighborhood and hears their stories every day. These folks aren't at all oblivious to these meetings or what you say about them. In fact, you'd be surprised to know how much you do know. You can move around at $50 every other week, just shuffling the deck, but at this rate, you'll never finish the game. Each track sweep, I see folks spill out into the streets and end up in front of my home. Oftentimes, the refrigerator is empty, but I go inside to grab them food and water because I know there are no water fountains. None of these people that are served outside of Hampton House are unaware of the services available. Some are young people, like one 19-year-old whose mental illness has rendered him not able to return to Eddie House because of conduct and without robust mental health services being available. He is roaming the streets, hungry, thirsty, and mentally unstable. And like many others with no safety net, unfortunately, I do not provide the service to these folks, but I do provide insight into the gaps. I'd like to invite anyone sitting to sit on my porch for an hour or two any time of day to get some on-the-ground experience in compassion and listening, not as an authority person with a title, but just another human being. Increasingly concerned this week as I myself have children with bellies, with LGBTQ, and youth terming out of foster care with mental health needs. The number one cause of homelessness is lack of affordable housing. With every rent increase of $100, homelessness goes up by 9%. And then landlords are raising rents far above that each month. We, the actual residents of this neighborhood, see our neighbors become unhoused with the blink of an eye. These projects will never succeed unless we address the needs of these folks. We aren't your playground to clean up so you don't feel bad tripping over people in distress to get a guilt-free cocktail. We are an underserved community of people suffering who deserve funding for actual needs. James Baldwin, who would have been 100 this year, said, "We have yet to understand that if I'm starving, you are in danger. If people think that my danger makes them safe, we are in trouble. If you'd like to donate through the Black Community Collective, just stop by, drop off aid to mitigate harm being done by evidence-based practices we are hell-bent on putting through. Please do so. Also, I am worried about the amount of people that probably did not get to public comment due to Zoom not working pretty much since 10 a.m. I've tried in 5 times. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Vera Miller via Zoom.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. State your name for the record and begin speaking.
My name is Vera Miller. Don't have a prepared comment, so bear with me. But just with hearing about this project and hearing from other public commenters and living in Reno, I just wanted to express frustration at the lack of care and the lack of diligence with actually coming to the table with people that are directly impacted by some of these measures and some of these projects and initiatives. I drive for Uber, for instance, and I hear a lot of different people and a lot of different people's perspectives. And when we talk about housing and rent and some of the things that working class people and lower income people deal with, we deal with really crappy landlords, and we live with really dire circumstances, even if we pretend like we don't. Most of us are just one bad paycheck away or one firing away from not being housed. And yet, within the same, people talk about cleaning up the filth of the city or cleaning up downtown or midtown, right? I don't want a brewery. I want something that's going to help stop my landlord from raising my rent randomly $100, even though they didn't give me central AC or anything like that. We still have to buy our own AC units. That's horrible. And there are people that need to be taken care of. And if we take care of people, then we open a brewery together. It's really frustrating to always come to these things and never really be heard. And it's frustrating that folks like Lily, who almost got on city council, lost by 50 votes, was not able to get on the council. And it's so, I lost my train of thought, but it's frustrating. And I think if we meet the needs of people that are just the same as us, then we can open a brewery together. Like, and we shouldn't have to wait from 10 a.m. to 3:30 right now to be making these comments for like technical difficulties. We need to meet the needs of people. We need to stop trying to sweep people away like they're trash. So, and that's all I have to say.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, we have additional public comment on item D4.
The one question I do have, Brian, is this, is the expiration on the project, is it 30 years? I think it is in order for all those, for the tax incentives and all of that requirement. Am I correct?
Yeah,
I
Madam,
kind of feel like if it's by the city, then it should be forever. It shouldn't have a date on it.
there is a, Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager for the record, there is a cost to the city to do this type of monitoring on these projects long-term. It's something to consider when considering these stay forever. The 30-year requirement is a federal requirement, I believe, under receiving federal affordable housing funds. The city could match that, the city could go a different direction. It is up to this body.
Okay.
There's no requirement that the city do a certain number of years.
So wait, could put stipulation on any proposal, correct?
With federal funding, I think.
I don't know if that's an attorney thing.
Jasmine Mate, for the record, are you asking if?
Can we put that in a proposal, it must stay in perpetuity affordable?
I mean, that is one of the parameters
There's
that you could
Okay.
direct staff to negotiate. But as Mr. McCall said, there is a cost in monitoring that and ensuring that they're
Yeah.
complying with that. So that's also something to consider.
Okay. I would say this, the cost is going to be much, probably much lower than have people displaced. So I do, doing something on the affordable side, it should be forever, so that those residents can continue to stay in those. We saw, I don't know, how long ago, 5 years ago? So anyway, it was not good. It was pretty heartbreaking and super frustrating, so.
It is, and I guess in recent years, the contracts through the housing division with tech properties have changed some to limit those loopholes where some of those things can happen. In addition, my team actively watches complexes that are going to come out of periods of affordability, and we work with them to do possibly into some rehab dollars and then get like another 30 years.
Yeah.
And again, those are projects that if there are federal funding put into them, we have to monitor them. At them, there's a great deal of work that goes to that, make sure they're charging the right rents, all of that. Our sewer credits, or not the sewer credits, but the sewer waiver program, we typically do the body has chosen to do 20 years on that. Most tech properties now are 30 years. There's a few things like perhaps maybe the Reno Housing Authority, some of theirs are in perpetuity because that is their mission. Even has changed. Back in the old days, they used to do 99-year terms, and they have gone away from that just because of the administrative burden on that and just a lot of things that happen over 99 years. So hopefully that answers the question a bit.
Okay, thanks. All right, Madam, any more public comment? I don't think you, correct? Okay. All right. I'm going to need a motion.
Yeah.
Do you want to go for it?
I'll try.
Go.
Okay. Look, this is challenging. We have some great alternatives here. I think we have to look at our overriding city objective. Our number one priority for the last several years has been affordable housing. Over making money, it's get people housed. And so they're very close. The Baxter and Ulysses both have compelling aspects to them. But I think I'm going to lean towards recommending to council make a motion to approve moving forward with the deal, I guess call it with Ulysses, and to direct our staff to discuss and potentially negotiate with them on a couple points. And I'm not saying the answer has to be, but do your best. One, be to look at the offer price and its financing, okay? See what you can come back with based on the input from the council. Number two is to review the length of affordability to extend that as much as possible. If 9 years isn't the right number, what is the right number? And let me ask the rest of the council, I don't know if there's any other, if anybody's interested in this one, are there any more deal points we would like our staff to add?
That's a good question. Maybe something, Jasmine, legally to put in there in case that some deal point comes up. Can you give us any advice?
Jasmine made for the record. I mean, perhaps what you are seeking to do is maybe enter into an exclusive negotiation agreement.
Yeah.
That we could then, have time to negotiate with that particular.
Yeah, that's exactly what I had in mind.
For negotiation of.
I'm recommending offering Ulysses an exclusive negotiating agreement. Is that what you said? And to have listened to this recording, the issues that the council brought up, whether it was parking, affordability, length of affordability, the finance piece, and come back for staff to come back to us with a proposal for us.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second? I'll second for discussion.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Does that include the default of the development agreement?
Yes.
And the loan repayment? Okay.
Clarification
Okay.
that the city would
Okay.
not take,
Is-
sit in a secondary position potentially.
And we can do ENAs under City of Reno and not redevelopment agency?
Can you say what that stands for?
I'm sorry, are you asking whether redevelopment
Yeah, we can enter
agency
into
is-
an ENA, an exclusive negotiating
Yes.
agreement. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Any other, Councilman Martinez, anything? No?
No.
Okay. Councilwoman Taylor?
I guess I just have a question, if that's okay. What is the personal guarantee of the Ulysses agreement? If they walk away within like 6 months or 7 months or 8 months, and I'm not against it, I just don't, and I have, again, concern over the financing.
That is something that could be put into the final agreement, but I don't have any specifics to share. Because there's no, sorry, Brian McCardle for the record, there's no interest money, or earnest money being put up, I guess, if they're not paying full, if it's a seller's note. That is something that would have to be looked at.
That wasn't part of the Baxter agreement. Is that accurate?
So under the Baxter agreement, because they would be purchasing it for a price, before we go into due diligence and closing document, there'd probably be some earnest money put up while we through that, and they walk away prematurely, we would keep that earnest money.
So is there still, it just seems like there's more risk to the city with the Ulysses proposal in the finance department. And I'm not sure I'm right, or I'm just not reading that right, or the Baxter agreement seems cleaner to me, and I want to make sure before I vote, if I understand that right.
Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Councilmember, I would say that from a clean standpoint, yes, it is clean because you are entering into a purchase agreement that transfers the city's severance. We're done at that point. As far as additional risk and what would happen if they pull out at some point this process, Brian, there's no earnest money, so this is put forward tremendous amounts of staffers. Additionally, it would delay anything happening on this blighted project if you get to a certain point and nothing happens. We'd be back where this body again in some unknown period of time.
I'm probably not going to support the motion with that information. Thank you.
And Ashley, if I may, before you leave, maybe I can add that too, that when I asked to explore this $3.4 million note the city would carry, which you've already heard, we're not too excited about, I would expect that they would, the part of the negotiation would be, what are they putting down? Are they putting down $10, $600,000, anything, to hold the property? And then the second question is, does this go forever? Do we set a timeline that we want to see a proposal back so that we don't just sort of
live in perpetuity
Right.
of not knowing? So we would recommend that through staff be recommending some clawback in period and milestones within the process. Because again, council's identified this as a blighted site and you'd like to see something happen sooner rather than later. But if council has specific things that you're looking for of when you'd like this agreement back in front of you, you're welcome to get direction
I
with your
mean, is
motion.
4 months reasonable timeframe?
We think that's,
What's that?
yeah,
2
it was like
weeks?
4 months feels like a pretty extended period of time.
Look, I'm
based of-
just trying to get a response, so. All interested sooner rather than later, but we also know nothing's on our calendar in 2 weeks. I'm just saying, when can we expect it back on council? You have to go out, you have to negotiate, you have to bring us something back. We may or may not like it.
Correct.
Okay, it has to get on an agenda.
Thank you. I suggest September 11th.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, we're in the discussion on the motion, is that correct?
Yes.
So for my part, I probably have been leaning towards the Baxter Group. I'm just say, if it would pass, what I would like to see in the exclusive negotiating posture is that 100% affordable units include units at 30% AMI as well, not just the 60%. One of the areas where we find most challenging is in areas in the 3% AMI. So whether it's some smaller number of them, 10 units, 20 units, or 5 units, it's where I would like to see that concept be discussed. Again, I'm not saying I am intending to vote for a motion. I'm saying that if the staff is going to be in a posture of exclusively negotiating an outcome, that would be an outcome I would find favorable.
And one other thing is to balance that, they may come back with a few units, 80%, and maybe that's to, they can't? Oh, it can only be 60, okay.
Yeah. The other thing that we don't talk about a lot, and it does cost money, so it typically doesn't become part of the conversation, but that's disability housing. And I think that should be included in there as well, because it needs to be thought out, bottom level. There are things that need to be put in place to make sure that it's accessible and modified housing, but we don't talk about that nearly enough. I think every time we look at an affordable project, we need to include that.
Point. Very good point. To recap the things that,
I feel like we've got robust
Oh, yeah.
notes.
okay, excellent.
And there should be something there, making it sort of an ended, anything that needs to be negotiated.
Yeah.
We allow our staff at that
Absolutely.
time to have those conversations.
That sort of went without saying, but yes, I agree.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
No. I think you're going to have to do, I don't think it passed. Madam Clerk? Yeah.
Councilman Breckus?
Aye.
Dewar?
Aye.
Martinez?
No.
Ebert?
Yes.
Taylor?
No.
Reese?
No.
Shevey?
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Okay. Next, Madam Clerk.
Really quickly.
Okay.
It's not a perfect world.
All right.
It's really good for the residents. Really good.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item E1.
Look, if they come back and we can't make a deal, we'll go to Baxter. I mean, I don't think there's a lot.
Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment from Damian Cole.
I guess I have to go to, I have a whole new script here. I cannot seem to, I'm sorry. Like,
Would it be easier just to follow the regular agenda?
no, I'm trying to get through here. It's just a little bit different. Okay, I'm going to send it over to our city attorneys. Do you want to weigh in, Carl, at this point? And then
I'll kick it off, Madam Mayor.
I'll go
Thank
to
you.
public comment after. Thanks so much.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7275, and ordinance to 8.0, Reno Municipal Code entitled Offenses Against Property Prohibiting Trespassing Upon Railroad Tracks and Other Matters Properly Relating Thereto.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
Public comment.
Damian Cole.
Hi, thank you. I am neither in opposition or for the ordinance. I am on the concern side. The language in the current draft of the ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.10 of Reno Municipal is vague and objective, which creates potential for broader reach of power in which it could result in loss of constitutional protected civil liberties. The history of the railroad property in Reno is long and complicated. The city core was built around the railroad. In areas grade of public park that overlaps on road property, Oxbow Nature Study. In areas with grade separation, we have public streets and sidewalks on private parcels, such as 3rd Street and Commercial Row, downtown, right next to, down from where we are. No provisions are in the ordinance language for this. The Reno Arch is located 90 feet as the crow flies from the tracks. We have private businesses on railroad property, which, as far as I know, there is no problem enforcing existing trespassing laws. Are they enforced? The language of the proposed ordinance leaves it up to the individual discretion of responding officers whether they believe someone is guilty of trespassing and interfering with railroad operations. The city was built around the railroad, such as Commercial Row. Reno owned the land due to RETRAC, but Union Pacific was granted an easement of 30-foot air rights through the RETRAC corridor, so that immediate rail land is their responsibility, not the city's. Reno PD does not patrol it. As far as I know, Union Pacific is responsible for policing its easement itself. And language regarding the grade separation and air rights. In that sense, the ordinance under the proposal is two-dimensional. While in general context, it would be absurd to think that someone standing on the track with our entombed concrete, it is conceivable. Under special circumstance, under direction from superiors, the language of this ordinance could be conceivably allow law enforcement officers to being in violation of this ordinance when they are not. Therefore, it should be the onus of the law from city to individual. It casts what is clearly the liberty of freedom of travel in public space into the realm of a defense used in court to prove one's innocence. It risks that a citation and or arrest for failure to comply with police instructions could occur, and that is a threshold most people will be unlikely to cross, especially those of lower classes. Meanwhile, okay, there's a lot more involved with it, but basically what I'm saying is, here's my recommendations. Add encroachment, as was voted on July 5th, which is not in the current ordinance language. If it can't be added for illegal reasons, then rethink the concept rather than allowing for a situation that creates room for broad overreach. Add language, address the difference between public right-of-way near tracks versus parcel land and those parcels used as public right-of-ways. I just have one more sentence, is that okay? Consideration for signs placed on each privately owned parcel received by the public as open space or right-of-way, reaffirming the public's right to pass, stand, loiter, and otherwise engage in recreational or business purposes. Finally, add a sunset clause.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, we know additional live public commenters would have individuals sign up earlier today. 1 in favor of item E1 and 3 in opposition of E1. Additionally, we did receive public comment on this item as written correspondence, 10 letters, 9 in favor, 1 in opposition. Those have been distributed to the Reno Council.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Travis and Mr. Sudi, nice to see you. We never get to see you. You're always in your office. All right. It's nice to see you both.
Nice to see you as well. My name is Travis True. I'm the Director of Maintenance and Operations, Madam Mayor and Council. Item E1 is our ordinance introduction for prohibiting trespassing within 100 feet of railroad tracks. This item aligns with our strategic plan in the areas of public safety, infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. So kind of just a quick review of where we are in this a presentation regarding downtown safety, and direction was given to staff to address the railroad corridor. On July 24th, presentation was provided to the council to discuss kind of some of the issues we have in the area, issues with maintenance, and prominently issues with public safety. Direction was then given to staff to bring forward an ordinance. So that brings us to today, and in the time between the last meeting and this meeting, there's been a lot of work that's gone into collaborating with the Department of the City, and a lot of mainly on our city attorney's side with Brian Sudi. Sorry, that answered a little too far. There we go. So kind of quick recap from the July 24th meeting, bring us back up to speed. And there are several reasons why this is necessary. First and foremost, the reason for this is public safety. The railroad corridor is a very dangerous place to be. It's an area that varies size. If you think about it, the railroad itself, or the train that we see, the trains plural that we see running through town frequently, they're very large. There's sometimes 100 cars. They're pulled by a 2-ton locomotive. These trains cannot slow down quickly. They cannot maneuver out of the way when obstacles, crash, debris, and people on the tracks. They don't have the ability to get out of the way and stop. And this is our most concern. From a maintenance operations perspective, we have a lot of challenges in this area. We have a lot of infrastructure within the 100 feet from the tracks. We are responsible for maintenance of city-owned fence work, fencing, walls, the signs that are city-owned in the area. We're responsible for electrical that powers the safety lighting. It powers the ventilation systems in retrack that are needed to make sure the exhaust gases from the trains as they run through retrack functioning properly, not poisoning people. From a public safety perspective, our public safety responders, first responders, have the same similar issues that we have. It's the ability to get to the infrastructure that we need to. Again, on the maintenance operations, in our infrastructure, we have sewer and storm drain systems that are our ditch systems, our inlets, our culverts, and we need, in times of storms moving in, we need to be able to inspect these areas, make sure functioning properly. We need to offering out heavy equipment to make sure we're clearing debris that washes downstream, and not having ability to get on and through the public access roadways that are adjacent to the tracks drastically hinders our ability to actively respond. Same thing with public safety. They need to be able to quickly get to areas of emergencies. We have fires that break out along the railroad, unfortunately, very frequently. And again, it needs to be responded to quickly. A lot of the space adjacent to railroads are open space. A lot of vegetation, it can burn quickly and out of hand if we don't have the ability to respond. And then we have medical emergencies that also need to be addressed quickly. So it's imperative that we have open access to our infrastructure and open access for emergency services. This map here shows the rail system throughout Reno. We have obviously the east-west route that everybody's very familiar with, but we also have line that runs up into North Valleys and Reno. It's pretty extensive. And all that being said, I'm going to be turning this over to Brian City from the Attorney's Office to kind of discuss the nuances of this ordinance.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. Brian City for the record, Deputy City Attorney. So before I dive too much into this, I was asked to create a law. And one of the first things you do is you don't want to reinvent the wheel. And now, as a born and raised Nevada, it pains to admit that I go and do some research, and California has a state law that does exactly what this is. So I will tell you that this is a mirror of California state law that was passed in 1992. I was probably junior high school at that point, middle school at that time. So this law has been in existence for a long time. So it is in essence, a copy of that law. And I like doing that as an attorney because it shows me a few things. Number one, it's long-standing. It's within Ninth Circuit, so it's obviously has had time to be enforced. It has had time to see the court, and it's still valid law. So when you see something like that, as an attorney, it makes your life a lot easier because now you're not creating something from scratch. So with that said, the nuances is not really much. I will explain what has happened with our state law, trespassing, and it uses, for lack of a better term, a landmark to determine is trespassing. A building is easy and definable. But when our legislature look at open land, because we're in Nevada and we have a lot of open land, that makes it a little bit more difficult to have those landmarks, those defining points where someone will know they can't be there. And what they did was they said, okay, you can fence it, right? If you fence off the property, it's very clear that someone can't be there. Well, you go even more rural Nevada, fencing becomes very expensive for large lands. So they also created the opportunity to put signage every 500 feet. So that's what our law operates on, is this landmark theory. Now, signage. For our railroad track extending pretty much, I'll just go east to west, or west to east, from California state line to Sarks, that's an astronomical amount of land. 500 feet, a sign has to be posted. Now, the law has a loophole in it. If the sign is not posted every 500 feet, you can't just go out and charge one trespassing. Now you actually have to have owner or agent there to say, hey, you're on my land, you can't be there. It invalidates the law. You heard from Travis in the last presentation, one of the big issues they have is the signages are getting ripped down. So now we have to start all over again. Obviously, if you had the fence off the entire railroad track, that probably would not look really appeasing to the eye, as well as it would be an astronomical cost. So when you look at the spirit of the state law and what we were trying to do, and then compare it to what California has done, the landmark in itself is the railroad track. Right? That's your definition. So the railroad track is your landmark that can be defined. People can see it. You can gauge how far you can go from that. So that is why it says from the tracks 100 feet. That's how it fits with our trespassing laws. And then the uniqueness of our railroad track. And we have, obviously, downtown is a lot more condensed. And then as you go further west or even further north, it becomes more open land. There's more space out there. So the 100 feet was what staff had wanted, so we put in under 100 feet. There are the concerns regarding what if there's a sidewalk by the railroad track, right? Well, the sidewalk, you have a lawful right to walk on the sidewalk. That would not impact. We were questioned about fishing along the river, and maybe it's within 100 feet. Well, you're there. If you have a lawful right to be there, you're doing something legal, you're not trespassing already, you can continue to do that activity. This law is just trespassing. It's already in existence. It's already enforceable. It's just that there are some loopholes. Fences get torn down. Signs get ripped down. So instead of having to combat that, use the railroad track. It's going to be very hard to rip out a railroad track. I don't know much about railroad, but I don't think it's an easy task to do. So using that as a landmark is a solidified thing. California has it, Oregon has it, Washington has, pretty much almost every, it's a state law that we're kind of jumping probably ahead of our state. The uniqueness, obviously you get much more dense demographic down here, the land's more condensed. You go further west, there's a lot of still more open space along those tracks. Cars are parking along those tracks. Union Pacific doesn't want vehicles parked along those tracks because if the train derails, it's going to hit a car. So it's also eroding the track line as well, and they have to go back. They just did a major repair on the west side of our railroad. So it costs money, it costs time. So this is a way to enable law enforcement to enforce the law and not have to have like signs gone, to actually have the owner agent to be present on scene or have it completely fenced off to be enacted. That is the reality of this, but it is already against the law to be out there. There is no lawful right unless the city of Reno on their end said you can be here or Union Pacific said you could be there. They're already violating the law. It's already in existence. It's just that we're trying to connect this loophole and fix this problem. With that, you could skip to the slide. And I don't know who's next to me.
That's it. So that pretty much concludes our presentation at this point.
So much. All right, bringing it back to this body. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, Mr. Sudi. So, after a California state law. So why don't we bring a BDR to the state of Nevada to put it in state law? Because pretty clear when you read 100, said you got a post. One legal expert I said felt that the fencing and sometimes could be enough, but it seems not in an ordinance.
So a couple things. One is the landmarks. For landmark, you're using a landmark. If you go back and look at legislative intent, that's what it's for, is for the landmarks. So we're still staying within the intent of the law when they originally wrote that, and it's been a long time when that law was enacted. Also, our uniqueness and our dynamics, this was written without realizing cities were developing around railroad tracks. Now we have that problem, like California did in 1992. They did the same thing. It's going to pass muster federally for sure. And if you look at the legislative intent of why they enacted and how they enacted it, it's to do trespassing to form a person they're not supposed to be there. How can you do that? Well, you educate the public and say the railroad, don't be around the railroad. It's no different than a sign. It's using the railroad in lieu of the sign.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, you get a civil rights attorney and maybe it'll pass federal muster, but it sure doesn't seem to be consistent with state law. And, because state law is very specific. You got posts. I don't see a framework where it can pass the city ordinance that preempts state law that's very specific. So we're going through our BDRs, and I don't understand why we're not recommending that we do it that way now. So my question for you, for Mr. Truehill, let's talk about this in practicality right now. And I do know a fair amount about railroads, as a matter of fact. I come from a railroad family. And I guess I'll talk about the main line, but I have a lot of concerns about the south lines going up through we're maybe adjacent to federal lands up there around Anderson Acres, okay? We know the railroad has a right-of-way, but people cross in formal settings, times access for land. But, so, what's the plan then? You get this great authority to go out and do sweeps, okay? Which you don't feel you have right now, the authority to do sweeps? So are you going to be doing sweeps, the railroad you doing and monitoring their private property?
We, maintenance and operations, are not performing any sweeps.
Well, I mean the city of Reno.
Okay.
And if you're the wrong staff member, we'll pause the clock and bring that person up.
There's currently is things that when we need to access our infrastructure, we are asking for assistance, and that assistance is in the form of public outreach. It's in the form of police assistance, and so, but it needs to be understood. Our infrastructure is not typically in the railroad easement specifically, or their right of way. In some cases, it is when we're talking about retrack, but it's usually within that 100-foot area right outside of the tracks.
Sure.
So a lot of this area is areas that the city either has property on or that he has a legal easement to have that infrastructure placed there.
Well, if it's our property,
Right.
we have the right of a property owner. Let me just conclude this.
I'm going to move on. Councilman, and I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Hill, for the information and the work that's gone in already. I was curious, there was comments about, like sidewalks and maybe the river being, how would folks know if they are within 100 feet of the road? If we get a call, it's up to the dispatch or the officer that shows up, court enforcement that shows up to kind of make that call, or what would be the process? I guess I'm trying to understand that if someone is found within 100 feet.
Well, I think the first approach will always, especially on the outreach side, it's through a river ranger dealing with the river, or it's through Clean and Safe, and one of the partners with Clean and Safe. There's always the information component of informing people. I have yet to see anybody from any of our outreach groups just come with a heavy hand and not try to inform people first. And so I believe this would be the continued practice. But again, as Mr. Sue brought up, the railroad itself, the tracks, is that monument, that marker that would allow people to be able to identify that, yes, I'm too close to the tracks, I shouldn't be in this space.
Okay. And with your example of someone being in the river and potentially being within 100 feet of that, that may have been Mr. Stuckey.
So,
I guess if someone has traditionally gotten to the specific spot to fish,
So, Brian,
and all of a
see-
sudden it's within distance, to understand what happens there.
So, City, for the record, a few things. If they have a lawful right to be there, obviously, if it's open fish there, they can remain there even though they're within that 100 feet because they have the lawful right. If it's a sidewalk, they're on the sidewalk. It might be within 100 feet. Reno Arch might be within 100 feet. The sidewalk there, they can be there. There's other laws to address the activity that they might be engaging in, like if they're standing in the middle of a roadway, you can't do that. That would be the law that would be enforced, the trespassing along the tracks. Additionally, we also have several other laws, like no camping along the river within 350 feet. It's not posted, it's not signed, and in essence carries the same spirit as our state law for trespassing. So we've used that for many years, I think since the early 2000s. But that won't impact them. If you have a business and people are lawfully on your business, doesn't impact it. If Union Pacific owns land that extends past 100 feet, out of that 100 feet, they'll have to go back to signage and fencing for it to be enforced. It's only within that 100 feet corridor of the track that this law would do away with the fencing and signage requirement.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Mayor. Just have a quick question for you. I think I like fun fact talking about railroad experience. Before you were in this position, what was your railroad experience?
That was a long time ago. I was quite young. I work on the Virginia Truckee Road. I was a mechanic and finished my career with the railroad as an engineer running their locomotives up there.
Yeah, so you might have a little experience when it comes to
I've built the
railroads.
track. I've maintained the engines and spent more hours than I possibly count for running the steam engines up there, yeah.
Good enough. Thanks for all your help. My comment is based on what we heard today from the businesses, and this is probably more for the enforcement side, is I understand what we're doing here today, but I really think we also need to focus on the enforcement side of this ordinance should it be adopted. And I think that's going to be extremely important, and I think our law enforcement and our team knows that. So that is my only comment. Thank you so much. Thank you for working with us.
just generally supportive. I'm glad we're addressing it. It's very reasonable. I love the research that you did with other states and the fact that it was in the 9th district. It's been upheld for, 4 years. So I think the good way to go. I was concerned about the, I guess it is the complexity of enforcing where it begins and ends, and the fact that we have railroad next to near ours or other places where people can be. Your point was, the places the public can be trumps where they can't be, I think is kind of a way to put it. So if you can be on a road, or you can be on a sidewalk, or you can be in a park that are within that 100 feet, then you can be there. Is that correct? Just get the final point on it.
City for the record. That is correct. And, I also reiterate that, I've been with the city for almost 20 years now and worked with the police department for many years. The men in the Reno Police Department do a wonderful job at educating the public. I'm sure, Chief is here today, but they'll do an education program as well as warnings. It's not always the first thing is enforcement. And we have staff, the ranger, Clean Safe, that also they do the outreach and everything. There'll be enough warning there to inform people before enforcement even occurs.
That's
and educate them that if they are engaging in activity that would impact the railroad within 100 feet, those warnings we've always done that.
Yeah.
Prosecutor, I always love to see it first before we ever charge somebody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And quite honestly, we need to look at doing, and this is something I feel like maybe this is part of Clean and Safe, but emergency location services. To be honest with you, some of those people actually fall to the top list over for housing services, but the communication typically is very fragmented because obviously living outside in those types of things. So we really need to look at, because we can all say this all day long, but the bigger issue is where do they go? Where do they go? Right? Now listen, this is the responsible thing to do. People aren't going to like what I'm about to say, but the responsible thing, I'll tell you why, it's the same reason with the river. If there is a fire or a flood on that river, you can bet people will come and say, how dare you, Mayor Sheevy? How dare you? How dare you? It is a tough thing to do. It pulls your heart knowing that people need places, homes, roofs over their heads. And so that is very, very hard to do. Same in this instance. But if something should happen where we have an incident and hundreds of people, that could easily happen on the river because there are people living there. But the bigger issue is where and what do we do? And that's where I think we need to have a really big comprehensive emergency relocation program, looking at and really edifying and honing in there. I think, Cynthia, maybe you could come up and speak a little bit about that because, we can talk about this till the cows come home, but really that's the big issue that cities have not been able to figure out. And quite honestly, until our states and this country wants to get real about the crisis of mental health and addiction, we're going to continue to just keep moving people, doing nothing.
Cynthia Esparza, Chief Equity and Community Relations Officer of Record. Our team is ready and equipped and open to having the conversations with individuals. Outreach is always ongoing, and if someone is ready to make that transition, whether it's to the shelter, at CARES campus, our base, or like to apply to live at Safe Camp or other traditional opportunities within the region, we are ready to do that.
I guess I just get so nervous about how are we identifying them, right? Because some people, I know that we put people in housing, but really they actually needed treatment, couldn't
Correct.
stay in housing, right? So it has to be very comprehensive, but it's complex too.
It's very complex, and we'll continue to work with our regional partners and community partners to ensure that we're all on the same page and rowing in the same direction.
And it does remind one thing to city manager, because I know we've talked about this, but we had those units on order, 200 of them. Where are we at?
Village at Sage, is Monica's still in the room? We are close. Groundbreaking, I believe, has occurred, and we should be moving people by the end of this year.
Okay.
All right?
All right, that's great news. All right, thank
And
you.
it has a
so
pet
much.
facility.
Yay, that's important. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, just reading through the staff report and everything, I am concerned about the enforcement because I don't see anything that says, you're allowed to be in this area if there's a sidewalk there or anything like that. So I'm concerned that, that there's a specific intent in the way that this is written when it comes to how it might actually be enforced, that if there's not anything in there that says allowed to be on a sidewalk, unless it's specifically called out, that that this can be used against people in ways that we don't necessarily intend it to be. So I wonder if, if that could be added in there at all.
Once again, Brian City for the record. We don't normally write, when you write law, you don't always say, okay, accept this, accept this, accept this, accept this. You're normally, the only time you will see those type of exceptions is for like ADA, disability, those type of things. But to write a law, especially one like this that extends geographically through a large area of our city to encompass every single type of activity that might or might not be okay would be probably virtually impossible, only because what you see on the west side of McCarran, like going 4th Street West, the activity that's occurring out there is a lot different than the activity that's occurring in the central corridor of downtown. The problem on both sides, you just hear about activity on that type of the off-roading, the eroding of the tracks because the vehicles are driving over areas where they're not supposed to be. And so the reality is if it's an approved easement already, or access point, or area where someone can be like sidewalk, that will always supersede this law. It does that. We do that all the time with all of our laws. And then once again, I'll go back to law enforcement and how they enforce their laws. There's criminal justice system as well in place. I served prosecutor for 12 years. You review these cases and you would look to see if is it provable, right? You look at those things too. We have a lot of checks and balances that a lot of times the general public doesn't get to see all how it actually operates. Like in vacuum, there's a lot of hands that look at cases, but it all starts with the officers, and their education and their approach, and the way they have always treated our the citizens of our community is always with respect and compassion. And they're going to abuse it, then they're going to abuse it, but then that's a different issue altogether. That's for the court system to deal with.
Yeah, that's my concern. That is if somebody gets cited for something, they have to be in that area, that kind of it's thrown on because now it's an extra citation because you happen to do something within 100 feet of a railroad track that now you're also trespassing. Does that make sense?
So
that's what I'm concerned about.
But the activity already exists. So if Union Pacific no trespassing on their property, let's use them. Well, actually, we can use us. City of Reno puts no trespassing on the area where we say no trespassing. Right on the fence line right here, when you buy a truck, it says trespass ones are standing. Technically, our land, and we said we didn't want you there, but there's a sidewalk right next to it, right? So technically, you would be trespassing. But the sidewalk is what's allowing the person to be there. So that's how it works. So in reality, this is all in place. Like this law is not doing anything. It's just removing sign and fence requirement and using the railroad as your landmark.
Okay. Does this also make it easier for the city to do any kind of cleanup stuff on Union Pacific land at all? Because that's another area of concern and that I get from my constituents is people either dump stuff along railroad track areas or people like set camp there. So does that help with this at all?
So the goal would be is to prohibit that activity from occurring in the first place. So therefore, all the dumping wouldn't be there and wouldn't happen. When it's property, if someone dumps property on someone else's property, it becomes a property owner's responsibility. The city of Reno can't go on to your house and clean it for you, right? That's your responsibility. So the same thing, Union Pacific. There's other parcels of land that the tracks intersect that are privately owned as well as publicly owned by the state and Washoe County as well. And if someone goes out and dumps garbage on those lands, it's their responsibility to clean it, just like it would be ours. Someone does something on the retrack commercial row area.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding, this is Union Pacific's property. They're 100% responsible for maintaining, cleaning it up. But the city of Reno is going to write an ordinance to enforce the trespassing on somebody else's property.
That's
to remove the fencing requirements for somebody else's responsibility.
So it's already state law. So yes, the police, if it's posted or fenced on your property and you're not home and there's someone there you don't want there, right, and they can tell that they don't belong there, they have the authority under state law to go there and remove that individual off that land right now.
Okay.
That doesn't change that. This is creating some new or doing anything different than what's already there, except no fence, no sign.
Okay.
The railroad's your landmark.
Thank you so much. I'm moving down to Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead.
Yeah, so along those lines, I guess question number one is the line that goes north, Record Street. My understanding is it only goes up to Stead to like a pallet place, and then it's abandoned from basically Stead, Panther Valley, all the way to the California line. And it's going to be a place where there's no trains running, and it's basically been abandoned by the railroad. And so what if that's federal land? I think that cuts through some federal land over there, and then it also cuts through, say, private land. Do we need Forest Service to say, come get this camper or someone, or, contact the Orange County guy? He may not have, the owner from Orange County may not have posted. And is that what's released does?
So, see, for the record, it would require commitment from the property owner to allow police to enforce this law. Union Pacific has already done that. The city of Reno has a letter from Union Pacific to say, yes, we have trespassers on our land. We don't want them there. Go out and remove them. If there are other railroad land that is not city-owned or Union Pacific currently, we do not have a letter giving us, giving the Reno Police Department the authority to access that land. So police can't enter on someone's land without consent. Union Pacific has given the police consent to enforce already trespassing, as it is right now.
Okay.
So if it goes further north and it's abandoned, I don't know. I have no idea if it's abandoned or not. But whatever land it intersects, if it's federal land, then the federal government would have to give the authority to Reno Police Department to access that land.
I mean, it seems, here's the practicality of it in mind, and there's two pieces. One, I was very moved by the property owners up here talking, who go along the corridor, and I've talked to the Eagle Window guy for years, about camp settlement, and it's being portrayed that this is a save-all to those people. Those people, please vote for this ordinance. We've been so, harmed by all this. But, it's easy for us to write an ordinance, first reading, second reading, the attorneys involved. But it's so easy to solve the real complex problem. And, we're looking at $20 million a year to come from the redevelopment agency. It's, we've all got stars in our eyes. Why not amend the redevelopment plan and say we're going to spend half of our money on subsidized housing, eliminate poverty? Because what do homeless people not have? Homes, right? So, instead of having forums for people to come and get money, you want to open breweries, why don't we just say we're going to use half of this new tax revenue to fight homeless? There's some real bright signs coming out. There's one in the New York Times today about, or maybe it's the LA Times about, no, it's New York Times about subway, transit rider safety. And, why don't the hard stuff and go deeper rather than portray to the public that this ordinance is going to save all these things, because it's not. But I'll tell you one other thing, council members. As the person who sat up here the longest with the mayor and has seen this heat up and represented the river corridor, I have driven over those overpasses and said, thank goodness those folks are on the railroad track and not on the river. Because we're on the river, they're a lot closer to residents, they're cause fires, and so on and so on. So be careful what you ask for, because Mr. Truehill may get all of his sanitary sewer easements and everything all cleaned up and kept them all clean. But where are the folks going? They're not going to the CAC for women in shelter. Where are they going? That's what we need to be focused on. This discussion about criminalization or solving problems is really front and center.
It's not easy. It's complex.
But it's not fooling yourself that an ordinance that basically gives us powers we already have is going to do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Just deep breath. Okay. Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam
Go ahead.
Mayor. Just one quick question. There was a few comments about encroachment. I know that was part of the conversation when we had first discussed this. So just wondering what shifted from that verbiage being used and why you decided to go this route.
So Brian City for the record, and I apologize. I just got Invisalign, so I'm learning how to speak all over again. Sometimes blurring or stitching my words. So encroachment is trespassing. It's one and the same. It's just it's a language term, and for legal purposes, when you write laws, our state uses trespassing instead of encroachment. It's for public purposes of education of the public and enforcing the law is keeping consistent with what terminology we use. But when you encroach upon someone's land, you trespass on their land. It's one and the same. It's just legally when we look at our laws and how they're drafted, that's the terminology that we used in our state. So hence why we keep it trespassing instead of encroachment.
Okay, just wanted to give us a follow-up opportunity to some of those issues. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Council Taylor.
Oh, I did make a motion, Madam Mayor.
Please.
I move to approve the ordinance introduction in Reno Municipal Code Title 8, Chapter 810 as Chapter 81001 prohibit trespassing upon road tracks.
All right, I was okay. Never. A motion and a second discussion. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to say again, in light of, we all know the Grants Pass case came out. And I've been looking to see what our state's going to be on the Grants Pass, because a lot of cities are moving after that. We haven't had a statement as far as I can tell. It's a real time for cities to take a time out and say, here's what we're doing, here's what our commitment is. Some cities are going very differently. California's sweeping a lot through state government, a lot of cities are sweeping where they haven't. Some cities are saying, we're trying this approach. This is Reno's approach, is this ordinance, which, I think it's going to have unintended consequences, sweeping people onto neighborhoods in the river to keep, the sanitary sewer network comfortable. Two, I think it's a big fat lie to the people like the Eagle Window and everywhere that this is going to solve their problems. Yeah. Real issue should be finding housing. And, there is that redevelopment fund. And we just quickly passed some, application documents for people to come get money to build breweries instead of a substantial commitment.
You didn't, that's correct.
That's what I saw.
It's not correct.
So I don't know, and
I'm sorry,
and
today you
it-
seem
yeah.
to be very angry, so just take it down a minute. Thank you. But no one said they're going to go build breweries, Jenny. I'm working on mental health every single day. I know how tough this is.
tax increment that's not going to police, not going to Washoe County, not going to social services.
After this break, we're going to keep taking.
That's fine for me. I vote no. Call the mayor.
Right. All the.
Discussion.
Opposed.
Yeah, I just wanted to say
Go
something.
ahead. Go ahead.
That I just agree that I think that the public's perception of this is not necessarily accurate. I think that this is perceived as a way for the city to keep these areas clean, the city specifically. And I don't think that, some people are going to be happy with the end result of this, that there might be more freedom for enforcement of some rules and stuff, but it's also not going to be like a magic bullet to keep everything from happening around. So I also sympathize with the business owners that are struggling with problems. I also agree with the mayor, we need more open services. And I don't want people to think that, this ordinance is the magic solution for this, because it's not. Really, it's just getting signed, basically, as stated. So I just want to make sure everybody really is aware of what this is. I mean, I know we're discussing it, but the public knows that this is not giving the city of Reno the ability to go out and take over Union Pacific land and enforce all these rules on behalf of Union Pacific. So I just want to make sure that that's, on the record and really clear for everybody.
But it did come from our chief of police giving her more tools and her team more tools to go out and enforce what is there.
I understand that,
So
but
I think that's important too. And we don't do anything very quickly, very fast. So there's a very thoughtful discussion, and we're here, and we're going to make progress, and we're going to keep moving forward. So I think that's important to note too.
Yes, but when my constituents to let me know about the garbage that's dumped on Union Pacific land and encampments on Union Pacific land, when they hear about this ordinance, this is not a vehicle for me to say, okay, well, we passed this ordinance, now I can call Travis and get a crew out to clean it. That's not the way this is going to work. The trash not going to go out and pick up the trash for me.
You know who we haven't heard from? Chief Nance, you're in the room. I'd love to hear from you. I think it is
Chief
most
Nance, are you going to
important.
go pick up trash for me when there's trash on Union Pacific?
Well, that's what this ordinance is about.
Exactly. Thank you.
The ordinance is about preventing people from dumping the trash in the first place by educating everybody that being on the railroad is a crime and they cannot do it. It allows us to, when we do want to do the enforcement, I don't think I introduced myself, Chief Nance, for the record. I think pretty sure it was clear when I was coming up here, but just in case. But it gives us the opportunity when we are going out there that we don't have to warn, we don't have to give these other warnings. We can say, you're not allowed to be here, you need to leave. If the repeat offenders, people that repeat camp on the railroad tracks, causing very dangerous conditions, both for our officers, for maintenance and operations, when they go out there, for our fire department, and for the people themselves. Let's keep in mind that people are sleeping with heads next to rail tracks. I saw a photo that was appalling to me that somebody would do that. People are going to get hurt if we are not proactively stopping this. This allows us to enforce something without putting up signage that's going to be knocked down, give us that enforcement opportunity. Doesn't mean we're going to arrest everybody or cite everybody, because that's never what we do. We are always in the business of trying to find somebody a different place to stay, some help if they would like it. A lot of people tell us no, but that doesn't mean they're not going to tell us on our fourth or sixth contact. We continue to make that progress. So for me, this is an added tool that we talked about, one of the restrictions and one of the places that we were inhibited in our abilities. And after looking at it and having a broader discussion with our department members, other department heads, they have probably bigger impact than we do on how this impacts them negatively, especially when you talk about maintenance, repairs, picking up garbage, all of those things that are very hard on every organization here. So it's not about police, it's not about homelessness, it's about really keeping our city employees safe, which is important, preventing train derailment, which if you've watched the news, you know that does happen around the world, and it's caused some very big problems, and keeping our community safe by allowing them to be in a dress space.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, we have a motion. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right. I think, Madam Clerk, where are we going?
Madam Mayor, we're now moving back to our items. So our first item today is item B4, pulled by Councilmember Ebert.
All right, Councilman Ebert, go ahead.
They're probably gone for the day. I just wanted to call out just the partnership that the city of Reno has with Sky Tavern, and that, we're trying to work with Washoe County to hopefully have them donate some funds towards hooking them up with their sewer connection fee, and just kind of thank Sky Tavern for their work with the kids in the community. So,
all right.
Anything wrong?
All right, give me a motion.
Mo to approve.
Can I just this too?
Okay, go ahead.
This is Sky Tavern. It's our property. It's an unincorporated Washoe County, getting them off septic. And I would be very neglectful of a 12-year concern that I've had of the large extent of homes existing, some facing red tag, one at least did recently, from West Plum Lane all the way up to La Fonda, if you all know where the nuns have their common up there. Large stretch. Thomas Jefferson, remember we had the nice family come the other day with the little park and the child who had the idea of making a way to walk over the park. That whole neighborhood, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, Fawn Drive, Drisk Drive, no sewer.
What does this have to do with Sky Tavern?
We are committing our resources to hook up a property to sewer. We have not for 12 years, and even longer than that, we annexed this land, made any efforts, plans or programs to hook up probably 2,500 residents to sewer, and their septic tanks are failing.
But also, too, I just wanted to, again, highlight the fact that we do help community resources that are important to us and important to children. And just wanted to highlight again the need for that support and help for the CRH Golf Course in Ward 4 that is willing to pay their water bill. So just wanted to call that out again. But motion to approve.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carried. All right. Item B13, Eberts. Councilwoman, go ahead.
Hold on a sec here. Yeah, just wanted to see a little bit about where this is, the location and the project. Thank you.
Members, City Council, Mike Michelle, Engineering Manager, Development Services. For the record, before you this afternoon is the approval of a regional road impact fee offset agreement between the city, RTC, and Lemon Drive Villa Properties LLC. in the amount of $346,365. We and RTC both use RIF offset agreements to reimburse developers who install regional road improvements that are identified in RTC's CIP. This particular RIF offset agreement will reimburse the developer for the installation of a traffic signal and associated street improvements at the intersection of Lemon Drive and Vista Knoll Parkway / Sunset View Drive. The intersection is at north of Lemon Drive and Sky Vista. The development of record is the Lemon Drive Estates project that's currently under construction along the east side of Lemon Drive, and the Island project along the west side of Lemon Drive that's not under construction today. I've already mentioned the value of the RIF offset agreement. This agreement was approved by RTC board in June of this year. It's recommended that the City Council approve the subject RIF agreement. I'm available for questions.
Was the cost for this paid for by both developers, or was it just one?
The developer of record includes both of the particular
Okay,
developments.
so they both contributed to this?
Yes.
Great, okay, thank you.
All right.
All
Do you
right,
want to give me a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to accept.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, heading into 14, Councilwoman
Yeah, I just wanted to, I was glad to see it, but I wanted to understand, with the 790,000, this is the vehicle exhaust removal systems. I just wanted to make sure, this is from, are we doing all of the stations, or is this some, or what's the story here?
So if you don't, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief, I have online virtually Sam Steer, who did fantastic work for us on this project. So I'm going to let her handle this because she should rightfully get the credit, so she can answer your question.
Thank you. And can we put her picture too? Yeah.
Sam, if you can unmute, you should have access *6.
Oh, she's on.
She's on.
Good evening, council members. Sam Steer, Management Assistant with the Reno Fire Department. So the question was.
I just wondered
790,000.
how many fire stations we have together, how many we're going to be able to do with the grant?
Of course, we have 14 fire stations along with our fleet services or fleet maintenance facility. Our hope is to do all of those.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the amount that we received is a little less than what our initial quote was. So we're going to put it out to RFP and see what we can do with that.
So you think this may or may not be enough money to do them all? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's.
Effort, anything to get exhaust out. Obviously, you have an enclosed space. I mean, this is a very dangerous type of environment. You don't want exhaust from anything, right? A car, a generator, any kind of heat source going in your house, and in building where you have to work. They live there, they sleep there, eat there, right? I mean, this seems like a very proactive move on behalf of, a safety move on behalf of our employees. So do any of them have these now? Are they being retrofitted, or is this brand new?
So all of our stations have a system currently. They are very old, so we're having a hard time finding parts to get them fixed. So our best option is to replace them completely.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you so much for the info. Thank you for the work, and it's like standing in an awesome place. I don't know where that is, but are you out in a ranch environment?
I'm actually at a fire camp up in Idaho.
Fire camp, Idaho? Oh, my goodness. Well, that not necessary. I think Chief could answer this question efficiently, but thank you for joining us.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Sam did such good work, and she deserves to get the credit.
Well, it really is a fantastic project. It seems really good, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I need you to jump on the phone.
By the way.
Stop everything you're doing.
I know you might be in the middle of something, but.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to make a motion, if there's no questions, to pass the item.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, thank you.
Yep.
Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
All right,
Chief.
Councilwoman
Yeah, B15, really quick. When this was presented, I did have a conversation pre-meeting staff to better understand this, but I just wanted to get confirmation. When I started reading the staff report, it was explained a little better. It sounds like it is part of the development. And could you just explain that real quick, Mike?
Yeah,
It's not to do with the Reno Ice. It's just we call that.
For the record, Mike Michelle, engineering manager. Yeah, this Reno Ice Way property, it was conditioned on the Village South Apart project to construct, and they constructed that back in the 2015, 2018 timeframe.
City-county boundary?
It is in the city of Reno.
Perfect. Okay, and it could have been our sphere because it's right next to a county property where Reno Ice is, right?
It's adjacent to the sphere of influence, which is subject of the Reno Ice.
Gotcha.
Per se.
All right. So long overdue, so motion to accept this street.
Okay, a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, great. Madam Clerk, I believe we're heading back into our regular agenda. That would be item C2.
That is correct.
Any public
C2.
on this?
We don't have any comment registered, and additionally, we have not received any correspondence on this
So
item.
this is a staff report and discussion, potential approval of the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Reno and the Reno Police Protective Association.
Madam Mayor, I have a disclosure to make.
Please do.
Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, city staff, I am a partner at the law firm of Reese, Ring, Velto, and the law firm represents the Reno Police Protective Association, RPPA, on legal matters unrelated to item Charlie 2, a collective bargaining agreement with the city of Reno, RPPA. On these matters, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office pursuant to NRS 281.0654 and 5. I have a commitment in a private capacity to the law firm as my employer, and the RPPA, based on the law firm's continuing business relations with the RPPA, also have a pecuniary interest in the client fees RPPA pays a law firm. Consequently, I have been advised that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation could be materially affected in taking action and voting upon these items. In order to avoid the appearance of impropriety, I'll leave the room for the duration of the item. Madam Clerk, please lodge this disclosure on the record.
Thank you such.
Jesse Pewitt, Labor Relations
Hi,
Manager.
Jesse. How are you?
Human Resources. I'm good. How are you?
Good. All right. Good. Get it away. The floor is yours.
Perfect. So I'm here today to present to you the tentative agreement between the Reno Police Protective Association, the RPPA, and the City of Reno. We've come to a 3-year agreement. We do have some salary adjustments throughout those 3 years. We have 5% effective in July of 2024. We have an additional step effective in July of 2025, and this is really to correct classification and compensation issue that was brought up during classification and compensation study city performed. We have a 5% increase with the potential for a reopener pending the PERS rate. If the PERS rate increases, it triggers a reopener on salary and wages only. We have 5% effective in July of 2026 and an additional step effective July of 2026. Some other economic items that are in the contract. An increase to the deferred compensation match. Currently, they get $20 per pay period. This brings them up to % per pay period, which brings closer to some of the other bargaining groups. And we've also restructured the special assignment incentives in the contract to be percentage-based incentives instead of dollar-based incentives, and that's more in line with what we're seeing in other agencies and jurisdictions. On this slide, we have the total fiscal impact for the RPPA agreement. In year 1, it's about $3.7 million, I'm rounding up. In year 2, it's about $7.3 million. And in year 3, it's about $0.2 million. And that includes the cost from the previous year. And for you, I've got a recommended motion, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
I don't have any questions.
You don't? Okay. Your light on, I just thought. Okay. All right, anyone else? All right, with that being said,
Oh, I'm sorry,
go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor, I have just a couple questions. This is a lot of money. Obviously, our employees and labor is our number one priority, and public safety is. So I want to ask a couple questions about how we can pay for this year, and then what the plan is for next year and the third year, if you can answer that.
I can't defer to our Finance Director, Vicky Van Buren.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't lower the microphone.
Oh, you're good.
Adjust it for you, but
I
that's
know,
okay. I know how it feels. That's why I feel for you.
Vicky Van Buren, Director of Finance. We've been working very closely with labor
negotiations with our HR department during their labor negotiations. They're keeping us abreast of what was going on. We're doing costing, doing all of that. As far for the current year, we still have all of the agreements, coming forward to council. But the plan moving forward, we do have some money budgeted because we anticipated increases when these taxes were coming forward. Then we are having to use some of the prior year savings to cover these contracts in the current year. For going forward, we've made projections to make sure that we would still be fiscally sustainable going forward. We will be having to make some tough decisions, but it's still going forward, but there will be some decisions coming before council for the next cycle.
Okay, and that's what I just wanted to understand. I think you and your team and Jesse and Norma and everybody have done a really good job, and this wasn't an easy task, but I think for me, I try and be very thoughtful anyway with the financial aspect of the city, but I think we're going to be in the next couple of years looking at some different challenges financially, but thank you for your work on us.
Okay. Anyone else? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'm glad we're at resolution. I'm sorry it's gone past time. We would have liked to complete something like this prior to July 1, and we're in August. The numbers are pretty high, to my colleagues' points. I am really concerned about what it means for the future. I know we wouldn't approve anything we can't pay for, but it may crimp us going forward. I made comments when we approved the other contracts, the other employee groups. They settled, they agreed to much less, in contrast, as I recall, in looking at all the contracts. You're neither nodding this way or this way.
Correct.
I was correct? Okay. So I had got a great shout of thanks to the other bargaining units that they were willing to settle and understand our financial position. I understand everybody, that we sort of set up one top of class, right? We want to be able to pay our employees as much as possible, retain a very intelligent, educated, committed workforce. And pay goes a long way, and benefits, sweeten the pot. So I am just sounding a note of caution about the future and how challenging this is right now. I don't think we'll see this type of contract next go round, because I think we're going to be in a different financial world at that time. But anyway, thank you for the hard work, and thank you to the bargaining unit for getting to closure. I mean, that matters, so thank you.
All right, give me a motion.
Okay, well, I will move to approve this contract, and I would just get the number.
Got a motion you can read
Which
up on
one?
the screen. We got a motion you
motion
can
right
read
I
up on the
got the
screen if you
motion
like.
right here, but, okay, I'll read it. A motion to approve tentative agreement between City of Reno and Reno Police Protective Association.
Okay, I have a motion, have a second? A second. You want a second?
Discussion,
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
discussion, go
please.
ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I want to state, before I explain how I'm going to vote on this, two facts known is, one, this is our largest bargaining contract, dollar-wise. Two, ethics are a private matter, okay? We have a member not here who has a conflict. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why I'm not going to vote this, why it pains me so much to vote for being on here for 12 years for this group. That means so much because they do so much hard work. And they deserve, and we've always been good to them. But I think their leadership has approached this bargaining agreement in bad faith in hiring one of us to represent them has created an untenable situation, an appearance of impropriety, and is very wrong, okay? And just elaborate upon it, okay? The leadership of this group decided to hire one of our sitting members who now cannot participate. That's fine. But what does that do to us up here, okay? We want to have good relationships with our colleague. And we as a financial...
Wait, are you insinuating?
I am stating that the bargaining
That
group
he's had
hiring one of
influence
our
on us?
colleagues puts us in a tough situation because we all
Why?
know that our colleague has an interest in the outcome of this contract, okay? And our staff, when they go to the table, they know that there's a council member who they have worked with a lot who has a financial interest in the outcome. That is wrong. No.
I just
It
needed
is
to set the record straight.
unprecedented.
Yeah, I needed to set the record straight. So Norma Santoyo, interim assistant city manager, the RPA is presented this negotiation from a staff law firm, which is out of the Sacramento area, unrelated.
When we
to
started,
local.
the sheet showed another law firm, and that for our PPA has hired, there's a lot of attorneys who labor law in Nevada, they've hired a sitting member, and that is very much an appearance of impropriety and put staff in a bad position.
Ms.
That's
Santoro,
my opinion.
please tell us who the attorney
And my-
is on record here, please.
Yes, the law firm Mastani and I called the, but they are completely different and not
All right.
from this area.
When we started, it was Alex Velto, his partner, as
Okay.
the representative, and that's fine. Even if it wasn't, we've got a sitting council member representing our bar groups. It's an appearance of impropriety. He arm's length and abstain, but I think it creates all throughout the organization, to our staff and to us here, that we have a member who has interest, financial interest in the outcome of one of our large labor contract. And so my vote no is a message to the leadership of our PPA. Maybe they should reconsider who they hire, because it's bad faith and it creates very uncomfortable negotiations, in my view.
Didn't Councilwoman Breckus also have a conflict in one of the negotiations? Was a personal interest too? I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, this theater, whatever we're calling it now, that something
No, all day
incorrect.
long has been insinuations.
It's
and so
incorrect,
I want
and it's not true.
I know, but it's the scare tactic and conspiracy theory that we're always hearing from over here, and it's really unsettling. So I want to just move on, get through this meeting, get work done, because this is what we were elected to do, and I want to stay on point, other than, being, I guess, angry all the time. I mean.
I was just saying, Mayor, point order, I need a motion.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving along.
Madam Mayor, we're on item D1, a HECON update.
Okay. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. It's been a while. But I don't know what it is with you, but every time you come, the room gets better. So there you
Well,
go.
I hope so. Cody Shadle, for the record, Director of Public Safety Dispatch. I'm also one of the project coordinators for the topic we're about to discuss. I was asked to come here today to give you just an update. It's been over nearly a year since the time we discussed it in council, and I just want to give some exciting updates about what we've accomplished in that time frame. For some of the body that's been here, I just want to orient you to the project, so hopefully and briefly I'll talk about the background. We'll get to some of the accomplishments already achieved. We'll talk about how it's going to meet our goals regionally, and we'll talk real quick about what's left ahead of us before we go live. I am joined today by representatives from the City of Sparks, the Washoe County, our vendor as well, Hexagon, and REMSA. So all of the AG coordinators of those organizations are with me today. So as I mentioned, this project started a long time ago, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard this for a long time, that we've been looking at trying to replace our CAD system. In combination, we've also been looking to replace our RMS, and this started in 2020 when we hired a consultant to come in and actually build our RFP. They assisted us in evaluating that RFP. They're now continuing to assist us in implementation. It was an extensive process. We did site visits, we had vendor demonstrations. It took over a year for us to get through that RFP. Simultaneously, while we were working through that project, if you recall, some of you may have been a part of the concurrent meeting that happened in July of 2023, where we talked about regionalization of fire service. I'm sorry, that was 2022. We talked about regionalization of fire and EMS response, as well as the 911 process at large. And one key priorities that came out of it was saying that technology was a huge obstacle that we needed to overcome. Technology was limiting our ability to share information between dispatch centers. It was causing delays, and it was something that needed to be redesigned in our system, and that's pretty much what we're here. Out of that, we pursued forward, and as you recall from last September, we finalized a governance agreement which allowed us to go into contract with the vendor back in September. The governance boards that we set up for this, we did, because everybody loves extra boards, we did create a managers board, an executive board, and an advisory board. The goal of that is to truly just provide some transparency to the public about how this large investment in our public safety system is going to be managed and overseen for many years to come. It's also to ensure that the resiliency and the wellness of our actual software product be maintained. Also kind of give voice to all the partners who are deciding to join into this together. What were their measures of assurance that not only would their voice be heard, but they would be able to provide appropriate assistance to their constituents. As I mentioned, we did select a single vendor, which is Hexagon, and I did mention we have one of our project managers from Hexagon here in the room with us today. I'm excited to have their support. He is local, which is a huge benefit to us, because very rare when a large national corporation actually have a personal stake in the benefit and success of this project. So we are bringing on-call dispatch and on-call records. These are the systems that are used regionally within our system, and we've actually expanded the project to include REMSA, which is not currently a partner on our system. Some things that we've already accomplished. So we signed the agreements in September. We really started the work in January. That's really when the boots hit the ground. We've already installed hardware, the background infrastructure, the servers, the equipment. We've brought in software and brought that online. And our teams have been working diligently to start building that. So that's where you see that initial system build that's putting all of the data into the system, that's getting all of the information into it so that way we can start configuring it and make it work for us. We've actually started configuration. This is how end users operate and access the system. It's also designing the responses and things that we want to accomplish out of the system. Something that kind of goes understated, but we've brought a lot of third-party integrations into this project. It sounds crazy, but there's 57. Actually, when we started, it was over 50 third-party integrations that we're trying to basically bring these over-the-top systems and make them integrate with our CAD system for the purpose of streamlining our processes, making information available and accessible. Because the last thing you want is, imagine a dispatcher, you 911 and they catch your location, they have to go over to another system, try to bring that location information in, and then they have to type it in 2 different places. That just speaks delay, delay, delay. And the goal of this project is to really prioritize that experience and eliminate the delays in the system. So I'm really excited we're actually getting all these integrations brought in. So why is this important? As this body decided and gave us direction back in that July 2022 meeting, we talked about what do we want to do. We want to design the one system, want to provide and prioritize the user, provide an exceptional response and prioritize the user experience. That's the caller. So when a caller calls 911, at the end of the day, they don't care who shows up. They just care they show up. They show up in a timely manner. They don't need to be asked a million questions to get that help. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. So some of the things we've already been able to do during the design phase is we're talking common language. We're working with our partners in medical and fire and police to call things the same thing. It sounds really simple, but in actuality, it's really hard. It's really hard to go from years of calling something a heart attack or chest pains to calling it a cardiac event and agreeing that we're going to call it the same thing so that when we tell the public that this is how we go to a cardiac event, all 4 of us can stand right next to each other and say, yes, that is how we respond to a cardiac event. So that's what we're going, that's the goal. We are building some integrated responses. We know that we already provide automatic aid in certain areas. We know that we already provide closest resource in some certain situations. So instead of relying on phone calls back and forth to coordinate responses, rely on districts to make those decisions, we're going to just build the responses from the get-go. We're going to say, yes, you 2 agencies have already agreed to provide automatic aid response. Let's send both of you. Let's make that recommendation, and then we don't have to delay the response. What goes hand in hand is automation. If anybody, I think we've always used the medical example up here. You call 911, you're going to be asked a series of questions. You're going to be asked information about your location. You might be asked some information about the type of event that you're experiencing or somebody else is experiencing around. You're then going to be transferred. All those same questions are going to be asked again. The part that the citizen never sees of that is at that first phone call, the call is being entered into that first agency. And for example, in Reno, we'll enter a call that goes to our fire dispatcher. They're going to dispatch fire resources, also police resources. However, call is then not digitally transferred to REMSA. We have to manually transfer that phone call. REMSA has to then ask those questions, and they have to enter their own call. And those 2 things are blind to each other. They're not connected. With automation and being on the system, we can now submit one entry and say, I want to call for police, fire, and medical all at the same time. We can eliminate some delay, and we can provide all that information to our partnering agencies. So that way maybe they don't have to ask the same questions again, but they can just confirm the information correct. It's a huge valuable tool, and I'm so excited to see our citizens benefit from it. We've had extreme cooperation. We've had representation from all the 4 partnering agencies, and again, that's REMSA, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe at all these build, at all of the work that put into this. So we've really asked the groups to say, I want you to think outside the box. If we're just trying to fix something or replace something, I want you to think of how can we make this better? How can we build something different? And we've really kind of owned that process of how do we redesign and architecture something that needs to be better. And so in looking at the process, we're going to say, instead of this is how Reno needs to do it and this is how Sparks needs to do it, in any possible case where we can say this is how we can all do it, we're taking that approach. And we're going to say, as a region, this is how we're going to do it. And surprisingly, we've had some bad hits in the past in each other. Realistic people working on them don't have that history, and they're doing a phenomenal job working together. And I can't restate that enough. I've already mentioned information access. That's just the getting everybody on the same page, having the same information, working out the same dictionary, talking about the same things. It's impossible. Realistically, we're going to provide information vital to the response of our citizens on the same platform, and we're also going to be able to provide officer and responder safety quickly. If I'm getting a 911 call and we had a call, and I say sorry, I don't take calls anymore, much to the chagrin of my staff, but if my staff is taking a 911 call and they get information about a gun or a weapon or some citizen or some scene safe issue that changes, they want to immediately notify every impacted agency, and on the same system will provide us that access, and so that's going to be the biggest success out of this whole project. So what's left? Not much, actually. It seems like a year, but it's going by already really fast. So for this year, we'll be figuring the system September to January. Starting between January and March, we're really going to be testing the system. We're going to put it through the ringer. We're going to try to break it. That's how we test these systems. We're going to say, I want to break you, so that we know how to fix it, and we can make sure that it won't break again. So we have a really less testing schedule to test everything put into the system. And then we've committed to training over the summer, which is something we usually avoid. Summer's busy. We typically don't ask our staff to train in the summer when it's busy, but this is a priority, and that's the time to do it. So we'll be training. And then remember, go live, going to be in September. That's when we're going to go live. So September next year, I will be happy to be here and tell you about how we went live. I'll be excited to tell you how we went live and how successful it was. So currently, things to remember, we're excited to say we're on schedule. This is date of 9/25 not changed. We are on budget. Our vendor has guaranteed us, well, not guaranteed, but they've committed to the fact that we are fully supported. We have the right resources. They feel confident that we can hit our goals. And we are prepared for that go live on September 9th of 2025. So that's the presentation. If you got any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much for being here. This is such an important project. We've been talking about it again the whole 10 years I've been on city council. At this point, it was a dream, it was a vision. It's a huge improvement to the health and being a resident. We're calling, right? Saves time, and time saves lives. And I just am so appreciative of the work you personally have put into it, but this whole integrated team that's trying to figure out all the bugs, all the souls, all the angles to make this actually work. And to your point, I once went on a committee, we were just simply trying to get a database to talk to each other on things like temperature. In the database, do we call it T for temperature or temp, or spell the word? It's centigrade, Fahrenheit. Do we write 0F? 0C? Do we write degrees at all? How do we have, it was so difficult. Now, it was across many more agencies. 18 counties are included in the project, and they all had historic data groups that were very committed to their T or whatever. And it meant having to reconfigure the databases, right? And which is what's happening here, is they have to reconfigure these systems. Although maybe what I heard you saying is putting in the same system. Could you explain that part just a little bit more?
Yeah, and the benefit of getting everybody into a single system means that we no longer have to translate information from one agency to the other.
You're not writing code to somehow communicate across, a space to someone else, right?
Correct.
It is the same system. I just want to.
It is within the same system, yes.
When you say within the same system, what does that mean?
Sorry, it may sound like I'm parsing my words. But the reality is, right now in our current system, Reno and Wash all operate on the same CAD system. We can see each other's information. We can see each other's calls. By adding and bringing in REMSA into this equation, they will have the same access. They will be, within some limitations as far as confidentiality and criminal history goes, but they will be within the system to see the same information real time.
All right. Well, let me ask, does council have any comments, questions at this time? What's that? You're good? Anyone? All right. Yes, Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just want to say thank you to you and all of our partners. I think this is really important. Obviously, I haven't been here for 10 years, but I've been in the community for my life, and I know this is something that we've always been talking about, and I think this is the first step to bigger and better things down the road, I hope. And I think one of our assistant city managers, J.W. Hodge, where is he? Did he leave? Where are you hiding? Come up here. Cody had his time. I know you don't like this, but I just want,
I wanted to say thank you very much. And to your team, Christy, I know you guys are working really hard on this, and you're making great progress on schedule, on budget, you're meeting the goals. And I don't know personally how tough it is, but I can only imagine, and it means a lot to our community, what you guys are doing. So thank you, all of our partners.
Well, thank you to the back people that are doing all the work to get this done. So thank you.
I'm eyeing those back row people, frankly. I don't know them all, but I said I know they're here for this. What?
I can introduce them if you'd like
Please
to.
do.
Awesome. Left to right, I have Eric Woolrich. He's our agency coordinator from Washoe County. I have Sheila Listill from same agency coordinator. We have Kenny Kitts with REMSA. And in the far back, we have David Bonini with Hexagon. He's our project manager from the vendor.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think our action here is to accept the report, and so I'm looking for a motion. Who made the motion? I made the motion. I made the motion. You seconded it, Councilmember Reese. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And then we're moving on, I believe, to item D2, which is about city manager search. And we have a special guest with representing the Bob Murray and Associates Group. So,
Council Interim Manager, nice to see you in. For the record, my name is Cody Freeman, HR Business Partner for the city's HR department. Today, I'm joined by Executive Vice President and Recruiter Gary Phillips from Bob Murray and Associates. We are here to give a presentation on item D2, which is the Reno City Manager Search.
yeah, I was going to say,
To begin, I feel it's important to bring up our goals and strategic priorities as the Reno City Manager plays a pivotal role as the administrative head responsible for planning, directing, managing, and overseeing activities and operations of the city. In doing so, each one of these priorities in front of you are applicable to this item. Very shortly, Mr. Phillips will be up here to discuss and receive items. First one being approval and use of the recruitment brochure. A brief discussion about the recruitment strategy once the brochure is approved, and then seek some direction on the number of qualified candidates that council would like to see brought forward at a future council meeting. So at this time, I would to invite Gary Phillips to the podium.
Thanks, Cody. For the record, Gary Phillips with Bob Murray and Associates. Nice to see you all again. So what I wanted to talk about first, we met back in June. I came here, I was given some direction to begin what I called the listening tour. So I went on that listening tour. I met with each one of the council members individually. I met with the 3 assistant city managers, also did 3 listening sessions for department heads to join and give feedback. So I was able to use that feedback that I got from the different internal stakeholders, along with working with staff to get a lot of the material for this brochure, develop this draft for folks to consider. It's very similar to the city manager brochures that we use for, most of the other city manager recruitments that we do. The area where we try to customize that is the area of the ideal candidate profile. So that's where I took feedback that I got from all the different stakeholders and tried to bake that into to that feedback there. So that's what we've got in front of you here today. Hopefully you've all had a chance to take a look at. You'll see there's different sections in there. The first section is the community, and that's a lot of the material in there was already developed, and so we just use existing material. The city of Reno, the position comes from the job specification, so it's the ideal candidate profile section is what my office developed based on the feedback we got from the stakeholders. Then, of course, there's the compensation and benefits information and how to apply. So I wanted to see if there was any feedback with regards to the brochure.
let me just ask, how, you do a lot of these, so how different was ours? I mean, did it just, a city manager, is it 10% different than your standard or way different? What's your assessment?
It wasn't very different.
Right.
When you think of it,
Right.
they're all kind of the same.
That's what I was
I think
getting
the
at.
important thing is really describing the community and the city of Reno and giving some stats and some details.
Yeah.
But that actual description of what you folks are looking for in a leader is what most people are looking for.
I assume that, but I didn't want to assume, so. All right. Well, I'll call on any member.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
All right,
From-
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. My question really concerns the section about compensation and benefits. And so I wonder if there is utility in identifying a range, meaning I think if someone sees this is very comprehensive and complete. And of course, everything is negotiable in life. But I just wonder if there's a benefit to us in having a range identified.
That's actually a question, and over the years, we've typically done open to, depending on qualifications. That gives the council the most discretion to do what they want to do with the candidates. I have seen, we've all used a range. We've also said this is what the incumbent or the previous city manager was making, to give people an idea of kind of where the number might fall. You can do any of the above. I don't know if there's a benefit. A lot of these don't have range, right? They might have a range for every other position in the city, but a lot of times city manager, there isn't a range because it's a negotiated number.
My only thought is that inevitably when someone calls you and says, hey, I'm thinking of putting in for this, what's the range? You're going to have to provide them some backbone.
I'm going to fall back on the number that the previous city manager is making this, right?
Okay. That's sufficient. Otherwise, it's excellent. The brochure is great. It does a good job of highlighting what an incredible opportunity it is. It'll be interesting to see, because when this go live?
So our plan, part of our recruitment strategy was to time this around the election, right? So with the goal of presenting candidates in the November 20th meeting to the newly seated council. So we backed away from that and said, we'd like to do the bulk of our marketing where we're actually doing our targeted outreach and social media and sending this document. But that happened last week of September and the entire month of October. So that 5 to 6 weeks is when we would actually do the targeted outreach. We could go live tomorrow, right?
Well, I only ask because, of course, this fall there'll be, CMA, League City, a bunch of different kind of gatherings of persons who might otherwise be interested.
Right.
And so just want to make sure it's out there. And then when it is live, I'm sure that each of us has our own networks of people that we might want to share it with.
So my recommendation would be that once the brochure is approved, so it's on our website right now as an upcoming opportunity. I've already got 4 applications, right? But they're applying without having this information, right? So if you approve this brochure, we would put it live on our website, attach the brochure to it. Now, when we go to the League of Cities and all these other meetings, people will have that additional information. We'll just hold off on placing all those targeted ads until that end of September time. We could live as soon as you folks approve.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just was wondering, and I apologize if I missed this, where is the brochure going and how is it going to be used?
Thanks for asking that question. That's a good question. So we use it in a multitude of ways. Number one, it's going to be placed on our website, attached to, so when people go to our website to look for opportunities, the PDF will attach to City of Reno's city manager recruitment, right? Somebody can click on it and the PDF will pop up. We're also going to use it to do direct mail campaigns. So we do email blasts, right? So our database has over 5,000 people in our database that if they're in similar positions, we're going to blast out an email with this electronic copy. We're also going to do, we're going to print out hard copies and we're going to do hard copy direct mail campaigns to target a good audience, right? So then we post it on all of the social media, so LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. We'll also post it on a regular basis. It's in people's feeds.
So you're not just, it doesn't sound like you're being passive with the recruitment. You're actively going out and pushing it and trying to find the best candidate.
We use it for targeted outreach.
Targeted outreach. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Right. Any questions? Seeing it done. Move to approve. I have a motion and a second.
Actually, there's one other thing that I wanted to get some direction on, and that was the number of qualified candidates, although I think it is in the motion, but I wanted to make sure that we discussed that a little bit. Because of Nevada's open meeting laws, I wanted to make sure that we all understood that the impact that has on candidates, right?
I'm so glad you're mentioning this, because this was problematic last time.
Right. So it changes our strategy a little bit in that I don't want to bring candidates. I want to bring a a select number of candidates forward to present you from the 20th. Could be a public meeting, because if their names are going to be put out there, I want to make sure that they're qualified candidates and that you folks actually want to interview them. So I think that should be a smaller number, right? So part of what we're asking for is to agree or give me direction on the number of candidates. And the way I've got it in there is 5 top qualified candidates to consider. So what we do is I present candidates to you on the 20th, up 5 for your consideration. If you agree, we would then move interview. We would look at, in the December timeframe, getting those interviews done so that you can make a selection at that point.
I think that's a good idea. But it is really hard because some don't want to interview just.
There are going to be certain folks that don't have the exposure, so they'll opt out of not applying, because I'll explain to them up front what the process is going to be, and so they'll know at this point your name would become public. So I think people are more to go through with it if they know they're one of 3 or 4 or 5, versus if they're one of 10, they're more than likely going to say, it's not worth the risk.
Yeah.
or the
And then
exposure.
let's reiterate, just so people know, that this process is exactly the same for a candidate outside the state as someone that is local. I've been sort of messaging a lot of local in the last couple of years, seeing candidates come from the outside really aren't vested in the area. I think there's benefits to both, right? But I want to, I guess, reiterate that the process is the same for both.
It is. And my goal is to make sure that I can bring you both types of candidates.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? All right. So I had a motion in a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks for hanging out with us all day long.
All right.
I'm sure you've been exposed to many city council meetings. Thank you. Care. All right. Next up, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we're on item D3, legislative BDR.
All right. Nick, come on up. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment on this item. Additionally, we have not received any correspondence on item D3.
Hey, here we go.
Good evening, Council. Saccone, Government Affairs Manager, Office of Policy and Strategy for the record. Today, I am here following our July 24th meeting where we discussed and got preliminary feedback on the 5 different bill draft request proposals that we had received, either in briefings from various committees or from this body. So today, my recommendation will focus on fiscal sustainability, public safety, economic opportunity, homelessness, and affordable housing. As a reminder, the City of Reno is allocated up to 2 bill draft requests. The city does not have to submit a bill draft request if we do not find it appropriate or timely for the city to be asking for an individual bill sponsored by us. So just to go through the process again, since the end of last session, we had been gathering ideas, both from this body, from stakeholders, doing preliminary research on what might be feasible, and working with stakeholders to understand might gain traction or support in the state legislature. At the July 24th meeting, I got some discussion and direction that helped me form my ultimate staff recommendation. And we did a little bit of additional research and outreach. And then again, the deadline in order to submit a bill draft proposal is September 1st. So as a reminder, these are the 5 BDR request ideas that we had discussed. The Charter Committee recommendations, they had a concurrent meeting with you on July 29th where they presented their ideas for a bill draft request. Change to the Capital Surcharge Fund. We met with the Capital Surcharge Committee on July 30th, and generally the feedback at that meeting was that the individuals that sit on that board were not willing or did not want to raise the rate from $2 to a different amount. And in preliminary discussions with other hotels in the area, they did not see fit or did not want to pay the additional $2 for capital maintenance in the downtown area. The third, the changes to residential construction tax, and I know this is a lot of information, so I have the slides at the end if you would like me to go back over the various ideas. And the fourth, so from the direction or the discussion from this body on July 24th, it was generally seen supportive with respect finding another way to subsidize or find a way to replenish the cost of waiving sewer connection fees and building impact fees for affordable housing development. Since that meeting, the Nevada League of Cities has met and obtained the idea of sponsoring a bill from that of League of Cities to create a state fund to replenish those costs for cities when they waive those. They have a meeting next Monday, and I will be there to provide answer any questions that are asked by any of the members of the League of Cities. And the fifth would be an update on the regionalization and consolidation conversations. So again, these are the factors. Ultimately, we're at the council input phase. This will be the last meeting before the last meeting with this item before the September 1st deadline. We looked at how these BDRs would align with our strategic priorities. What is the impact or need? And is it urgent, or is it something that needs to take a little bit more time to actually build out and make less so that we can effectuate that change? Working with stakeholders and partners in order to make sure that we're not surprised and we're not surprising others when we're bringing our bill draft request ideas to them next session. And find political capacity. This is always admitted hard to gauge, especially early and before the elections happen in advance of the next legislative session. But that is another factor that we take into account. And again, as I had mentioned, we're working very closely with our stakeholders. I have had the honor and the privilege to work very government affairs folks and the Washoe County government affairs folks. Recently, we get together and meet quite often to discuss what's coming up in cities, what's coming up in our counties, what's happening at the Nevada Association of Counties, what is the Nevada League of Cities discussing, and also what is the Nevada Housing Coalition discussing, especially as that relates to an incredibly important issue for our area, which is affordable housing. So ultimately, my recommendation is two-parted, so I decided to just break them out pretty clearly. Housing and housing affordability are not going away, and they are absolutely going to come back next session. Doesn't matter what party, there'll be different ideas, and so I think we will be in the best position if I have the flexibility and I continue to come and update this council on those bills and can focus on those bills, both on the defense and the offense with something like the sewer connection fee state fund. And so that way we can prioritize discussion and see how they align with the legislative platform, which again, I will be back in January for you to adopt for 2025. And the second recommendation is for us to continue working, not pause, not stop, continue working on fire regionalization efforts. Further analysis is needed. We continue to work with our stakeholders. I can't say confidently that the other partners are ready and willing to go, or that we have all the answers to the test. I don't have all the answers, I'll be the first to admit it, and so we need additional time in order to set out, work with our stakeholders and the community to look at analysis so that we can build out a good ask, and so that in the 2027 legislative session, we are prepared and the region is unanimous in recommendation for bill draft request that would lead to the ultimate utilization of our fire service. And there is the recommended motion. Again, I know it's a mouthful, but what I am looking for you today is for direction to me to focus on housing affordability in a session and continue to use my staff time working with our regional partners to look at fire regionalization in advance of the 2027 session.
Okay, Nick, I think you did a tremendous job. I think you're on point for, both BDR and also conversations, because it's really too soon to tell what it's going to look like, how it's going to change. I mean, it's a moving target. So sometimes, going out way too early in front of these things is not even necessary, right? So I'd also prefer that we watch what happens and support where we can be supportive and not be negative, right? Because they also have tough jobs. So just to continue to educate and see where we can be helpful. So I think good job. All right, we're going to hurry and move. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Nick, last time we met, we talked about, I think it was the mayor's idea, was to invite some of our legislators to meet with us in session. And I had to talk to one, which was Selena Ruhatch, Assemblywoman, and she was very excited about coming. And I talked to you. I didn't know if we've extended any invitations yet.
I have not yet extended an invitation, but I am more than happy to do that with all regional partners.
I would ask every single one of them that present any portion of the City of Reno that we could choose one day where they all come so we can ask questions and also educate, because I think there's a lot of things that they also have no idea that we struggle with. So I think both sides would be really beneficial, and also hear what their priorities are.
Exactly.
Instead of just ours.
Right.
So, okay.
So I love that, and then I support the direction of the motion. I do think it's, I I think you've picked the top two things I care about. We just did housing, and you and I had a really in-depth conversation about the regionalization. I think there is a ton of work to do there. So, but I finally understood, and it's, I think, for the benefit of the group. It's very similar to what we did with the flood project. We had a coordinating committee, and then went to legislature to the Joint Powers Authority. So while we had a consolidation of after fashion with the county and Reno, it wasn't under a Joint Powers Authority where it had a separate board and separate abilities to take action. So, and it wasn't unified, and we didn't have a voting structure. And I know that was one of the drivers for deconsolidation, was people didn't feel like they had an equal voice. So I do support the direction. Thank you.
All right, before we go any further, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not, Madam Mayor.
All right, just want to make sure. Okay, that being said, give me a motion.
Sure, Madam Mayor, I move to direct staff to prioritize efforts to advance affordable housing legislation aligned with the city's final legislative plan to continue work with regional partners to identify a funding mechanism for protection services in the Truckee Meadows in advance of the 84th session of the Nevada Legislature.
I have a motion and a second in favor. Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, good job. Thanks so much, Nick. As always, you're rocking it. Doing an amazing job. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item F1, Frank 1, order introduction.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any public comment on the item?
We do not have any public comment registered. Additionally, we have not received any correspondence.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm going to send it over to the one and only Carl Hall. Take it away.
Thank you once again, Madam Mayor. This is an ordinance adoption. Order number 6683, case number LDC 24-00052, Chisholm Mobile Home Park, Master Plan Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 8.02 to the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning of ±0.48 site located south of the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way and north of West 2nd Street from ±0.57 acres of general commercial to mixed employment, ±1.56 acres of industrial mixed employment, ±0.7 acres of general commercial to multifamily residential, 21 acres per acre, 21 units per acre, and to establish a zoning district of mixed employment on ±1.18 acres with matters which pertain to or necessarily connected there, Ward 1.
Move to adopt.
All right. I have a motion to adopt. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving right along. Madam, do we do public comment on item G1?
I do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence.
Okay. This goes to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. It was a tough choice. They're both awesome. But I've come on the side of Elise Hajax.
Second.
I think she'll do an awesome job, and I look
I
forward
have
to.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries
And I just want to
unanimously.
say, I look forward to, at some point, talk more with Barb and getting more involved as well.
That's great. And the Hajaxes are amazing.
Is what?
They're amazing.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, okay. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item, item G2?
No correspondence.
Okay, I'm going to send over to Councilman Martinez. Or no, I guess I'm,
Martinez.
it's Martinez.
Yeah.
He
Oh.
stepped out, so he asked me to.
Had to step out, so Councilman Taylor, you're going to step in. Go ahead.
I am. I recommend Kylie Quigley and Justin Solmine.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay. Any city council comments? Seeing that there are none?
Comment?
You have a comment?
No, final public.
Oh, final public, I thought you said I have a public comment. Go right ahead, Ms. Bryan. All right, any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone registered for public comment. You're in Zoom and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. For the record, I'd like to state that we did receive 6 letters of correspondence after 4 p.m. yesterday, or that were just general in nature. 4 letters of opposition and 2 letters of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council. Additionally, we have no hands raised in Zoom, so we're on MK. Motion to adjourn.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for sticking it out with us. I know it was challenging at times. I really appreciate all of you and all of staff. And have a good night.